Just 2 races are left in the 2021-2022 24-hour Series Esports Championship. The series heads to sunny Spain and the Spanish coast for a 6-hour showdown to set up our title decider at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. We're live from the virtual Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and we welcome you to RaceBot TV for continued coverage of this wonderful championship. Hello everyone, welcome to RaceBot TV, welcome to VCO Esports, where alongside David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder, my name is Arjuna Kankipati, getting ready for this 6-hour event, which is bound to be with plenty of chaos, plenty of traffic management, and we can't wait to get underway. David, it's been a fascinating championship so far. Our 4 classes of competition have had plenty of action, plenty of chaos, but a track like this, tight, twisty, and so technical, where traffic is always going to be a major factor, what are you expecting today?
Well, I'm expecting potentially a shake-up of form in the GT3 class. Many changes to their underneath the skin in the regulations. The models that we're going to see still the same, and that's of course been one of the most fiercely contested, most densely packed, highest car count classes. But we do have 4, and it means there's always somewhere to look. There is never a boring minute across the full 6 hours of the race. That's what I'm predicting.
Let's grab a quick look at the schedule before we start to run you down some of the other things that are going on in this championship. It started in the middle of October, and in just over a month's time, we'll have the longest race of the campaign to determine it all. Quick rundown of the cars and classes as well. We've got GT3s, GT4s, 911 Cup cars, and TCRs with a brief BOP addendum to be added. Like David mentioned, brand new GT3 update drops just this past week. The teams and the drivers trying to get themselves understanding how that affects the tires, how that affects the strategy. The only balance of performance note to speak of is a 7-kilogram addition to the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Let's run you down through the championship standings as they run right now, and I start with the GT3s. And Lorenzo, R8G have scored podiums in every single one of the races so far, but by virtue of the victory last time out, the Bila Racing Team Euronics have closed the gap out front, but it is very much looking like a potential 2-horse race for the championship. Although having said that, if R8G fall into some strife after some of their struggles last time out as well, it really could spring more surprises for us in the championship.
Yeah, there could be a swing in this race, because I think of all races there where it could potentially all go wrong because of traffic management or everything, because it gets very clustered with the traffic, and we saw that I think last season when we covered the 12-hour race at Barcelona. Is this race, right? You need to be properly managing your traffic, and just in one incident your race can go in the bin immediately. So RWG need to be on point in this race, and Bila just having a major resurgence in this championship.
To correct myself, R8G podiums in all 3 of the first 3 races, 8th last time out. Quick look then at your 992 Cup class standings, and this has been an up and down campaign with some teams showing up strong at the start. Altus with 2 victories to kick things off, Davids, but Williams have bounced back, and if not for the fact that they finished outside of the top 10 in those first 2 races, they'd be in the mix as well. But your hometown heroes, the lads from the land down under, lead the way here. It would take a lot of strife in these next 2 races, you'd think, for that car, given the performance we've seen from them, to not work itself towards the championship.
Yeah, but you've got to remember the carnage and the chaos that they had at Spielberg. Take nothing for granted, even though they have consistently been at the pointy end of this class and this single-make field. It's always exciting to watch. And what the teams do with the tyres in this class has changed and flip-flopped track to track. Weather conditions, are they single-stinting them? Are they trying to triple-stint them? Look out for maybe some different strategies here, but it is Altus leading the way from a tied Assetec Simsports Volante and Core Sim Racing for second.
GT4 is close as well, although having said that, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC victories in 3 of the 4 races, and only the Red Bull Ring was not kind to them with an 8th place finish there. The Undercut Race team, they've been consistent, no lower than 4th, podiums in 3 of the 4 races. Team Fordzilla, well, after the almighty struggle that they had last time trying to recover some positions, they're looking forward to potentially try and build towards a championship hunt, but it is very much looking on the outside in. second smallest class that we have, though, is the TCRs, but they always know how to put on a show. 3 contenders: Core Sim Racing, MSI Esports, and Team Hoising Veld. Only 2 of them have tasted victory, but MSI are on the back of 3 consecutive second place finishes. Core Sim Racing in that 159 have been impressive across of the series that they run in that TCR car. For example, the Hyundai EN Festival Global League, where they swept round 1 and 2, all 3 of their drivers getting on the podium in that final race, in that inaugural race meeting. So that's a look top to bottom at how the standings are shaking up. Let's talk very quickly about this track, David. It's a long main straight where you'll need a little bit of top-end performance, but then you got the tight and twisty infield sections that really do change the way that you approach this track.
It does have a little bit of everything, doesn't it? Really long pit straight, big slipstreaming, downhill right before the braking zone. You go into the first sector, quick changes of direction, flowing corners, medium speeds, third, fourth gear kind of stuff, and it starts to bog down a little bit through the middle, and especially that final sector on this version of the track with a tight hairpin at the end of the back straight and very lethal single line run with the curbs through the final chicane. No one's favorite chicane, but it means you do get a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and of course that chicane added, well, what, 10 years ago, something like that. Since then, it's not been the most popular corner on this track, and certain leagues, when they come here on iRacing, will skip that and run through that flowing penultimate corner that builds all of that momentum into that final turn onto that main straight, but it will add some extra traffic complications, and that's something to think about. Plenty of elevation change as well. So get ready for a 6-hour showdown here. Let's talk to you about the track conditions, and a reminder, you can follow along with live timing and scoring that includes your weather updates by heading to timing71.org. The in-sim conditions right now, relatively cool, Lorenzo. It's 26 degrees in the air, 33 degrees down on the track. Now, you and I were commentating on a race yesterday where the track temperatures got up to about 50 degrees Celsius. Now, specifically in the GT3 class, where there's a bevy of changes that the teams and drivers are trying to come to grips with, it's good that we've got some slightly lower track conditions, but Barcelona is a place known for burning through the tires.
It is a place burning through the tires. So what they need to do over here is more like management on how they actually want to push in this track and do some different tire strategies. I don't know if they're gonna go for maybe for 1 tire strategies, 2 tire strategies. We've seen that at Monza because it is a track that doesn't burn way too much, so you can be a little bit more aggressive with those tires. Here you might have to go for the 4, but it's gonna pick up a little bit of more cold during the session because we're right at the peak temperature, so we're not gonna see anything higher than maybe 36 degrees in the track, so expect a very chilly race moving forward.
For an update on what's changed with the GT3s, well, one major update outside of the dynamics of the car itself has been an update with the fuel tank capacities to get them more in line with the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Now, talking to some of the teams, it doesn't really change how the fuel usage has been going in terms of how long these cars will run. They're still going about an hour, so something to note there. We'll see how the stints will play out over the course of the 6 hours here, but it's really change how you approach the setup of these cars. They've gone a lot faster. There's a little bit more downforce through the high-speed corners where you can run a little bit faster. However, through the slower speed corners, the car's a little bit more sluggish, and when it comes to setting up the cars, you've got to understand the ride heights a little bit more so that you get in that optimal aero window, and that, given the short notice that the teams have had, David, is going to be a key point. How have you managed to get to grips with what has been thrown at you in the short amount of time that you've had?
Yeah, exactly. Better through the fast speed corners, more clumsy through the slow speed stuff. Got to be careful with the ride height so you don't stall out in porpoise. But enough about Formula 1 in 2022. GT3, a real shake-up, and that is what's definitely going to be our talking points for the opening hours here, especially as they then roll from the first stint into the strategy. We know that there's some tyre strategy gamblers out there. Are they still brave with less running, less experience, less practice?
Well, let's run you down the starting grid for the penultimate race in the 2021-2022 24-hour Series Esports Championship. We're live from sunny Spain on the Spanish coast at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and in their hunt to try and reel on in R8G, the Biela Racing Team Euronics and Luca Kita have punched it to pole position with a 142.276. Phil Denez returns to the 24-hour series and puts it on the outside of the front row, just 0.04 of a second off the pace in the BS Turner liveried car, while Daniel Lafuente and Danny Elgabe, Williams Esports and the MSI Esports team lock out row 2. 1 Lamborghini, 3 BMWs inside that top 4. Row 3 is all about the Lamborghinis, where Vlad Kimichev in that championship leading number 88 will line up alongside Sven Haase for that 45 Biela Racing Team Euronics car. Yannick Lapchan for the Altus Esports lines up inside of Sami Matti Trogan, who has plenty of real-world GT3 experience in that Mahler Racing team powered by Williams 55. Bram Van Putten and T3 Motorsports by Maniti and Big Tim Matska complete the top 10. Philip Matreski and PRT Ronan look to continue on the good pace that they showed us last time out, with Ross McFarlane lining up alongside them in 12th position. German Sim Racing and RSR by G Performance 13th and 14th spots. 2 Vandervaal machines then line up on row 8 with the number 9 and the number 8 alongside one another, Ronan Simsport and Arnage Competition 17th and 18th respectively. So that's a look top to bottom at GT3. Here's a look at the 992 class, and it's Alessandro Bico for the Williams Esports team that puts it on pole position for the second time in 2 races. Can they make it 3 victories in a row? Well, look at that margin to Carl Jansen in that Core Sim Racing 959 car, almost under half a second. That's a big old margin, but the margins back from that not so substantial. Javi Ross in the Oris Racing 977 will be inside of Simona Mira Marcheno in the Altus Esports 943, while Pure Sims Esports Team 75 by SimRC share row number 3. Back in 7th spot is the Aztec Sim Sports Volante number 996 with Rico Wenzel in the T3 Motorsports My Maniti 978. Rounding out the top 10 and the cars in class is TFR by TFR Lab and the DRE Endurance team on their debut in the series. Team 75 by SimRC get another pole position though in the GT4 class. They'll line up alongside Pure Sims in the 416, just over 100th of a second between them. The Entropic 412 will be inside of row 2 with German Sim Racing by Hetzner alongside them. The TFR TeamSpeak 481 and the Undercut Racing 418 share row 3. Aztec Sim Sports Volante, Carbon Sim Sport, Team Fordzilla and a Race Gear, the 10 cars in class. And quickly through the TCRs because cars are rolling to get underway. Core Sim Racing and MSI Esports share the front row with Team Hoistingfeld in 3rd. 3 of our championship protagonists inside the top 3. Impulse Racing, Odox Motorsports, Junkos Racing Esports through the top 6, and Simsa, the final car in this class. So quick here, David, I mean, it's a long run down into turn 1. Getting the jump will be crucial. What are we expecting first in the GT3 starts?
Well, of course, staggered start for all 4 of the categories. They've got a starting zone. It's from the DRS board to the timing lines, so a relatively short 150-meter window for your leaders to control the start. They can't jump earlier than that. The cars behind them can't jump earlier than that. Watch out for that in all 4 categories with their race starts.
2 races left to go. We're live from the Spanish coast, and Biela Racing Team gets us underway at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya for the 6 hours in Barcelona. It's a great start from Biela, but BS Competition might just get launched down on their inside as Williams Esports tries to sneak their way to the top 2 positions. BS will hold on for now. The GT3s get through there safely, but here come your 992s storming their way down in towards turn number 1, ducking back and forth. Alessandro Bico trying to hold off the charge from behind as Core Sim Racing sees a lunge to the inside from Javi Ross in that Oris Racing machine. Side by side for second, but single file up front. Bico tries to run away. The GT4s get rolling as well in their single spec Porsche 718 Cayman. It's a nice start from Jürgen Frank in the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC car. A car cutting hard to the outside as they all fan for some track position in towards turn number 1. But again, the leader gets through cleanly. Battling goes on for second behind him. Totally Chaotic Racing, well, it's a little bit more calm for your TCRs, but Core Sim Racing has the jump as Hoistingfeld and MSI squabble over second spot. Nice clean start in all 4 of our classes, David.
Yeah, perfect jump from all of your pole sitters. It's second on back where the action has been. GT3 though, a horror opening lap for the number 43 Logitech G Altus Esports. Cut part of the track, got a slowdown penalty, and they've lost 7 positions already. Racing fierce across all categories.
Nice little battle in the GT4s as Pure Sims has managed to hold off Entropic for that second spot as they work their way into the middle sector of the lap, and the little sweeping left-hander that builds you towards that back straightaway. You see that anti-cut curve. We'll see how much the cars are able to run over that and cut that here today. Already maybe some drama on the start. The Bila team coordinating their launch, but it is Luca Kita that leads across the line to complete lap number 1. That coordination has also enabled Sven Haase to get his way up into second, as the MSI Esports team might have an opportunity to look and get past Sven Haase. Has a little bit of an overlap, but has to back out of that one as Sami Matti Trogan watches from the rear. We jump on board with Danny Elgabe, who put it on pole position last time out. Lorenzo, he's got some work to do.
Yeah, he's got some work to do, and it's going to be an interesting one how you move up the field. Sven had a massive start, a little bit of a dangerous moment, because when he made the overtake on turn number 1, caused some contact with the MSI, nearly got spun around. MSI had to move up into the Arhui Cheese lane, nearly making 3 wide at turn number 1, but they actually managed to funnel it out to 2, and then 1 into a single foul. So now just try to find your stride and maybe work the field numbers, and then you can start to plan your race maybe upside down if you want to, but it's going to be eventful maybe first 10 minutes, then the traffic's going to head.
In GT4s and TCRs, the gap for the lead has grown to almost a full second. In the other classes, it's being kept a little bit closer. The Oris Racing team has gotten past the Core Sim Racing 959 in your 992 class as they come down into that back hairpin. Nice start there from Javi Ross to get his tires into that right window to be able to leapfrog his way forward in the field. Plenty of battling going on around this track, but of course that first time through traffic is always the most intense, the most terrifying for the teams and drivers, and that's when, David, as well, track position is rather important, because a lapped car, or a car you're putting a lap on, is always more willing to help you if you've got a number 1 next to your name. Not so willing to help you if you've got the number 10 next to your name.
Yeah, it does seem like that at times. I think the good thing for the GT3 field is that the other 3 categories are a little thinner. You can see all 10 of the 992 class cars on screen right here. 10 cars in GT4 and just the 7 in TCR at the minute as well. So, they'll, catch 7, bite off that, chew, swallow, then go to the next 10, then the next 10 cars for traffic, rather than maybe, having to catch a field of 20 still in a pack to lap them.
So the TCRs are working their way into that final chicane. The GT3's already rolling onto the back straight, so traffic going to start being a factor in a lap or two's time, and once the traffic starts to be a factor, it will be like that for the rest of the race. Great to see Phil Denez back in action today. Always rapid no matter where he's racing, as long as you throw him into a GT3 machine. And I have a feeling that he's going to lead the charge alongside Nathan Lewis for the BS Turner liveried machine to try and get its first victory since the race at the Sebring International Raceway. That time it was Ryan Barneveld and Rainer Talvar that took that car to the checkered flag. So 2 different drivers, can they get that same result on the board? 0.8 of a second, the gap though already for these cars. And because of those changes to the GT3s, Lorenzo, we're talking about how the cars are a little bit more sluggish through some of the slower speed corners. That's something that we're really going to be feeling and talking about here for these competitors today at this track.
Yeah, because it is it's not the fastest track in terms of, getting lots of speed. You do have some fast corners, but you do have some deep braking zones that you have to do some fast transitions. Like turn number 1, you go into maybe a kilometer into the straight, have to go into deep braking, second gear, going to the corners, right hand, left hand, then have to switch it back to right hand again. So this switching of corners and then trying to pick up the speed is going to make a little bit of a confusion whenever we get into traffic or maybe battling for positions. The one thing you really don't want to do is lose a lot of time battling for over here, because it's very hard for you to make up, even though it's a track that is easy for you to make mistakes because of the bump itself. You go over the curb, so you have to be mindful on Barcelona to be a little bit more precise and lenient in what will you get at for example at Monza.
The only car that's had significant positions lost is that Altus Esports machine that David mentioned earlier, had cut through part of the track and as a result is down 7 spots into 14th. Back with the GT4s, where Matthew Turnbull and Jurgen Frank of the Team 75, Bernard by SimRC and the Pearsons machine starting to run away. There you can see the visual separation. It's about 4 seconds, the gap to the Undercut Racing team and the Entropic 412. The Undercut car is made up 3 positions from where they qualified. But once you're out of drafting range here, David, it becomes a lot more difficult to work your way forward and to save some fuel as well. And we do have a limited fuel tank in these GT4 cars. It's 80% of their maximum capacity to add a little bit of spice to the strategy games in this class. So the Undercut team's got some work to do from this point.
Yeah, that's right. 992, GT4 and TCR all with slightly reduced fuel to just to try to open up the strategy possibilities there, and also have them come down a pit lane off cycle to your overall class GT3s as well. It gives the pit lane a little bit more time to spread out, but it also lets us keep our focus across the different pit cycles and who does what and driver changes and all that. And yeah, I feel like breaking that toe even more important in your GT4 and TCR than in the fastest 2 classes, because while the length in meters of the straight is the same for everyone, a slower car spends more time going down the straight. The slipstream becomes a bigger effect overall on the lap time.
Focusing on the 992s, where Biko's got about 8 car lengths between him and the Oris Racing 977. That's not had a great season, only 1 finish inside of the top 10. They're down in 13th, but we know the pace that the likes of Xavi Ross have. It's a statement race for them as they try and recover a little bit of pride heading through the final stages of this championship. Again, the next time we will be racing midway through the month of April, the longest race on our agenda, 12 hours at Spa. What a way to finish off this championship. To give you an update on how the weather is looking right now as well, it is 10 a.m. in the virtual Barcelona, 28 degrees down on the track. It is partly cloudy, so you might see that be a changing target in terms of how things go. Watch that wind as well, pretty gusty and going to blow around some of the GT4 cars, for example. Here come the GT3s in the thick of the lap traffic for the very first time as they work their way past the front-wheel drive TCR cars, Lorenzo.
And so far, I'm not seeing any major dramas trying to overtake those TCRs. Naturally, this track is a little bit wider than usual, so you can go a little bit aggressively. But the one thing it's very possible is because of these low corners that you go into some hairpin ass turns, like we are at turn number 9. You can lose up to a second just if you get on the very apex and you're trying to battle with these CCRs. So now we're a little bit dangerous now at turn 10.
Heavy braking zone at that hairpin that's been reprofiled, and the traffic's going to play potentially into the battle for the race lead. They were side-by-side, BS Competition and the Biela Racing Team Euronics, but Luca Kita will hold the inside as they dive their way past the leader in the TCR class. They hold on there. Might have been an issue for the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC 992 car, just so you can keep abreast of that, as Felix Luding has been off the track and rejoined with about a 10-second time penalty there. But traffic always plays a factor for the lead. They're almost 3 wide coming onto the main straight. The Marla Racing team duking it out with the MSI Esports blue BMW. Sami Matti Trogan to the inside, running downhill into the braking zone. El Gubay will hold off for now as the final vestiges of the GT3 cars work their way through. It looked like maybe Pure Sims and RSR by G Performance were squabbling between themselves as well. as I think Pure Sims might have had a big old issue there.
Yeah, well, there was a pretty heavy contact. You know, we saw this lapping and this tension all happening in the middle sector. They got to that final sector where the speed advantage of the GT3s is not so noticeable in the tight and technical stuff. And that's where some of it started happening, and that is a pretty simple mistake that you will just kick yourself for. No pressure. Felix Luding just drives it into the dirt.
Yeah, simple mistake. And well, I guess the good thing about it is you've got 5 hours, 48 odd minutes left to try and recover what you can. Now, I'm trying to see if there's any damage to the Pure Sims car, but what else has happened here? We'll start with, okay. The first bit of contact, let's not mince our words. Pure Sims had nothing to do with that. The second bit of contact, unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable.
I mean, I feel like Pure Sims kind of bombed Simza, the Apex, before that as well. It was give and take and give and take and give and take. So not our job. Stewards will be onto that one, I'm pretty sure. And it bears repeating the way that penalties are served and classified here in this championship. They've got 90 minutes to serve a time penalty if it's given to them. And they serve that time penalty by stopping in the penalty box, which today at Barcelona is, maybe ironically, underneath the podium.
The Euspis powered by Vendavar car will go to the inside of Ricardo Rico in the Arnage Pink Porsche 911 down into turn number 1. That's a swap around for 14th position. And yes, you're right, it's a good, I'm always glad that we're not in race control. We can just watch on and spout our opinions. Oh, that's Maciejewski making another mistake down in towards the same corner where we saw Team 75 lose it. That's the run down into turn 7. So that might be a place that we just watch out for today as one of the trickier places to get your car slowed down, roll the momentum through the corner. Looks like a swap around as well in the 992. Williams Esports have been allowed to run away, but Core Sim Racing have managed to get back in front of Xavi Ross and Lorenzo. This is a class where David mentioned it earlier. The tire strategies really do tend to play a big factor in the racing.
Yeah, because you don't have that ABS like you do get in the GT3, so you can lock up the braking going to turn number 1, and if you lock up the brake in a track that demands grip more than usual, it's going to be a little bit tight. It's going to put you in a whole world of pain. So the one thing you really want to be in this 992 class is calm. You really don't want to be overstretching the tires way too much, and whenever you find the opportunity to make an overtake, it has to be clean as possible.
So about just over 14 minutes done with this race. Calm down very slightly now at the front of many of your fields as they just roll the speed through the initial part of this race. It's going to get hotter, so tire management now might pay benefits later on in this race, where if you go and do some nice double stinting early doors, you can be a bit more aggressive with the tires and single stint them a bit later. The question really is, we don't know this yet. We don't have the benchmark, David. How feasible are double stints going to be with this new update? That's something that we're going to find out on the fly. And teams, well, they may have done their preparation, but race performance is always very different to how things will play in the heat of battle. As talking of battles, the Acetec SimSport Volante car will launch it to the inside of Pure Sims.
Yeah, that is obviously the key overtaking opportunity there in turn number 1. We have been seeing some dives, maybe as drivers and teams get different runs, and with this difficult off-camber corner of Campsa, you can then see some overtaking happening at the far end of the lap. But I'm thinking, what is it, 28 on track at the moment, still mostly cloudy. You see the sun come and go and come and go. That's definitely still feels like the kind of weather that we're going to see a lot of attempts at double stinting.
I think early you would want to, you have to at least try and do it. Now we'll see how it plays out maybe slightly later in the race. Gap in the 992 has grown to 1.5 seconds. So Williams Esports, well, they weren't allowed to stretch their legs at Monza with the amount of draft that we saw there, but that's what they're doing now. And as they begin to cut their way through the TCR traffic for the very first time, exactly what they want to see, putting some separation back to them and the counterparts behind. Back to the GT3s as now they start to work through the GT4 class cars. Here comes Altus with a peek to the inside of the RSR by G Performance 27 as that 43 tries to recover its way up through the field after Yannick Lapchan had that moment on lap number 1 of this race. Porsche versus BMW. We have a nice mix of the manufacturers at the front of this field. It's Lamborghini from BMW, then Lamborghini, BMW before we find our first Porsche 911. But that Mahler Racing Team car looking pretty feisty in the early stages of this race. The biggest gap in terms of the grouping separation, Lorenzo, is really in this GT4 class, and I do wonder if maybe that's partially assisted by the traffic, because first, second, well, they're not split by much. There's 4.5 seconds then back to the third place car, 5 seconds back from them to fourth. Big separations in the early stage of the race.
I'm not going to say it was heavily assisted by the traffic itself. I'm going to put more in the fact that T75 Bernhard by SimRC and Pearsons just managed to open up the gap really by, I think, their own pace. They've been doing 53s lows regularly instead of everybody else doing 54s or even 53 highs. So it's more on them. It's a little bit of a mirror what they've done to Monza of sorts, like Pure Sims, more specifically a Monza, you know, just opening up a huge gap, then we're caught up by everybody else. I think more specifically T75 by Bernhard, by SimRC, eventually because of the fuel strategies and everything. So is it going to repeat over here? I really don't know, because it is not a fast burning or a high burning fuel track like Monza is.
TTR's doing a good job to stay packaged together tightly after that first pass through on traffic. The 3 championships rivals all out on track. Core leading the way from Huysingveld from MSI. Huysingveld managing to get the jump on MSI in that moment of traffic that they've had in these first 20 minutes of the race. David Haynes, you're speculating if maybe one of our competitors actually passed someone off the track here.
Well, we were just seeing a battle, a little bit of it there in the 992 class between Altus and Aurus, which is not a confusing mouthful at all. And I think they went 3 wide with the traffic there, and it's just a bit of dust kicked up, and I don't think anything. I don't think Altus passed off track, but certainly it was just another one of those moments you're battling. There's traffic, and maybe dipped some tires through the dirt on the way past.
David was talking about penalties earlier and how they are served here. It's not the automated iRacing steward system where you can give a penalty automatically in sim. Instead, there's a specific place under the podium where you'll serve a time penalty. You get a little bit bigger of a window to serve it than the 3 laps that iRacing would give you by default. One penalty to tell you about that happened before we even got underway was the 978 Maniti T3 Motorsport by Maniti Porsche, which had a registration infringement for adding a driver after the designated time window. So they've got that penalty to be served. A couple of things happened during qualifying that resulted in warnings, specifically in the GT3 class. Specifically as well between the R8G88 car and the Pearson 16. The 2 of them reminded that qualifying is not where the racing is. That happens here during the 6 hours. Plenty of things have already been reported on the start. Race control busy working away in the background to get things all sorted. Williams Esports, by the way, in the 992 have been closed on for the lead as Core Sim Racing has managed to shrink that gap to 0.7 of a second. GT3, it's grown to 1.1 seconds, so give and take in all of the classes, but Carl Janssen has managed to pull away from Simona Maria Marcheno as well. in this 992 class, Lorenzo, I mean, we saw the pace from VCO, and let's not forget he is a world championship competitor in that Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Very different form of racing, sprint versus endurance, but that experience with the car really does carry forward.
Yeah, it does, especially given the fact that he drove around this track this season. So he does have a baseline setup moving into this track. Of course, big difference from driving 15 minutes to 30-minute races instead of a full-length stint of 1 hour maybe. So it does make a little bit of a difference in the car in terms of weight, how does the tire perform, or how does the aerodynamic shift in terms of having a low fuel to high fuel. So you have to make those small adjustments to get the car rolling, and so far his experience is paying out. He had a little bit of a gap about up to 2 seconds early on before getting out of the GT4 traffic and the TCR traffic, but good on Jensen to close down the gap and make it less than a second now.
You'll be sharing that 959 with Oscar Mangan, Will Carl Jensen, who's already come out to say, not a fan of the Circuit Barcelona Catalunya. It's a rather divisive track if you ask people up and down through the paddock, David. I mean, even in real world, notice, I just heard something. What happened in...
Fordzilla and Torque Freak have lent on each other in turn number 2. They went side by side through 1. The driver with the inside of 1 thought they were clear to take the apex at 2. That wasn't the case. Both of them collide. Both of them spin and go to the back, and that is definitely damage on Torque Freak Racing. Where are Fordzilla? Because if they're not damaged, they've at least lost a lot of time.
So let's grab a replay of this one. So through turn 1, Fordzilla's trying to go for a gap when they didn't have the overlap. If I take a brief look there. Now, is that where the damage happened? Because it looked like maybe there was a bit more, but Torque Freak have been able to get back up to speed without too much drama. So I wonder if maybe they've gotten away with that one. Fordzilla has lost more time. No, in fact, Fordzilla managed to get up and running before the Torque Freak Racing car was able to. So first big crash that Race Control will take a look at. They're battling for 4th in your GT3 class as well. Sven Haase, Danny Elgabe
has not done their teammates any favors here either. Torque Freak to Torque Freak on screen right now. The GT4 car costing time to their 992 stablemates.
But can't always help things out like that, as Felix Luding will get past Antti Salminen in that 981 car, as into the final sector they will come. Great cameras today provided to us by the great Dougie Beard. Tyler Maxon, who is producing our broadcast, also designing our track cameras for today. There's the Team Fordzilla car, there's the Torque Freak car. You can see the gap between the two of them. I would postulate and speculate that it's Fordzilla that will get the slap on the wrist for that one. And currently behind the wheel is Javier Roman. He'll be sharing that car with Will Chadwick. As soon as Will Chadwick leaves Snetterton in the Porsche Carrera Cup Great Britain, where he's racing right now. You can also catch that live on RaceSpot TV. Focusing back on your GT3s as half a second splits the top 2. For the 6/10 back is the Williams Esports number 5 with Daniel Lafuente behind the wheel. They've broken away from the 4th place grouping, Sven Haase, Danny Elgabe, and Tammy-Matti Trogan by 4 and a bit seconds. And now if you're BS competition, if you're Williams Esports, Lorenzo, good time to do a lot of fuel saving, preserve your tires as well.
Yeah, and talking about Biela, I've been looking at the gaps, and I'm not talking about the lead itself, because the thing is, this is more like a battle for the Biela to try to pass RWG in the point standings, since the number 2 car is the leading car in the points, which is an interesting one to talk. For me, the more interesting is Ven defending from MSI, which caused a little bit of a pile up of sorts with the RWG car and the Mala Racing team not far behind, and the gap that was about 3.5 seconds up to 3 seconds now extended to 4 seconds. It is extending a little bit because everybody up in the front is running 43s and the guys behind in the second group are running 44s. So I don't know if there is any shenanigans happening in the Bila Racing Team Aeronix chat to say, Sven, slow down a little bit so we can open up a gap and be okay by the remainder of the race.
Battle for second in your 992 class seems to have seen a swap around. Or is that... No, it's not a swap around just yet, but Altus has managed to close and VCO has managed to build that gap and that buffer once more. A couple of penalties have been handed down from race control. The first of them has been thrown down on the shoulders of Tim Matska in that T3 Motorsports by Maniti car for the incident with Altus on lap number 1, a 5-second time penalty, which will be served within the first 90 minutes, or the next 90 minutes after it's handed down. Then the 469 has been handed a 5-second penalty for a moment with the Torque Freak car. So the Torque Freak car has had a couple of moments in this race, but the Carbon Sim Sport 469 has a 5-second penalty of its own. There's the gap that Alessandro Bico has once more between those cars. One thing that we should also note as well, David, in years past, or in races past, that 992 car is faster in a straight line than the GT3. So when the GT3s do catch up to this class, which might take a while given that the time gap in terms of lap time is only about 3 seconds between the two classes, it's going to be very difficult if a GT3 car tries to pass the 992 heading down into turn number 1.
You got any hard and fast numbers from your timing? Because I think I've got a little bit of an outlier for Altus Esports, but generally it doesn't seem like the end of straight speed is as crazy as it's been at some previous rounds. I've got mid 260s for GT3s and mid 260s, low 270s for 992, as you see there is hella straight line speed for that Altus car.
And they seem to got it trimmed out, and
that's the one that I'm getting the highest speed number for, so maybe it is true.
Well, as long as they can cut their way through and survive their way through the infield, might work out nicely for them, not just to get past lap traffic, but to get past their competitors as well. Now 2.5 seconds, the separation between Williams Esports and those behind in the battle for the 992 lead here. Though some work to do for Simona Maria Marcheno to close that gap to those in front. They've pulled away 5 seconds, this battle for second, and with Javi Ross in behind from the Aztec Simsport Volante car. So it's not like last time out where we did have a 4-car train for the lead, but that group of second place cars has some work to do. I see Sven Haase dropping down the timing screens. What happened to that 45? He's rejoining through turn number 1. Another moment there. Safely back onto track in front of the Junkos TCR car. We'll grab a look at the VCO replay, and Danny Elgube has made some contact there. We'll need to get another look at that one. Looks like Haase then hard into the tire barriers, so he's moving back and forth. He's allowed to do that. Now there is plenty of air between the two of them. Hard to get a great look at what happened with that angle other than the actual contact into the wall, but this might give us a better look. Maybe Elgube just pinching a little bit too much there, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I was looking at that, and it is just like I said. I think Sven defending a little bit more than usual going to turn number 1, but of course we don't know how strong is the BMW in comparison to the Lambo on the straights, even with draft. And even though there was air, I think the contact would have been inevitable because they were so close with each other heading to turn number 1. I think if the contact into the rears would have not happened, I think there would have been something more side by side, and maybe both cars would have been around, just like we saw it with the Forzilla and Torque Freak incident a little bit early on.
Netcode is idiot prediction. That is a phrase that one of my teammates told me a long time ago, and it has stuck with me since then. iRacing did have a number of updates this last week to try and mitigate some of the netcode issues as well, but it is an ever-evolving product, and with people racing from around the globe, it's always wise to just leave a little bit more space to ensure safety across of all of your classes. Now the 992s cutting their way through the GT4s. Sven Haase has been able to stay out on track, at least for the time being. We'll see what the lap times are going to be for him as Arnage Competition and Pearsons duke it out on the run down into turn number 1. Rico trying to squeeze that white and blue Lamborghini all the way to the inside, but Ross McFarlane wants to try and fight this one back. Might be able to get the momentum up the hill underneath the bridge into the braking zone at Repsol, but Rico holds the inside. Rico defends that for now. A long way around. If McFarlane can get this set up, he'll have the inside down the hill into turn 5, but Rico able to cover him off once more. Plenty of great fighting, but remember, this is for 16th position, David.
Yeah, I love that about the opening sector here. You know, it's like, okay, trying to get down the inside at 1, okay, not happening, have to go around the outside, squeeze a little bit at the inside at 2, then trying to have that wide, flowing run through turn 3, where even in the best of conditions, it doesn't seem like they can run flat out. So just optimizing your line in there can then let you attack into 4, and that's what they did. And I love that sort of, you know, back and forth, and you say, okay, well, I can't quite pass them here, so I'll set it up for the next corner, and then flow off there to set up for the next corner. Just kept Arnage defending and on their toes for a couple corners. In the end, it looks like they've, you know, managed to hold on to it, but it was a good bit of back and forth racing.
Lorenzo, you're pointing out as well that battle between Sven and Danny in the Biela 45 and the MSI 74 cars was actually for championship positions. Those were 2 cars that were only separated by 3 points in that battle for 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, so a little bit of a beef going on prior to this race, and MSI needing the points as they were trying to get a little bit of a resurgence. Won the first round at Hockenheim, just couldn't get good results afterwards. The best points were actually 10 points at the Red Bull Ring, as the Biela Racing Team Aeronix had I'm not going to say the best results as well, heading to Sebring and Red Bull Ring and also the Monza track, but a little bit more solid and a little bit more consistent with the results. That's why they had the 3-point gap on MSI. But so every point here matters, especially with the final round coming up in Spa. So that beef unfortunately resulting into the crash. Of course, maybe not intentional to take out his Sven, but nevertheless some beef going early on.
MSI put it on pole and Danny Elgabe put it on pole at the Temple of Speed, but dropped 12th when all things were said and done in a race that had plenty of strategy games. We're halfway through the first hour here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Now looking at German sim racing being hunted down by that PRT Ronin sim sport car, and that tried to make a strategy gamble work last time out. The tires just not playing nice with them at the end of the race. They held on to a podium, their best finish of the season, got them into the top 10 of the championship. That German sim racing machine, meanwhile, has only got 3 points to its name. The top 15 positions score points. They've only finished inside the points twice. Been an up and down season for them, but they look like they've got some pace on their side here. Running up in ninth, Fabio Umvedrus at the wheel of their BMW, as in towards turn 1 they will fly. The Arnage and Pure Sims battle seems to be going on as well again, as Ross McFarlane is closing up on Ricardo Rico just outside of the points positions, and I think McFarlane has got that position. Battle for the lead as well. You can see top left of your screen working their way down in towards turn 5. I think Phil Denez wants to snatch away the lead. They've been checked up behind some traffic. Luca Kita again has been able to fend them off. Phil Denez looking to try and use the traffic as his opportunity to snatch away the race lead here, David.
Yeah, and they still got Williams Esports not far behind, who a little bit closer not long ago. I thought they looked like they were in a good position too. Are we maybe seeing a difference to that tyre longevity and how long they'll keep performing in these kind of conditions by this point in the stint now?
2 very different cars, Lamborghini and BMW. We'll see how it's going to fare out. I mentioned earlier as well the change in the fuel capacity for these cars. The Porsche is down to 98 liters, the BMW 103, the Lamborghini 104 liters. Expect between 34-36 laps on the fuel. Be fascinating to see how it works out. Top 3 split by just 9/10 of a second. Plenty of draft down that 1 kilometer main straightaway down into turn 1. The track falls away from you. Gravity worked against you as you try and slow that machine down. So always something to keep your eye on when you're spotting your braking marker. We're not F1. We've got some downforce, but not the level of downforce that they have. This track, of course, hosts the F1 test, that first F1 test of that new generation car, as Phil Denez is going to get the chrome horn out. Will push his way to the race lead. Luca Kita will now slot into second because Danny Lafuente will find his way into to hold a position in third. I think Phil Denez has seen enough and wants to grab the race lead and said, well, turn 5, that's my opportunity. And he pushed his way forward, Lorenzo.
Yeah, a little bit of an elbowing from Phil Denez, but well, if you want to get the points and you want to try to move up in the standings and get closer to RWG, and Bealey specifically, who's having a really good second half of the season, well, that's what you need to do. You need to be a little bit more aggressive than usual. Of course, Ita might not appreciate the overtake, but hey, that's racing. They win auto racing, they win car racing, whatever the phrase you really want to pick it up. So good on the BMW to make them overtake. Can he defend it though, because they're now on the straight?
Tim Matska has managed to get past Bram Van Putten for 7th in the GT3s as well. So a bit of action in class, bit of passing as well. Will Race Control have to take a look at that? We'll have to wait and see. Still got about 7 different incidents that they're reviewing right now. A couple between the GT3s, couple between some GT4s, and 2 multi-class incidents to review as well. One involves the R8G car, one involves BS competition, one of them's on a TCR, one of them's on a GT4. Lights flashing from Luca Kita, which we know, David, what that means. He's a happy boy with what just happened there.
Yeah, it means, how you doing, friend? Good to see you. Alternatively, contextually, it can mean several different things, including, I'm not well pleased with the move that you made. So there's a bit of niggle here for sure, and now the traffic is not helping BS competition get away. They're going to find themselves under pressure, and will we see return serve?
They have managed to build a bit of a buffer to that Williams Esports car, who's now got 2 992 cars to fight his way past. Got a big time penalty that has been handed down to Pure Sims Esports with the contacts with Simsa, and I am not entirely surprised. It was through this part of the track, that chicane. It was first a little bit of contact that sent the Pure Sims GT3 car wide, and then from there they attempted what was always going to be an optimistic lunge to try and get through that second part of the chicane. It's resulted in a 30-second time penalty there, so that will be, for Ross McFarlane, something that has to get served within the next 90 minutes. Williams Esports actually outside of drafting range at this point though, Lorenzo. They're 1.7 seconds back from second.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to take a look back if they were actually affected, but yeah, definitely affected by traffic with the DRE entrance in the T75 by Bernhard Bison RC 992 class cars on the chicane, and losing tons of time right after that. And of course, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. So we can see La Fuente coming back eventually. And
big smoke in turn 2.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's the 77, Vincenzo Amico, another moment into turn 1 now. Who did this involve? Oh, it looks like it's going to be a solo car incident. Oh, and that's... didn't look like he really mounted that anti-cut curb on the inside. A bit of a bizarre one there, if we're being completely honest, David. We see cars get squirrely as they bump themselves and jump themselves over that curb, but it looked like he lost it much earlier through the corner.
Yeah, to be honest, it kind of almost looked like the car popped down into a lower gear when he wasn't expecting it, or accidentally ripped the handbrake or something like that, because it just sort of rear decides nope at the apex of turn number 1 there. So clearly a little unstable.
Live timing is
following in the dirty air of the GT4 in front as well. There is more, effect to the handling from following another car than just the slipstreaming down the straight.
True. The GT4s, though, not really a big aerodynamic beast, if you know what I mean. They're much more reliant on the little mechanical grip that they do produce, as the 978 Maniti T3 Motorsport by Maniti Porsche 992 car will get out of the way. Ross McFarlane, I think, is coming down to serve that 30-second penalty now, because I see him onto pit lane, and there is that penalty box that I think... Nope, he's blown right past that.
Yeah. It's where the red paint is underneath the podium, right at pit entry, right at the start of the pit lane speed limit on the right-hand side for the drivers.
So either there's been some
What would typically be that kind of weighbridge scrutineering area for Formula One, I'm guessing?
Yeah, so either there's some miscommunication, or he's decided to retire the car, and I think that's what's happening, because I see Daniel Ferguson has left the track, and I would not be shocked if after reviewing the incident, Ross McFarlane does the same thing there. So BS competition down the inside of the Pure Sims 992 car, as he now gets some separation back to Luca Kita through the traffic. Williams have managed to close a bit on the gap, but it's opened back up very slightly, and Bila will lunge it to the inside, heading down in towards turn 13 to get that separation back between them and Williams. Gap for your 992 class, by the way, has actually been opening up. Now 3.3 seconds clear is Alessandro Bico, who is having a blinder of the start of the race here. Now, he is going to be sharing that car with Moreno Sirica, another World Championship caliber driver. They didn't start the season off great, Lorenzo, but 3 victories in a row. They still require Altus to have some bad luck in that 943 car, but they're dragging themselves, if not into the championship hunt, into the fight for second in this category.
Yeah, they need, I think, major luck so they can actually battle with Altus, because Altus won the first 2 rounds at Sebring and Hockenheim, but the last 2 rounds went Williams' way. But the problem is that Williams just didn't get any points at all at both tracks in the first half of these 4-round span that we had this season. So it's a little bit complicated for Williams to make up the ground necessary, but I think this race, if they get a win, maybe Altus get up to 10 points, then they can start dreaming of maybe getting the title, but still very, very long shot.
Update from race control is that return fire or servers being returned. SimSA Esports have also got a 5-second penalty for that moment that they had with the Pure Sim 16. 5-second time penalty for that initial contact before the favor was returned, and SimSA got a big old smack into the side from
that
the Pure
VHS was returned fully rewound.
Yeah, and then some as well. There was some tension being relieved there. I think we can put it that way. Battle for 8th in the GT3s. You've got a Porsche followed closely by 2 BMWs. We saw an issue for one of the Ronin SimSport cars, but the PRT Ronin car, that 78, best number in all of racing and motorsport, hunts down the German Sim Racing by ACV, Team 75 by SimRC. Teams and drivers have an affinity for numbers, and actually before we get to that, let's first talk about German Sim Racing having a look. I think Pure Sims in that 992 class might have also had a bit of a moment, because I see they've lost some time working, as rather GT3 traffic has been working their way through them down at the chicane potentially. Let's take a look at the replay here. I don't think MSI makes any contact from behind as they're 3 wide heading down into Repsol. German Sim Racing might have the opportunity to go the long way around, as that Junkos Esports car might operate as a pick, but that Team 75 Bernard car shuts the door on them as it sweeps its way out wide. I don't think MSI made any contact from behind. I think Pure Sims maybe just got in a bit too deep, trying to work their way through the chicane without the GT3 car interfering with them. And now that Pure Sims, I'm sure, has a rather dinged up front end on their car, David.
I mean, I don't know what to say about that.
Maybe we can grab another look at the replay. And
German Sim Racing is struggling here, though.
Yeah, I think the door has been opened coming out of turn 9. But they'll have the inside, and I think that will be enough for them to hold off Ronin for now. And they will hold on to 9th for the time being. 1.3 seconds the gap at the front of this class, by the way. So the BS competition car stretching its hooves as, is that a lunge to the inside on a TCR car? Yeah, I mean, it's not always going to be the fastest way because front wheel drive TCR cars, and there we go, opens the door for the PRT Ronin Simsport car to take it 3 wide to try and get to the front of the queue there, but because of the outside line giving more momentum to the German sim racing car, they'll hold on to the spot for now.
Impulse totally did that on purpose. They got hella dive bombed. They say, okay, we'll take it too wide through here. I'll hold you to the outside. I'll let your opponent down the inside. They weren't blocking in traffic. They were just holding their line in a way that they knew was going to penalize someone who dive bombed them.
Yeah, no, I don't blame them. But the PRT car having another look now as they sweep their way up. There, that 992 Pearson's car has significant damage to the front end as that MSI Esports car now has its mirrors filled as PRT Ronin has nowhere to go. It's getting a little bit close through the traffic, and Altus Esports joins the party and has a lunge to the inside down the hill. They'll try and get the position away into turn 5. It's now a 3-horse fight for 9th position. Plenty of entertainment to keep your eyes on, but this is why traffic is so difficult to work your way through that. Once it becomes a thing, it is a reality for the rest of this race, and it will influence the battles everywhere. Look at the speed that they carry working through turn 9, Lorenzo.
Oh man, what a breeze to go through as we look at the replay. What happened to the Junkos car? Oh no.
Now, which Bila is that? Is that the 45 or is that the 46?
We can get an idea if we had looked at the rear wing. If it is a fully well-shaped rear wing, that would have been the Luca Kita car.
Yeah, getting word that it's the 45, so that's the Sven Haase car that's already had its issues. Yeah, here's the look on board with Haase. Going for a door that's always closing, and well, traffic gives, traffic takes. Sometimes you just got to be a little bit more conservative than that. The front wheel drive nature of the TCR cars, you got to keep that in mind, and I don't think Haase really was thinking about that. Red mist descending on him after all that he's been through at the start of this race. And it is the Junkos team that feels the wrath of Sven Haase. So working our way towards the end of the first hour, closer and closer to the pit stop window. Top 5 in GT3 runs as BS competition, that 89 machine with the 46 Bila Racing Team Euronics in second. Williams Esports in third, outside of drafting range. MSI Esports fourth with the Mala Racing Team, the top 5. RAG and Vlad Kimichev struggling to try and bounce back after their first non-podium result last time out at Monza. Take another look then at what happened with Braden Werner here. So yeah, he just goes deep into the corner, and then watch here, because he goes for a seesaw, and that's where he gets the damage to the front end of that car. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that one fixed, David.
It's like I mean, you're meant to want to avoid those yellow curbs, right? But at that speed, they shouldn't act like landmines. I mean, if you hit it at speed and it, did you some damage, all right, but that wasn't quite right. That's unfortunate.
Now, what's happened to the TFR Lab machine? Oh, just over the top at turn 9, track falling away from you potentially, and it's not the greatest pace.
We saw that car drifting like that on corner exit in the background of one of the shots earlier. It's been a real oversteering handful, I think, for the last half hour, that particular car.
Yeah, it's not the greatest place as well to be stranded, the top of a blind crest with cars flying through on you. But he held on to that for now. The PRT Ronin car has fallen back from German Sim Racing, so maybe German Sim Racing was struggling on tires. Maybe they were just managing the tires. It could be either or. Altus have joined the fun. They have joined the party. RSR by G Performance is in the mix as well. Sven Haase, after his chrome horn moment, is there too. Plenty of things going on right now. 6/10 the gap at the front of this class, 3 seconds the gap at the front of the 992s, 4/10 the gap in GT4, where Pure Sims has been content to ride around in second, save plenty of fuel. Team 75 by SimRC might have bit of a strategy hole to dig themselves out of. But if there's anyone that's going to do it, it's the team that's finished on the top step of the podium 3 out of 4 times so far in this season. In TCR, Core Sim Racing leads the way in a draft train with Hoisingveld and MSI Esports behind them. Lorenzo, in terms of this first 50 minutes, any big surprises in terms of the speed of the cars that we've been seeing as we take a look at another replay, and it's for the other of the TFR cars?
Man, Torque Freak is just not having a optimal day, as that looks like to be turn number 3 that he went into the grass and just decided to go around. That is a little bit unfortunate for Torque Freak, but again, not the best first hour for them. I'll be very honest, I'm a bit surprised I'm not gonna say the lack of pace the Porsche is having in this track. I think this is a relatively sea level track for everybody. It's not like above sea level or below sea level. So seeing that 911 car not having the best performance, even though we saw the T75 Bernhard by SimRC having some splitter damage, which affects the aero, thus affecting the speed. It's a little bit suboptimal. Not having the same pace as the BMW and the Lamborghini does is quite surprising.
The Cone Police have a warrant for murder out on BS Competition and Phil Denez. Reckless murder of a cone there coming over the crest at turn 9. But in the heat of the battle, with Bila Racing Team Euronics able to close back up on him, you can see just how much Denez is wringing the neck out of that BMW. Now, Denez, on the west coast of the US, like myself, is no stranger to an early wake-up call, but because the clocks rolled forward, daylight savings in effect through last night, he would have got 1 hour less of sleep. Would be interested to know exactly how much sleep Denez got. Of course, when he races in the DNLS series, he's waking up often about 1:30 in the morning, which basically means he's not getting much sleep. But David, I mean, commentating from Australia, you're familiar with that.
Yeah, I mean, let's not open up that particular can of worms. You know, as they say, it's 5 p.m. somewhere, but it's also always 2 a.m. somewhere in the world. So there's no perfect time to schedule nothing. I prefer 5 p.m.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? I mean, there is, and this is something that league organizers around the world have to deal with as well. If you want a global entry list, there is no perfect time to put a race. You're always going to have someone inconvenienced. That's just the simple reality of the global nature of sim racing and the global nature of esports as well. That's why in a lot of the big esports, right, you have the regional tournaments, which then qualify your way into the major tournaments, and those major tournaments are usually in person, so people fly out, and then at least they have the ability to adjust to the time zone. Core Sim Racing have opened up a bit of a gap in the TCR class, by the way. Now a second, not out of draft range just yet, but Hoisingveld will be able to close up Kieran Harrison, who won race 1 or race 2? Race 2 in the Hyundai NE Festival Global League. Finished second in race 1, led the core contingent to a clean sweep of the podium in that second race at Knock Hill, in one of the most interesting and miraculous races that we've seen. Kieran Harrison using a healthy dose of that front-wheel drive nature of the TCRs to be able to save a big incident. Pit stops underway though in 3 of our classes. 992, the leader is down. Williams Esports along with Core Sim Racing. Altus able to go an extra lap out on track. GT4, we're watching the battle for the leaders as they work their way up onto the back straightaway, but the likes of Entropic, German Sim Racing, Aztec Sim Sports, Volante, Carbon Sim Sport, and Raceski are all down on pit lane. TCR, we've also seen the Junkos racing car come in. Is this early, Lorenzo, for some of these classes? Because even with the limited fuel tank, I'd have thought they'd be able to get just a little bit closer to the top of the hour.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that as well, unless... it's weird for me. We've been seeing, I think, Bard Monza every team going around the hour, or even a little bit over the hour. So it's a little bit interesting. I don't know if David might have any opposite thoughts.
I mean, I really thought I remembered, you know, for some of these classes it being even earlier than this, like well short of an hour, not 4 minutes short of an hour. P.S. I did just totally witness Altus trying to pass off track again. They love staying to the left-hand side on the exit of Campsa when people aren't necessarily expecting it. But, you know, across these classes that aren't GT3, I think they've all gone pretty long, which is surprising to me. I'm still waiting on what GT3 gonna do and what kind of form guide that'll set for the remaining stints.
Battle for the lead as Bila look to the inside, coming in towards Repsol at 4. Dinez will try and sweep around the outside and maintain the inside line down the hill into turn 5. They get close, they leave each other just enough room, and I think for now Kita's gonna have to back this one out with 4 minutes left to the pit stop window. So these two being able to hold that gap to Danny Elgube, even with the little bit of fighting that they've done amongst themselves. All now but Anders Dahl in the Aztec Simsport Volante 992 car have come down to pit. Varying pit times, 57.4 seconds for Alessandro Bico, indicates maybe some tires being taken there, maybe only 2 though. Carl Jansen with just 43 seconds. I believe that would be fuel only, David.
Would look like it. You've got a couple of cars that are basically exactly at that 43 seconds-ish kind of thing. You've got Core Sim Racing, Aurus, maybe German Sim Racing, maybe Carbon Sim Sport that are all around 43, 44, 45 seconds. So,
Fuel plus 2 tires for Core Sim Racing is the word. So it's 4 tires for Alessandro Bico in the Williams Esports camp. Now, 4 tires have been taken by Altus as well. 2 tires by Xavi Ross. So a bit of a split strategy, although interesting to note that even though Xavi Ross took only 2 tires, he came out right behind Simona Maria Marcheno. So not really getting the launch over the strategy. Interesting stuff going on there. Gap between Bico and Jansen is 8 seconds, even though the delta in pit lane was 16 seconds. So now we'll get to see the value of tires with the first cycle of pit stops in the books. In GT4, it's basically status quo with all the teams, all the drivers doing the same 47-second stop. Couple of driver changes I did think I saw there. Meanwhile, in the TCR, it's Team Hoisingfeld that has significantly underfueled their machine to work their way to a 7-second lead at the front of the class. 24 seconds of fuel for them compares to 33 seconds for Core Sim Racing, where Corentin Gunes has jumped in. Marc Perez in that 111 also had a 33-second stop. Has Altus come down to pit lane? Yes, they did, I believe, in the GT3 casts. They become the... Oh, no. They're just having some significant technical difficulties right now. Although, interestingly, it's not from the team house, where on at least one occasion they've lost power before. That's Yannick Lapchan, who has had a bit of a temporary disappearance from the race server. So, almost at the top of the hour. And we did speculate, Lorenzo, how long these cars were going to be able to go with the slightly smaller fuel tanks that they've got. It does seem like there's a little bit less usage, though, in terms of the consumption of the fuel, because they are looking like they'll be able to go to the top of the hour without much difficulty.
Yeah, it looks like it. Well, it's a track that only has a big straight, and then it's a few sequence of turns. You barely get any time to go on the accelerator, and you already have areas where you can lift the car, just cruise it around, and then go back on the power. So you're not spending a whole lot of time going on the accelerator. Therefore, by lifting and coasting or not touching the accelerator at all, this is a simulator where it's instead of not only counting with the fuel, not the fuel, but the engine revving and how much fuel is consumed by the engine revving itself, it's very on the how much pedal you're using, how much acceleration you're going. So that efficiency can maybe take you an hour and 5, maybe an hour and 10 minutes in terms of your stint lane.
It's pretty simple that if you're carrying more speed through the apexes in the middle of corners, you are burning less fuel because you're carrying more of that momentum rather than stop, start, stop, start.
But by the same logic, if you're able to go, if you've got more downforce and are able to carry more momentum, there might also be more time on the throttle itself, which is when you burn the fuel, right? So like swings and roundabouts, I think you could approach that, the argument from multiple different sides of the equation. But onto pit lane, here comes BS Competition, here come the Biela Racing Team Euronic, so they managed to get past the top of the hour, but not much more. MSI Esports, Danny Elgube has done the fuel saving required to inherit the race lead, to stay out on track. So has Mahler Racing Team in their 55 Porsche. Sami Matti-Trogan will go 1 lap longer as well. Now how can they do an extra lap past this? That will be the question. Course Sim Racing and MSI Esports, by the way, still in a draft train amongst themselves as they try and close on Team Hoisingveld. That gap now down to just over 4.5 seconds. So they are closing. Look at the smorgasbords of cars that are down on pit road in the GT3, David.
Yeah, and that number 46 Biela car right up the front overshot their box a little bit. Tyler Maxson spotted it, and I can tell from the difference between their lane time to their stop time that it's cost them maybe 3 or 4 seconds. Look at how much longer it takes them to get done fueling than those cars you can see behind them. BS and Williams done fueling onto the tyre change, and nothing until then for Biela. So that gives you an idea as
2 tires.
Shorter change there from Williams, and they are out quick and are probably going to inherit the race lead then.
2 tires for Biela, 2 tires for Williams. It's going to be 4 tires for BS Competition, who are going to roll alongside with RHG, and that's going to be very close on pit exit between those two, but the BS Turner car will hold off for now, and the pit stop times do bear that out. 4 tires for BS Competition and BS Competition alone. There are still 4 cars yet to pit, so we'll wait and see if anyone else goes on that 4-tire strategy. But interesting to note that already 1 car seems to be on something very, very different, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I'm a bit surprised to see cars switching tires right here early on in this first stint. Of course, it's gonna pick up the heat. We're just past 11 a.m. on the stint, so it's gonna pick up the heat maybe to 33, 34 degrees. But I'm a bit curious, as we saw. I think that was Team Undercut not happy at all with the overlapping that the BS Competition RHG did.
So the gap between Williams Esports and BS Competition is just about 10 seconds. Now, it's about 14 seconds delta in pit lane itself, but BS Competition, by virtue of the lead that they had over the Williams Esports number 5, will be able to build a bit of speed now and try and close that gap down. Will the tire strategies separate further, heading down into the second cycle of pit stops? MSI Esports, Mahler Racing Team, T3 Motorsports by Maniti, and the IUSP.S powered by Vendaval Sim Racing cars all down on pit lane. And appears to be 4 tires for MSI Esports, 2 tires for the Mahler Racing Team, who actually might emerge just behind BS Competition. In fact, no, they'll emerge just in front of BS Competition. So an interesting note there. You also saw a peek to the inside from Pure Sims in their GT4 as they try and maybe look for the lead on Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC. Action up and down through the field. And Sami Matti-Trogan now has his mirrors filled with BS Competition as they split the difference inside, outside. The Impulse TCR had mirrors filled with, well, GT3 cars swarming him there. 4 tires at a track like this, David. I think early in the race, you'd want to try and go for 2. And, well, Phil Denez does the same thing that he did with Biela and tries to launch it to the inside. But Sami Matti-Trogan's a wily old veteran in these cars, both in virtual and real competition. He's having none of it.
Well, there's looking from BS, and Marla then almost outbraked themselves a little bit, but managed to hold on as they keep cutting through that traffic. And yeah, obviously the tyre wear is higher than some previous rounds, as this time it looks like that is a pretty slam dunk job done from BS. Definitely your left-hand side tyres cop a pretty brutal beating around here. Turn 3, I've seen these cars really moving about, rotating through there. You have the front left, the rear left if you've got a pointier setup. Just everything on the left side takes a big hit through there, as well as through turn number 1, as well as through Campsa. So all the fast corners are pretty much right-handers, and all the slow ones are left-handers almost.
Of course, with that new update, no one really knows what the tires are going to do in a race situation. Battle for second in TCR intensifies as MSI Esports dive down to the inside on that core sim racing machine. Corentin Gunes doesn't fight that one, knowing that the traffic's coming up from behind, and it's going to cause a stack up there as BS Competition is going to go to the inside, and front wheel drive will save MSI from going around as onto the throttle goes Mark Perez, gets that one back under control. Almost 3 wide though for the GT3 battle for that final step on the podium. Marla Racing Team getting lunged to the inside by the R8G car. They're working their way down into turn 5 right now. Marla still has the inside line as that Lamborghini will try and sweep around the outside. Battle for TCRs is status quo right now. Where's Marla? Where's R8G in all of this as they work their way towards that back straightaway? Marla holds on, but it's allowing that BS Turner car to pull away bit by bit. And opportunistic driving from Vlad Kimachev doesn't bear any fruit. The question will be, what does race control have to say about that, Lorenzo?
Yeah, a little bit of a scrap between all cars going on right now, and I'm a bit surprised that TCR made it out to live the day, to see the day at the end of things. I honestly thought that you would have gone side by side, maybe 90 degrees into turn number 3 and then catch it back, but fortunately that wasn't the case. Luckily for BS Competition, what that battle, the 3-car battle specifically, now it became a 2-car battle made, is he opens up a 1 second gap still within the drafting range is the Marla Racing Team, but I feel the Nez got a little bit of a room to breathe right now.
The gap between him and the Williams Esports car, though, is up to 14 seconds. So Dinez, first by virtue of the fight with Marla initially, and then that lap traffic, has really lost out on some time and got to get pedal to the metal in this stint before he potentially hands over to Nathan Lewis. That's a pass for the GT4 lead, by the way. Pure Sims Esports has got in front of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. First time they've swapped around, and now Matthew Turnbull has been able to do plenty of fuel saving. The question will be, does Jürgen Frank want to be content to ride around and do the same, or will he go a little bit more aggressive? More Sim Racing and MSI have been split up through the lap traffic that's been swarming around on them. Those two split now by 1.5 seconds, so outside of drafting range. Pure Sims will go down the inside. Team 75 should be already through, heading down into turn 7, so won't cost MSI too much. They should still have some clean air to separate them. Meanwhile, in 992, gap between the 959 and the 905, David, is already down to 5 seconds. So Alessandro Bico has eaten 2 seconds into that gap that Carl Jansen enjoyed.
Yeah, and I think the longer we go into this stint, the more we are actually going to see that that difference in tyres in GT3 and in the 992 class. Definitely a much shorter stop from currently class leading 959. That's just how quickly a 905 and 943 Williams Esports and Logitech G Altus Esports gonna catch all this back up.
Behind.
And one other thing there though about this, tyre strategy, whatever, you've seen all these GT3s take their pit stop, come out right into this traffic of GT4s and TCRs. I think Williams Esports at the lead by their 2-tyre stop. they've actually come out of their pit lane clear of a little bit of this traffic that the other guys behind have got to work their way through. So sure, not a tyre advantage really at play there, but I think they just saved themselves a little bit of traffic, which we've seen is costing quite a bit of time when you've got to work your way around a GT4 lead battle, a TCR lead battle.
Maybe that's something that you can think about as well when you're deciding how many tires you want to put onto the car. And after this first stint of the race, the teams will have a much better picture of how they want to use their tires over the course of the race. No tire limits, but can very much use them as a strategic element over the course of the race itself. Sim racing has grown so much that some of these bigger teams will have engineers, they'll have spotters and data analysts working behind the scenes, not just the 2 drivers, maybe 3 drivers in the car, but the help behind the scenes to make it all run smoothly. Looking at Tim Matska in the T3 Motorsports number 7 car. Now, this is the car that's got a 5-second penalty that it hasn't served just yet, so it will slide back in line very slightly. But at least for now, focusing on that German sim racing car in front of it as they work their way onto the back straight, or the main straight. That final corner, as our producer Tyler Maxon informed us pre-race, not just a fast race car driver, but apparently full of knowledge as well. Although, having said that, he's not a great commentator, so I'm not sure how much knowledge he really has to share. But that last corner is called Catalunya because it actually points towards the city itself. Random factoid if you wanted to learn about that. Another completely random factoid if you were curious, but there's a hotel at the Sebring International. We'll get back to that, excuse me, because Yannick Lapchan, I think, has had a nightmare. What's happened to him in that Altus Esports 43? I see him on pit lane, but why is he on pit lane? That's the question, because he really shouldn't be there at this point in time after already having pitted. Now, was there an incident that's forced him to run down onto pit lane, or is there a technical issue? Not sure which one it is. Believe it was a technical issue. But potentially Tyler Maxon is saying there was a spin, but it was while he was having a technical issue, David.
When it rains, it pours.
Right, like, I don't know how much worse it can get.
Yeah, that's a real shame for them. I mean, it's been a tough break since lap number 1 when, if you believe the steward's interpretation, which I do, they got forced off track, lost some spots there, have had to fight pretty hard, and now some potentially technical problems to go on top of all of that for the number 43.
Will R8G have a look this time? Oh, they thought about it, but Sami Matti-Trogan was ready to cover them off. Kimichev might try the outside, but that Porsche will slide its way wide, cover off the move. Now, I had a point queued up, and now it's just totally disappeared from me. I'm not going to lie. We'll go back to what I was talking about with the Sebring stuff, though. The Sebring, there's a hotel at Sebring, which is actually owned by IMSA itself. Now, IMSA doesn't operate the hotel, but it does own it, and just random facts. That's what we're here for. We've got stories, we've got factoids, and David Haynes, you're going to be staying there this year.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've got to go ahead and book this week. So if you're watching this broadcast, don't go ahead and book out all of the rooms for July.
Be right back getting my credit card out.
Can I borrow it?
No.
Damn it. Oh, there's another bit of a cone murder. But yeah, a lot of hotels are... the building is owned by one company who leases it to a different company who've then licensed the name and whatever. There's actually always a pretty deep rabbit hole to a lot of properties.
Yeah, you could really go down that rabbit hole if you really wanted to. Something's happened.
I stayed at a hotel in Sydney once where the building was owned by the government of the Philippines.
Oh, interesting.
Because the hotel was on a piece of land that was owned by the government of the Philippines for their, like, embassy or whatever.
Right.
It occupied the ground floor with a hotel above it that was operated by an entirely separate organization.
So watch this, by the way, with the 99... What was Vendaval thinking there? I mean, come on. That was, I believe, Stefan Ash behind the wheel of that number 9 GT3 car. But, I mean, There's cars in front of you. Anders Dahl, the innocent victim there, and I think lucky that they didn't take out that TCR machine as well during that incident, and that was the Core Sim Racing TCR car as well. Now, there was never a door there, David. Never a door there.
No, the only thing I can think of is the nose of the Lamborghini does kind of look like a snowplow, but there was not a width down the inside of 3 to try that, and we've seen that cause a couple of problems, including, you know, some of our GT3 leaders tapping some TCR cars, thinking, oh, is the door going to open up down the inside of turn 3 here as the car in front swings a little wide? And then the answer is no, it doesn't, and you get some front to rear contact at the turn-in point.
Yep. And another thing for race control to investigate, they've had a couple of warnings given out. They've had a couple of no further actions that have been warned about as well. One extra time penalty that I think has just come through is for the Talk Freak Racing 481 car, not leaving enough room for the Team Fordzilla. So that was the moment that those two came together, and I thought maybe Team Fordzilla was the one at fault there, David, but no, race control has seen it the other way around, and it's Talk Freak Racing's the one that's going to get a 5-second penalty.
I mean, both of them were the losers in that, regardless of what race control ended up figuring, right?
Yes, true. They both did lose out there. Team Fordzilla at least is ahead of Talk Freak Racing. You've had other issues, so they're now 30 seconds clear of one another for the time being. The 420 in control, at least in that mini little battle within the war. Bila Racing Team Euronics have closed ever so slightly on Daniel Lafuente. Lafuente really lost out with the traffic last time by 44.749 for him, a 43.986 for Luca Kita. So the gap is about 6.8 seconds, but he's not really being able to reel it in at the pace that he would really like. And Phil Dinez with 4 tires is actually losing ground to Daniel Lafuente, Lorenzo. Out of the pit stop, he was about 11 seconds back. He's now 15 seconds back. Not what he wanted to see.
I think in his defense, though, is that Dinez is struggling with traffic quite a lot. If you're looking at him, he's battling with the Mala. There's a Torque Free car in front, nearby him. There's RVG behind, so he's trying to do 3 things at the same time. So multitasking sometimes is difficult. Of course, I'm not saying that he cannot do it. It's just the fact that the situation right now in the second stint is not favorable to him. It happens. It's racing. So all you have to do is try to forget what happened now. Try to get some really good laps in. Open up some gap and basically forget that the first half of your second stint didn't happen.
Looks like our second retirement from the race will be that Logitech G Altus Esports 43 car. We'll try and get word from the crew as to what has happened there. Of course, the technical issue, but maybe it's something unrecoverable for Yannick Lapchan. Gap in your 992 class has opened up again very slightly as Fordzilla flashed the lights in their frustration with BS competition, but Alessandro Bico was about 5.5 seconds back. Now it's 4.5 seconds because I think Carl Jansen might have lost some time with some traffic based on the predicted lap time that I'm seeing right now. Still close in GT4 between Pure Sims and Team 75. It's now Pure Sims, of course, that is punching the hole in the air for Team 75, flipping around from what the first hour of the race had in store for that class. And in your TCR, it is Hoisting Velt that still has a 5-second advantage, although it's come down since the pit stop cycle. Marc Perez has been chased down and is now towing around Corentin Guinez in the Core Sim Racing 159 as more cones go for a murder. And this time, I think it's Sami Matti Trogan who's the one in some hot water there.
Yeah, David, before the court, get a jury of his peers, and they'll find him guilty on all counts of that one. In TCR, I don't. You got to do something different, but I'm not rating the strategy from Hoisting Felt. I don't think they got the pace to back up what they did, because they took 8, almost 9 seconds less fuel, and they don't have an 8 or 9 second lead, and they've got 5, and it's shrinking.
So maybe they're trying the strategy of they know that they're going to need a splash and dash at the end of this race, or there's going to be a shorter pit stop. Maybe they took the short pit stop early, and yeah, maybe they don't have the pace, but maybe they thought the track position would pay dividends, or maybe they're just going to try and distribute the stops a little bit differently. It's something we saw last week in the Sport Car Open race at Silverstone, where even though prototypes, for example, could go 22 laps, they were mostly doing 17, 18 lap stints on fuel or on tires, just balancing things out. Stefan Ash, who you can see the damage to the front of that car after that moment with the Aztec 992 car, another machine just losing the rear end heading into that corner. Just maybe a little bit too much speed, Lorenzo, maybe as well the balance of that car not where it needs to be.
Yeah, and it's a corner that you pretty want to hit the curbing on the inside. So if you want to hit the curbing on the inside, you kind of have to be precise in your braking. The balance of the car must not lean rearwards, and if it does lean rearwards, that's basically what happens. You go for a spin and a little bit on the bin, and you have to get back on the track. And luckily for them, they did it safely, even though their pride must have been hurt a little bit.
So, getting towards the halfway marker in hour 2 of this race. We were just talking about how Huizinga maybe didn't have the pace, but they've opened the gap up to now 6 seconds, so maybe they're just getting a bit more aggressive with the traffic. Maybe they've lost out a bit more in the early stages as we ride on board now with Vlad Kimichev in that Lamborghini, rolling through the final corner, running yourself out wide. Got Impulse, has some TCR traffic to dive your way through. So we got 3 GT3 representatives. We got the Porsche, we got the Lamborghini, we got the BMW. 3 very distinct engine noises. David Haynes, which one's your favorite?
Team Porsche all day.
Good answer.
My desktop background cycles through like 10, 12 images, and one of them is the engine from this car sitting on a stand.
Ooh, I like the sound of that, and I like the sound of the engine too. Let us know, by the way, if you're watching on VCO Esports on RaceBot TV, which one you like the sound of the most. Lorenzo, I mean, come on, surely it's Team Porsche.
I'll speak for him and say if you can't have a rotary, 9,000 RPM of flat 6 is the next best thing you're going to have.
I did the amateur thing. Although in my defense, my mouse hasn't been the best lately.
So what's your answer?
Team Porsche. Team
Okay.
Porsche. Sorry, I had to say Porsche.
3 for 3. It's a Porsche fan club in here in terms of the engine noise. I don't know. It's got that rasp. It's got that. To be fair, though, if I'm picking my favorite GT engine noise of the last 5 years, it goes to a different Porsche. It goes to the RSR instead.
Yeah, I'm never gonna forget it when I went to Daytona, and the funny thing is, you could be at the top of the grandstands, and you can still hear the reverberation of the 911 RSR flat 6 all the way down from the back straight. Like, they were in the back straight, you can even hear it. It's like more than a kilometer away, and you can still hear that cacophony of a car.
Now, it is an engine note in the GTLM, the GTE machine, that does change year on year as they evolve the car and do things with the rear diffuser and the exhaust system. So different years have different sounds, but Tyler Maxson says that the 2020 iteration of that car is the best sounding engine that he has heard, and well, he's got plenty of real world experience listening to those engines as an IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge driver. Still looking at the race control sheet, by the way. There's been nothing new that has come down just yet, so there's plenty of things that race control is still working their way through. At my last count, 10 different incidents that the stewards have to adjudicate. They've got the fun job, we've got the easy job. Live timing and scoring available at our partners at timing71.org. Follow the race, follow your favorite team and drivers. You can use their data analysis tools as well to pick apart what's going on in the race strategy. Yes, we've only had 1 cycle of pit stops. We're getting closer and closer to the second stops for the 992s, for the GT4s, and for the TCRs as well. Gap in 992, we haven't really talked about that too much and focused on that too much, but Course Sim Racing really starting to lose some pace in those tires, and Alessandro Bico is making hay while the sun still shines. It's 3.5 seconds the advantage, and he's closing in a way that Simona Maria Marcheno has just not been able to do yet, David, because Marcheno is still further, almost 4 seconds back from that Williams Esports 905.
Yeah, for Core, their silver lining here is they're already halfway through this next stint. Your leaders in this class went 30 on the first stint. They're now working 16 of this stint. So yeah, if the pace doesn't hit a cliff for Core, then it's not catastrophic. But I worry how much performance they've got for the next 14 or 15 laps, and it's looking in a pretty sweet zone for Alessandro Bico in this Williams car. And we know that this is a car that's pretty sensitive to its fuel load, to its fuel weight, and the fuel position, because that fuel cell is out front of the driver over the front axle. As you start burning the fuel away, this is a car that can come good.
That new generation Cup car is really a mini GT3. It's not got driver aids in the form that we have here on the iRacing service. The endurance format of that car does actually offer you some of the driver aids that you've come to know from the GT3s, but most series have them turned off. They rely on the driver to get the maximum of the car. Lap time difference, like we were saying earlier, only about 3 seconds between the GT3s, the 992s, when that 992 generation Cup car debuted in America last year at the Sebring 12-hour and the IMSA weekend there. The lap times were almost identical between some of the amateur drivers and the fastest pros in that 992 car. Yeah, you know, maybe they're not racing on track at the same time, so there's a little variance in the track conditions, but it's basically the same, and gives you an indication of just how rapid that new generation Cup car is. Of course, takes center stage in the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup, and here on iRacing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Battle in the GT4 sees Carbon SimSport get past German Sim Racing on the run down into turn 1, as Carbon SimSport has another position gain in their recovery after that incident that they had working through turn 7. Now this is the closest battle in class. It's really opened up in the GT4. It's opened up for the most part in the 992s as well. Only Anders Dahl in that Aztec SimSport Volante car is within a second of someone else, and that's the Pure Sims machine. In GT3, it's a couple of close fights. German Sim Racing being hunted down by Bram van Putten in Team 10 van Bernard by Sim RC car, and of course the three-way fight that's continuing to go on for third. But that portion of the race, Lorenzo, where things slow down and drivers now have to start hitting their fuel numbers.
Yeah, especially with a race that I think for the GT4s and the TCRs and the 992s could go either way. It's going to be an interesting one, how we can break down that in the final pit stops, in the final maybe in the last pit stop, to be more precise, in my opinion, because we've kind of discussed that early on. That might have been a late pit stop or an early pit stop, because we saw sometimes these cars going 40 minutes, 45 minutes, like we saw at Monza, because it is a burning up track. It's a track that burns up the fuel, and some of the tracks like Rebel Ring also can burn up the fuel as well, but you can save so much on the straights. So it's a little bit of an interesting one, how this one can go, and who can go maybe the longest while being still the fastest, can actually get on this one and make up some ground if you're trying to battle for positions in the podium standings.
One race to go after this, so crucial for some of these teams in the championship fights to make sure they get some good points heading into that final race. In terms of championship leaders, R8G, they were 7 points clear of the 46 coming into this one. They didn't qualify. Well, they qualified decently, especially compared to last time, but they had a very difficult start that dropped them back, and have managed to cycle their way back up into 5th, but they need some luck to go their way in order to head into that final race with the championship lead. If it holds as it is right now, it would be the Biela team that takes a 2-second advantage, 2 points advantage, excuse me, not second advantage, into that final race. The 45 car was a 12-point further back. They're out of the mix as well. BS Competition, they're not in the hunt. Williams Esports definitely not in the hunt after 2 finishes outside, 3 finishes, excuse me, outside of the top 10. Only 1 podium to speak to their season. In the 992s, Altus Esports is in a good spot. They were about 18 points clear coming into this, so looking okay for them. Core Sim Racing, well, that's maybe why they're gambling a bit on the strategy, is they know that they need to try and gather the maximum points that they can here today. And has there been an issue for the race gear team? Because David, I see that maybe they've had a technical issue of their own and they've had to get a new driver to jump in. Miko Malkavara has taken over the 429 and they now run last in the GT4s.
Yeah, true. Yeah, they're just rejoining the race. So they've been forced into a second stop. Was Yussi Katia driving that car?
I think so, yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, so that is what's happened. Similar to, I guess, the problem for number 43 and Yannick Lapchin.
So another dropout for another driver. It was, and Miko actually took the first stint of the race. They did a driver swap during that first cycle of pit stops, and unfortunately, that stint lasted about 16 laps for UC before it said his internet said no mass, and well, in gets Miko once more to run to the next stint of the race. That's a concern though, Lorenzo. If you have an issue, you never know if it's going to pop its head up once more, and from this point forward, you're really going to be concerned. Concerned as well will be Carl Janssen, because the gap between him and Williams Esports, 0.6 of a second now.
Yeah, it's just went completely poof in the last few laps. I don't know if there's any damage, or I think it's just the fact that Alessandro Bico just turned up the heat on that car and is flying around the track right now. And they're about to catch a Team Fordzilla car, so I don't think that Carl has the grip or the pace enough to hold Bico long enough until they go into the pit stop and still in the lead.
Williams looking to get the class lead in 2 classes as into the chicane they go. Working lap 52 of the race for these cars, and Carl Janssen clambers over the anti-cut curb, might just compromise his run out of the final corner down through this 1 kilometer long main straightaway. Bico's got the draft, but just not close enough right now. In fact, Janssen a bit closer to the Fordzilla machine, a little bit more of a helping hand from his draft there. Bico's going to throw it down to the inside. Battle surely not going to be long in the tooth here. In terms of the other Williams car, Daniel Lafuente doing a great job. 8 seconds now clear of Luca Kita in that Biela Racing Team Euronics 46 car. So looking good for Williams in both classes. And don't forget as well, David, they've got a third one in this race. It's just racing under the Marla name. It's always confusing. Is Marla BS? Is Marla Williams? You got to look at the drivers to really figure it out.
Yeah, so I mean, good for Williams. You can see that their names in the top 2, not on the scrolly bit of 2 of the categories on the left-hand side of your screen. And this battle in 992 is where the interest surely is. You did have Altus catching him as well to give us that 3-way fight for the lead back again shortly. And one thing I noticed in turn 1 particularly, both of these drivers, both these cars, straddling the yellow curb at the apex of turn 1, something that something I'd seen GT3 cars do in past, but a lot of them have been avoiding this weekend.
Interesting. Of course, when the Porsche Esports Super Cup came here, it played host to a, let's say, roller derby of a race. Joachim Frenosch, if you want to go check him out on Twitter, did a wonderful little meme video. I can hear Lorenzo laughing. You just check out his Twitter, you'll see what I mean. He put things to the Mario Bowling music. Fantastic. Haven't seen that so much today, which is a good thing, with four classes, very different classes in terms of the speed they run as well. Sometimes you do expect plenty of traffic incidents as they navigate through the traffic, but it's been good. It's been overall, other than a couple of moments here and there, been very, very good. Williams all over the back. As David mentioned, Altus only 3 and a bit seconds further behind as they look to try and get into this battle for the lead. But the pace from Alessandro Bico is looking impervious, and he'll look down to the inside, coming down through turn 5, will usher off Carl Janssen to the very edge of the track and have the inside for the next bit of the corner. And while Janssen wants to fight this one back, he's got to be sure that he doesn't get involved in anything here. His tires are already surely right on the edge of their grip and their limit, but he's holding on for now. But Bico is coming, and Bico is coming on quickly.
That was mega around the outside of the chicane there. You rarely see that, but he kept his nose in it, and I think a lot of space was given by Alessandro Bico, who recognizes the strategy play here and goes, when I get past this guy, I should be able to leave him for dust, so I just got to be careful about how I get past him. But he cannot wait forever, because you see that happen again, you see it happen a second time. There is Altus. And Simone Maria Marcheno will be in position to say buongiorno.
Closer and closer does the Italian get. Now, it's not just the tires, but like David's saying, the more you fight, the better it looks for us, the worse it is in terms of the ultimate performance. You lose so much time going wheel to wheel, no matter where you are out on track. Here comes the run. Janssen's going to the inside to defend this time, and again, will cost them just a little bit. MSI and Core, by the way, are to the lead in TCR because Huijsenveld's down on pit lane. Can Bico sweep that momentum around the outside of the corner? Through turn 3, they run up the hill, they climb. Bico's got the momentum, he's got a nose in front, but still Janssen fights this one back. Great defense from Janssen, but now might just be squeezed out to the outside line. Bico's a little bit more alongside than he was a lap ago. They bang doors, Janssen pops himself out wide, and Bico once more sends it deep through turn 5. Can Janssen do it again? Can he go around the outside at the chicane? Now Altus only 2.5 seconds back. Janssen continues to defend, but Bico finally slides his way back to the point, and Williams in control in 992, Lorenzo.
Yeah, battling for nearly half a lap side by side. Good to see they're fighting cleanly, giving space to each other. A little bit of a door banging, but that is part of racing. That's part of Porsche. Good to see that. What that did in favor for Simone Maria Marcheno is that brought the gap to 2.3 seconds to both of them. So that ciao buongiorno from Simone Maria Marcheno could become real if Carl's get a really good run on the main straight to try to make an overtake on turn number 1. But of course, traffic pending because they're right in the middle of GT4 traffic.
I thought maybe that Carbon SimSport GT4 car might help Carl Janssen to maybe even try and get the lead back away, but they were able to catch it onto the main straightaway, so didn't check up Bico too much. Now that Acetec GT4 car might play a bigger factor as Bico goes ultra defensive all the way to the grass, and Janssen gets almost into the rear end of that GT4 car, locking the brakes, almost running into the back of them through turn number 1. For now, Bico continues to lead, but the tires from Janssen don't seem to have dropped off a complete hill right now, David. He's able to keep quite close, is Carl Janssen.
Yeah, he's staying in this fight for the moment, and they didn't lose as much time fighting as you might have expected. Only half a second or so. Altus have now got still a bunch of traffic between themselves and the leaders. So how does it play out? Let's say it's close, and you would give pretty much even odds on all of your top 3 for the win at the moment, the way they're going.
Now, the other thing to consider is the fact that if Core Sim Racing can hold on to this spot for about 10 minutes or so, we'll get into the pit window. So if they can keep in the draft, they'll be in a great spot, all things considered, after taking the 2 tires. Here's Bram Van Putten trying to get a move done on Filip Matrevski behind the wheel of that PRC Ronin Simsport 78 car. Towards the tail end of the points positions is this fight. You'd see the Williams Esports GT3 car also getting a bit checked up behind that battle for the 992 lead, where now it is 2.7 seconds that splits the top 3. Janssen has dropped back a bit further, I think by virtue of some of that traffic. I don't think the tires have fallen off as much as he would expect, but he's just on the bubble of drafting range. He's got to work to try and do something here. Maybe that was a bit of team games there, Lorenzo. The Williams GT3 helping out the 992.
Yeah, just coming on the exit of Sector 2 into Sector number 3, and then just bleeding them by La Caixa, and that's why the gap went over a second a little bit. And then at the opening of lap number 56 for the 992 class, car also had a little bit of a half spin, or the car got a little bit wobbly on the exit of turn number 2 specifically. So some moments for that core car. I don't know if the tires are shot, but it does look the advantage going to the Williams, just because the car seems to be a little bit more stable than usual.
Couple of things have happened. Marla have been passed by Vlad Kimichev, who launched it to the inside to get away fourth from Sami Matti Trogan in that Marla car. I think Vendaval might now be our next retirement from this race, because I think Stefan Ash has had another moment out on track, had to take the tow back to pit lane. Might equal our third retirement of the race. All 3 of them would be in the GT3s. Vendaval would join Altus and Pure Sims watching on from the sidelines. Great angle there. You get that sense of speed, even though that turn 9 typically hasn't been flat in a GT3 car. You're probably closer to being flat than you've ever been before with these aerodynamic updates. Be interesting maybe to talk to some of the teams, talk to some of the drivers, and understand how those changes have affected them and affected the setup. There you also see the separation that BS Competition has, as we'll check out what happened here, and it will be the launch from Vlad Kimichev, who gets just clear of that Auris Racing car, stops it on a dime, no contact between them. That was bold, but that was so perfectly executed, David.
I wouldn't be so confident to say no contact between the 2 of them. I think there was just a little bit of nudge, but it was it's clean enough, and there was no way you could say that they forced them off track. It was a fair move.
Oh, that's plenty of contact between Bram Van Putten in that Team 75 GT3 car and the Ronin 78, and that was as they tried to put a lap on the Team 75 992 car. Always confusing if you look at the front end of those Porsches. The rear end's a little bit more different. The 992 has a much stouter
huge light bar.
Yeah, well, it's also stouter. Like, it's a chunky rear end in a good way. I'm not trying to criticize it. Now I've got I like big butts and I don't lie in my head.
Lightsaber for tail lights.
True. That it does. There's going to be a pass maybe for MSI as they'll look to the inside. Danny Elgabay did take 4 tires, remember. And we'll get past Sami Matti Trogan, who's maybe struggling now with the tires. Now, if there was contact, it doesn't look like that. That car looks like it's relatively factory fresh. Maybe just plenty of bugs around it, Lorenzo. If there was contact, again, I think it was as minimal as you can get, and the pace drop-off that we're seeing from that Marla car must surely be down to the tires at this point. Maybe the Porsche just a little bit more aggressive on the tires over the course of the double.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think yesterday when we covered the other race, we probably had a conversation where the Porsches would have been the car, when we covered Interlagos, I think would have been a car that struggled, I think, with the wasted rubber, eventually down the line for the GT3s. But it's still a very new world for these new aerodynamic tire changes, because we see the Battlefield 50 between Carbon and Acetek, and that Acetek looking a little bit more aggressive. I thought he was going to open up to the outside and make the overtake into 24.
Well, no, we've got drama, and we've got drama for the race lead. Race control, a 10-second time penalty for BS Competition for the move, which got them the lead of the race from the Biela Racing Team Euronics. Now that will drop them another 10 seconds back. They're already 16 odd seconds away. There is that BS turn delivery car. A couple more things to walk you through. The 45 is a 5-second time penalty for a lap traffic moment with the MSI Esports TCR car. And then a big penalty for the PRT Ronin 78. That's a 30-second time penalty for a defensive move in reaction to something with Altus, and that was in the first hour of the race. So 3 penalties there, all for GC3s. But again, the big one is the one that has implications for the lead of this race, David. I mean, it was a hard move. Was it a fair move, in your mind?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Cop out, real big cop out from David Haynes.
Sitting on the fence. That is, you're getting splinters right now.
Yeah, my absolute perfect room temperature take.
Lorenzo, do you want to be a little bit more opinionated?
No. I'll rather sit on the fence on this one.
You guys, Radio Show Limited would be ashamed with you guys.
If you tell me, Lorenzo, look at the replay and see if it was fair, then maybe I might look at the replay and see if it was fair.
Go look at the replay.
Oh, then I'll look at the replay.
Let's look at the replay.
Let's look at the replay. Tyler Maxon's going to cue that up for us behind the scenes. We'll grab another a look at that incident between those two cars. At least for now, though, BS Competition works to try and get past some cars. So there's one look at it. I think we might need to look maybe from the aerial look at what happened there, because that was close. No, okay, we're not going to get a better look at that just yet, because that's Tyler Maxon, who has been vigorously gathering highlights in real time of what's been going on in this race. That's him queuing up that little bit of a moment to get you multiple angles. The benefit that we have here on the sim is going to take us a couple of moments, so we'll try and get that for you. Let us know what you thought about that move. If you're watching on VCO Esports, if you're watching on RaceBot TV, always interested to hear your thoughts as we work closer and closer to that next pit cycle of the race. Should see the 992, should see the GT4, should see the TCRs all coming down in the next moments. Core Sim Racing have dropped 2.5 seconds back behind Williams Esports into the clutches of Simona Maria Marcheno, who's looking down to the inside. R8G takes it 3 wide, but Core Sim Racing should have the outside to carry that momentum forward. I mean, overall, I don't think the strategy call from Core is the worst in the world. That was plenty of contact, though, between Altus and Core. More contact than what we saw between...
992 replay of the GT3 stuff, you know. Anything the big boys can do, they can do as well.
But with a bit more contact.
And a pretty hefty lockup from Altus there that sort of sailed a car width and then a little more and then a little more wide of the apex, unfortunately.
Yep, that is for sure. Let's see if we could take a replay of what happened there, because I'd be curious at taking another look. I was just scrolling through the decision sheet trying to see if there was anything that we had maybe missed while discussing what has been going on. So that would have been an interesting one to take.
Do you give that back if you're Altus, or do you just race on and what happens, happens?
Well, it depends on how you look at it, right? Because if you think that your move was fine, well,
back now.
Yeah, Well, now we're getting to F1 situations, right? Which is when do you give the place back? It was right.
Rex had this same can of worms rabbit hole.
That's what I was thinking about. Sorry, you're right. It was the World Endurance Championship with the RSRs, the 911s, wasn't it? And the Ferrari. Last year at the very end of the championship. So Williams is down on pit lane. So is Core Sim Racing. Altus goes a lap longer, as GT4s are also down on pit lane. At least one is, in the form of Torque Freak Racing. Now Altus getting a helping hand there from the T3 Motorsports car. That was friendly. That was a friendly little love tap. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at first this with the BS competition and the Bila car. This is not where the contact was. That was the first bit of contact that they had. The first time that BS competition tried to get the move done and dusted. As what's happened to Sven Haase? More drama for Sven Haase, who I think has actually had an incident. There's another look. That's a better look. Now BS competition does miss the apex, so I think we can say that. Now does he lock up? I don't know, but yeah, he's
nothing. No overlap. Nothing before the braking zone. So they're both on the brakes, committed to the corner as BS, shoot in.
Oh, Altus tries to go around the Carbon Sim Sport car through the chicane and then rejoins into the path of the undercut racing team. That is a horrific rejoin from Simona Maria Marcheno, but the contact will be what everyone is talking about, and that is optimistically lunged to the inside. I don't think I put any blame on the GT4 car there. You put full blame on Marcheno for that rejoin.
If anything, I'm shocked he wasn't heading for pit in after that. It's about time he was slow in that sector. I'd consider just jumping across onto pit entry. Rear is toast.
Yeah, that's Sven Haase, whose car is already significantly damaged. Let's be clear. You can see the right rear portion of the wing is drooping down very slightly. It's not happy. It's got a frown on its face, but let's try and turn that frown upside down. Sven Haase is at least still in the race. GT4 pit stops, by the way, getting underway for your leaders as Team 75 and Pure Sims roll out in opposite directions. Go ahead, Lorenzo.
So I have point of views as we look at another replay. Let's see what happened with the car.
This was before.
Cold tires.
This was before. That carbon car had actually just come out of pit lane and was before the contact that it had with Altus.
Oh, okay. So, but of course, not related whatsoever. Code tires right there. But the incident with Altus is that the rejoin. I love Simone, man. He's a great guy. A horrible rejoin, but he got lucky because Team Undercut, I think, was just coming into the pit lane. I think he had Team Undercut not come into the pit lane on that lap. I think the contact probably would have been made. There would have been a good chance. Of course, the GT4s can stop that car quite well, so it was a little bit surprising. And the issue with Sven is even guys with 10K I rating can make mistakes. That makes me a little bit more happy.
Yeah, fair enough. But you penalize the incident, you don't penalize the outcome. Rejoins need to be done safely, because if there's more cars coming, that's going to be a worse incident. That's the reality of the situation, right? So if I'm in race control, which again, I'm glad I'm not, I would look on that very, very dimly. And the big thing is as well, by virtue of that contact, it's going to send Altus backwards. But don't forget, David, Altus were the ones that made that humdinger of contact with the Core Sim Racing car, which has cost them a bunch of time. They went from being 2.5 seconds back through the pit stop cycle to now 5.5 seconds back. Yes, about a second or 2 seconds of that is down to the time in pit lane. But, I mean, they're not going to be thrilled with what happened there, and I think Team Fordzilla won't be thrilled because Javier Roman is had an issue. I think he's trying to get it back pointed in the right direction, but I see him as being off the track right now.
Did you say Fordzilla?
Yes, I did.
Well, it would have been on their outlap as well. So we've seen that the cold tyres are a mighty, mighty handful for these GT4s. And that's, I mean, it looks like he's hit a patch of oil. He's not going that far. Nothing that crazy. And just loses the rear. A little lazy in the middle of the corner. And it is a tough spot to be spun around, as your sharp intake of breath let us know.
Yeah, and that's your TCR leaders. Hoisingveld coming through with Core Sim Racing close behind them. Now, those two have gotten back out onto the same patch of tarmac because Hoisingveld and the 9 second short fill that they did in that first cycle of the race hasn't worked out at all. As now Core Sim Racing is going to close up all the way to them. MSI has fallen back a little bit. I think maybe there was some contact that they had that maybe we missed. Lorenzo was reporting that Williams and Altus potentially had some major drama. Altus has come out right alongside with Williams as well, so that's why Altus has gone for the short fill, and some drama there, Lorenzo.
Drama with a big D, and it's in middle name, because what happened is that both Simone and Biko were battling for position at turn number 4, and not far behind was actually the Williams Esports leading GT3 car. And what happened is that both Simone and Biko came together on the downhill into turn number 5 and nearly just made contact that would have sent them both around the track.
So let's look on the replay here. It's down the hill into turn 5. Marcheno does have the advantage, but Biko sends it deep, maybe bumps Marcheno wide, and then as Marcheno tries to get back onto the tarmac before that curb comes to an end and grass is on the outside of the corner, there's just not much room. Now there is maybe a quarter of a car length to his outside, but I don't think Marcheno really had too much more room to operate there. Biko is always trying to squeeze him, leaving as little room as possible, and that is fantastic car control, David, from Alessandro Biko to hold on to that one.
Look, I'm also a card-carrying member of the Simone Maria Marcheno, appreciation group, but he has not done himself a whole lot of favors in the last 15, 20 minutes. Oh, another Varnage. Okay. They sneak past our little TCR battle.
TCR battle works its way onto the back straight, and if you're Core Sim Racing, if Hoisingveld's not terribly off the pace, you don't force the issue! Team Fordzilla through the final corner. Well, it might not just be cold tires, maybe that setup imbalance, because through that final corner, it pitched to the inside and straight into the wall. We're going to do straight to the replay. Oh, they get into the gravel as well, and not just into the wall, but in to the wall goes that Team Fordzilla car as Core Sim Racing takes away the race lead in TCR. GT4 lead battle as well as Team 75 holds on. My, oh my, what an exciting 5 minutes of action that has really just picked up the speed, picked up the tempo of this race. As here comes Altus almost running into the back of Williams.
They totally did, bumping them off the corner there as they both got checked up by GT4. Now you got Biela working their way around the outside of the both of them. There will be steam coming out the ears and the radiators of both of these.
I thought you were just going to say the head of Marcheno, to be completely honest, which is not uncommon. Pure Sims, by the way, I think got a slowdown penalty for trying to set up the entry into turn 1 a little bit too much, because they've dropped now 1.3 back from that 475, but they're not totally out of the drafting range. I'm still amazed at what happened with the Team Fordzilla car, where, again, it wasn't just into the wall. It was into the wall, and with that, Lorenzo, any chance of them fighting for the championship went up in smoke.
Yeah, if they had a little bit of a sparkle, if they had any fairy dust in it, it just went kaput immediately. So they can kiss any chances of battling this championship in the GT4s goodbye, unless something really drastic happens and the mouth of Lorenzo Bonder just works magic, and I'm not going to do that. Even if Will Chadwick comes into this chat and tells me to do it, I'm not going to do that.
Well, getting to the end of hour number 2. GT3 pit stop should be imminent. We saw them go just beyond the hour last time. Can they do
3
this?
more laps.
Yeah, they should have 3 more laps. I think Odox Motorsports might have had a technical failure because they stopped on track and then took the tow back to pit lane in their TCR car. Not sure what happened there. Bit of a bizarre one. Here comes Altus, though, in the draft. Now, they're under investigation for not one, but 2 different things. So they're going to have to keep that in their minds. I don't want to... What's the phrase? First time, it's on me. Second time, I'm a fool. Third time...
Yeah, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice.
Yes.
You know, can't be fooled again. No. That was someone else. But yeah, I mean... Oh, gosh.
I don't even blame either of them. That's a racing incident. Marla just trying to work their way through that chicane. There's a reason why that chicane is such a tricky place for traffic, David.
Yeah, and it's so tough to be patient through there. There's no way to pass that isn't inconveniencing someone. Either you wait and you see, you know, half a second slip away from your dash if you're a GT3 or a 991 car or whatever, or you know, try to push on through, and stuff like that happens. It's narrow, it's tight, you've hardly got enough damn steering lock for some of these cars.
Getting messages from Will Chadwick right now. He's not thrilled. Last round wasn't easy. This round wasn't easy as well. He hasn't been able to get into that car before they've taken any sort of damage. Last time they pounded around to do the laps to just get some points. I don't think we'll necessarily see that today, but we'll wait and see. They were able to get back onto track after just 46 seconds of repairs. That's remarkable. I don't know. That must be a Magic Ford. The Magic Fordzilla carpet ride or something that they used there to get that car back and rolling after the hard impact. Williams Esports, by the way, in GT3, first to come down to pit road. BS Competition follows them down. The Bila 46 car goes 1 lap longer, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised with that. Oh, I honestly thought this money was actually going to send on the inside of that Impulse TCR. And now it gets blocked off on the exit of turn number 2, and the gap is going to widen up a little bit. Who's that behind? Is that Core who joined the fray? Oh, yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, Core have caught up. Now they've got 4 tires. They're able to push just that little bit harder as they run themselves in towards turn 5. Bit of separation now between Williams and Altus to the tune of a second. Carl Jansen still behind. In fact, all 3 of the starting drivers still behind the wheel of the top 3 in this 992 class. David, you've been remarking at the miraculous job that the Asetek SimSports Volante guys are seemingly able to do, as they've been able to take a full hour. And it's another GT3 car trying to get through on the GT Force, coming through that chicane. Maybe they should get the memo. That's not the best place to try and get the pass done.
Yeah, the other memo that's going to be distributed is if you're following a TCR or a GT4 through turns 1 and 2, there isn't a gap that opens down the inside of 3. You know, we just saw Altus in this battle lose out because Simone was looking for a door to open there that just never did. But on the strategy for this class, I mean, I've been just monitoring the number 996 Asetek SimSports Volante going 3 laps longer every stint than these leading cars, and somehow, for the first time I think we've seen all season long, one of these Porsche 992 cars with the fuel restriction is making 60-minute stints, so therefore they're going to be able to cut out a pit stop. Now, I don't think the lane delta is so massive here, as you've got German SimSport rejoining, trying to split up this gap here, but they're going to have to wait, and that costs Core. Yeah, I don't think the pit lane delta is massive here. It's an F1 speed, 80km/h pit lane. It's not super long with a difficult entry or exit, but still they're going to cut out a stop. So we'll see if they can, you know, fall. Probably aiming for 4th, I think.
I mean, it's a minimum of 60 seconds that they'll gain, I would think, by cutting out the stop. Might even be a 75-second delta, depending on how it's going to go. So that's something to keep in mind there. But an interesting strategy call. MSI still out there on track, extending the stint once more in the GT3 class, with driver changes ongoing for the likes of Bila, R8G, and Team 75. Williams and BS Competition have already done their driver change, and Interestingly, BS Competition has done the driver change, but only changed 2 tires. Nathan Lewis has gotten into that car, but only a 54-second stop. They've closed up to Sotomuto, the Japanese man who has jumped behind the wheel of that Williams Esports number 5. Now, where are they going to come out in comparison to the Biela car? So BS Competition is in the middle of Williams and Biela. Again, remember, they've got the 10-second penalty to still be served. RHG's then 15 seconds back from the Biela team. So BS Competition would slide into net third as things run. But given that they didn't take 2 tires on stop number 1, Lorenzo, interesting that they're taking 2 on stop number 2.
Yeah, which in my strategy book right here is basically strategy P, in my opinion, because that makes no sense anymore. The one thing I'm quite surprised though is that none of the teams went for a risky gamble of double stinting the tires, right? So I'm a bit surprised none of the teams has done that so far. I'm wondering if they're saving that for maybe the final 2 hours of this race, try to go for a risky strategy, try to move up places or make up some ground, and try to survive with the fact that the track is going to be at its coldest maybe.
Now, in terms of your track conditions, it is about 33 degrees Celsius right now as we've just passed noon here in the virtual Barcelona. Might get a little bit warmer, but we're getting closer and closer to the top of the temperature window.
It's going up that lift hill of the roller coaster. Eventually you reach the peak and it has to come back down.
Yeah, no, we're getting usually maybe 1:30. The peak window. It all depends on, again, where the sun is in the sky. 12th of March to coincide with the real race date as well. So we'll see. Maybe it gets up to 35 degrees Celsius at its highest. So Danny Elgabe, we're talking about magic fuel from the MSI. So the Aztec, yeah, the 996. But MSI and Mahler, 35 laps this time around. Elgabe's in now, Trogan's following him in. They're not going to cut a pit stop out. They will make that final stop much, much shorter, David.
And then, again, this is what we see sometimes of the tyre strategy driving the fuel strategy, or the other way around, is they go long on the fuel on some of these earlier stints. When it comes to the end of the race, if they're looking at, you know, their last stint only being 30 minutes or, 35 minutes or 40 minutes or whatever, we'll be far more confident on taking 2 tires or double stinting tires if they fancy that as the track cools off. They're gonna have a couple more, just more reason to be comfortable with their strategy decision on tires come that final stop, because it's going to be a shorter run to the flag than what others will have to do.
So we might have another retirement, and it does look as though it's the Biela Racing Team 45 car.
A lot of people do retire to Spain.
True, it's a nice place to retire, but they were sitting 3rd in the championship. I have a feeling that MSI, Team 75, and even BS Competition will leapfrog them there. Maybe the Mahler Racing Team. With a win, Williams Esports would be able to jump over them as well. So watch for that. We'll give you the rundown at the very end of this race. MSI Esports Blue, Danny Elgabe, has done another 2-tire stop. Although, correct me if I'm wrong, Lorenzo, they actually did the 4-tire stop last time around. So this is their first 2-tire stop. Danny Elgabe will be taking that car to the halfway marker of the race.
Yeah, that's precisely right. And for this one, I think the 2-tire strategy they've basically gone towards is a little bit more on the marks for that team. Doing really good so far. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the jump on any other teams, depending on circumstances on the final pit stop. But things are looking promising for the Spanish team running on their home track.
Yep. Seeing maybe some more penalties coming on in, a 5-second time penalty for the 467, but crucially, this is still getting inputted right now. 5-second time penalty for the 943, that's the Altus Esports car. That 992 class is all three of the runners at the top of the heap, separated by under a second at this point, so that's going to be crucial. And I would not be shocked if there are more penalties coming down on this car, David. So not a good way for Altus to get into this penultimate race of the season. Now again, they've got a nice healthy advantage over Core Sim Racing behind them, but they want to make sure they've got one hand on that championship heading into that final race. And it's already looking as though, I'm just watching live as race controllers typing away and putting down these penalties. They've got something else coming their way. It is a time penalty. Question is how big? 15 seconds.
You texted someone cute, you can see that they're typing a response. We're watching the protest sheet come through and it's one penalty, it's two penalties, and there's still two more things under investigation on that sheet for the 943 that, you know, could be yet more penalties, could be no further action, but they're not clear, not out of the woods yet, and they've got at least 20 seconds to serve.
Now, I don't know if that the two other incidents under investigation are all related to what happened through that final chicane. One of them for the contact. Excuse me, no. One of the... Okay, I see. I was misreading how this is done. The 943 has one more... has two things that they've protested against. One was with the 469, apparently, and the other was with the 905, if I'm reading this correctly. The 905 being the Williams car, and that one was because of the chop that we saw, right, where Williams had to maybe leave a little bit more room for the Altus car. Williams came off the worst in that one, but again, penalize the incident, don't penalize the outcome. The other one's with the 469. Now, I think the 469 is the Carbon SimSport car. So surely, Lorenzo, that's for the initial bit of contact that spun them around, which wasn't Carbon's fault at all.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Well, but then again, we have to grab from that camera, from another camera, because the angle that we saw on the replay kind of didn't do any favors. Of course, it might have said that Carbon wasn't at fault, but we have to look again from another angle to see if Carbon was actually at fault right there, because it could have been.
So I'm gonna have to go and look, because I was judging based on the way that these were reported and how they were listed on the sheet, but apparently maybe not. No, it does look as though both of them were reported against Altus in this case. So my mistake there. Apologies for the confusion. Altus are under investigation for both of those incidents. So they might have
a keyboard macro for 943 by the end of this.
Yeah, no, the penalty served macro, right? The one where they serve. We did see, by the way, we're not ignoring what's going out on track. MSI Esports did get past Patrick Heinrich in the 46. Just looks as though for teams that take 4 tires, it takes them a while to bed those tires in and to really get them up to the window. And maybe that's something new that we're seeing with this new update, something that we've got to come and get used to. If we're being honest, it's something new. Usually you'd expect the 4 tires out of the box to be fast after that first lap, but looks a little bit sluggish. We saw the same with BS Competition after that first cycle of pits, focusing on Mala and T3 Motorsports by Manisi for a moment. But yeah, David, plenty of activity, both in the track, both in the race control booth as well.
At least the race control booth is air conditioned.
And my comms box is nice. Comms box is nicely air conditioned as well.
I just turned on the AC.
Is David in a AC-less hellhole?
No, I've got it, but it's actually not on at the moment. I don't need it. Just
wow.
yet.
Okay. What's the weather like for you, David? Because it's coming to the end of the Australian summer.
I think you still got quite a few warm and humid months to go in Brisbane, but it's actually quite nice this evening. 19 in the air, winds just 2 kilometers an hour from the southwest.
Oh, I like it. You're giving us the
Very
specifics. The specifics of the weather. I see a question, what happened to BS competition? Well, partly it's pit cycle related. Sonomuto has been a rocket ship since jumping behind the wheel of that Williams Esports car, but the BS competition team took 4 tires in stint number 1 after stint number 1, as opposed to 2 tires that most of the teams took. After that, they have got a 10-second penalty to be served at some point, which they haven't done just yet. But they've taken 2 tires this most recent cycle. They've got a new driver behind the wheel. We'll see how things go for them. 1 incident and no further action for Altus, so that's at least a slight sigh of relief. But as they get passed by Core Sim Racing, remember there's still one more thing to be reviewed. That was between Williams and the Altus camp. I don't think you give Williams Altus a penalty. I also don't think you give Williams a penalty in that one. That seemed more like a racing incident than any of the things that we've seen so far today, Lorenzo.
Yeah, you give him a bonk in the head and say, "Don't do that ever again." It's kind of like your siblings are fighting, and your mom has to come in and break up the fight, and have to give him a little bit of a smack in the head and say, "That's not good. Don't do that again." That's a better penalty than giving him a time penalty.
That's why we need live events, so that you can give penalties as bonks on the head. I like the sound of that.
Yeah, but no, David Hayden said this is Brazilian parenting. No, if it was Brazilian parenting, that would have grabbed out the chancletas. Well, it's not chancletas right here.
I'm just one sample, but I think that's Australian parenting too. Look, meme aside, okay, sometimes it actually is, it's called car racing, we went motor racing. Like, yes. Sometimes that is the actual response you should give to, like, oh, you know, they pushed wide into me, oh, they squeezed like me to the inside. It's like, no, you were both racing, so carry on.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of people don't realize as well, right, is that there are plenty of things which are just racing incidents. You don't need to penalize everything. You just penalize the things that we need to penalize. That's the reality. Here comes that Biela 46 car, excuse me, closing in bit by bit on the MSI number 74. Now, to give you the update in terms of retirement, 45 has become 40. The Biela Racing Team Euronics, the most recent retiree in that 45 car. Odox Motorsports in their TCR car. We didn't get a clear picture as to why they retired, but potentially a technical issue for them after stopping out on track and taking a tow to pit lane. And then the rest of the retirements are also GT3s, Vendaval, Altus Esports in their 43, and the Pure Sims number 16. Interestingly, 2 of them had penalties which they didn't serve. Read into that what you will.
How far do you think the dummy went from the pram?
It took me a second there because I'm not at my sharpest right now, and when I got what you meant, yeah, that's a good one. Pretty far in some cases, I think that's to put it mildly. Although in the case of Vendaval, yes, they had the penalty, but they were also struggling. They'd been involved in multiple incidents. Their car seemed to have a lot of damage, not much balance either, so I don't totally blame them. When you're fighting for just a finishing position rather than points, it can be quite demoralizing to be out there on track and to be pounding around the laps. Danny Elgube getting a move on, by the way. Nathan Lewis not looking maybe as rapid as Phil Denez was, and that's not a knock on Nathan Lewis, because Phil Denez might be one of the fastest in a GT3 car across of iRacing, but he's really being reeled on in by the man that put it on pole position last time out. Elgube's been in that car since the start and will likely hand that over to his counterpart in the MSI camp at the end of these 40 plus odd minutes here, Lorenzo.
Someone's parked outside turn 1.
Yeah.
I believe it's Carbon Sims, but yeah, and they've towed back to pit lane, so their bad day continues to go upside down.
That's a weird incident.
Well, we'll get a look at what happened, but after finishing in 11th in our season opener, they've been consistent since then. 4th, 2nd, and 4th in those last 3 races. Unfortunate for them that they'll finish down outside of the top 10 again. Let's take a look at what happened here. That's technical. That's technical. Don't need a second look at that one to tell you that's hardware failure. The wheel still locks to the left-hand side. Unfortunate incident then for them, David.
Yeah, and well, I actually noticed that because I've been riding on board with Aztec Sim Sports Volante thinking, how hard are they still saving fuel? There they are, actually just in the front of shot. A lot of clutch in at that part, a lot of clutch in towards turn number 1, and they are really trying to just roll their momentum. They're 6th at the moment, maybe being caught a little bit by Team 75, but no one is making fuel economy like Volante.
Eight and a half seconds, the gap that Williams Esports had, who are on a flyer. They are running away with the lead of this race right now. Leading in 992 as well, looking like a good day for the camp overall. And Lorenzo, if you're Danny Elgube, you want to get the move on. If you're Nathan Lewis, how do you approach this?
It's like, I'm looking at the lap delta. Sota is just flying around the track. The Japanese is doing his best to open up the gap. It was 7 seconds by the opening of the second to last lap. Because of the traffic issues, it went up to as 9 seconds. Now it's stabilized a little bit, but the thing is, between the three, the second fastest is Daniel Garvey. So if I'm Nathan, I'm not slightly slower. I can use the draft a little bit. Just let Dunny go through. Try to save fuel. I think that might happen right now. I hope. I don't think that Nathan's going to fight way too much. Now, with this switcheroo, if I'm Nathan, just follow as best as you can and try to close the gap.
Yeah, I think that's the smart thing to do. The question will be, does he have the pace to be able to keep up there? Or will he maybe fall behind Patrick Heinrich, who's there just inside of drafting range and has 4 tires on his car? Now, if I'm working backwards for BS competition, Nathan Lewis will take 4 tires next time by, likely then do a stint on them, then maybe take 2 tires from there. Do you put Phil Denez in at that point, David, or do you wait for the final hour to unleash Phil back out onto track with 4 tires to run to the end? Because they're on this different strategy, I'm not exactly sure how you do it. Usually the conventional wisdom is, right, when you have a new driver getting into the car, they get 4 tires as well.
I am cautious to try to project into the future what tyre strategy path these different teams will go down. I mean, it seems like there are some that almost would consider taking 4 every time. And then at the end of each stint, whether you went 4 or 2, it's kind of shaking out relatively equal. So I think there's still too much variability in the way the track temperature is going to go. Yeah, I don't know.
David Haynes still sitting on.
Yeah, I'm just big old fence sitter today.
Yeah, you're perched up there right now quite nicely. 3 hours, 37 minutes to go. Where are the track conditions now? It's cooled down very slightly, 32 degrees Celsius. I think that's the cloud cover that's playing a factor. It says partly cloudy there, but I see it as mostly cloudy. So I'm not sure what you see, David.
Yeah, mostly cloudy, which from my experience tends to mean 50-50 sun and shade, whereas partly cloudy tends to mean 80% sun, 20% shade.
Oh, it was close between Junkos and that T3 Motorsport by Maniti car. Now, I don't think that T3 car has served the 5-second... No, it has. It has served the 5-second penalty, so it's out there where it needs to be as he hunts down Dominic Stabe with that Marla Racing Team 55. Both cars took for fresh boots last time by. Battle for the lead in the GT4. Cycles their way into the final chicane. Hayden Burns on the outside. Should hold on for now, but he might get compromised. Through the final corner, can Pure Sims get the run through turn 14 to build their momentum, use that draft to look to slingshot their way back to the point of the field? They've got the core sim racing TCR car that's running now by itself because it's broken free of Team Hoisingfeld in that TCR lead battle. Pure Sims looks a bit too early. They'll back out of this one for now. Final confirmation on what happened with the 905 and the 943. That's Williams and Altus. That moment down out of turn number 5. It is a warning, no penalty there, but there is a penalty, 10 seconds for the 943. So that adds to the count that they already had. That is 30 seconds of accumulated penalties for Altus Esports, David.
Yeah, across every category too. It's 5 for dive bomb, 15 for unsafe rejoin, 10 for contact. And of course, that then moves you up the grading for any of those later in the race as well. So not only 30 seconds penalty, but they've got to be on their tip-top best behavior in every way, with still quite a lot of racing to go where, well, they might not be with first and second. In fact, I think this opens a door for Volante to get on the podium potentially if their strategy does end up being the goods.
I agree. I think it does. Now, you do have to be sure that you're going to hit that fuel number if you are Volante, and this early in the race with multiple drivers, you never know.
I mean, you've seen fuel prices at the moment. I'd try it.
Yeah, don't talk to me about fuel prices. It costs me a lot of money. The US traditionally has fairly, low fuel prices around compared to around the world, but yeah, my wallet's feeling the pain.
If it is like it is here in Brazil, you can go to Argentina, so you can fuel by 2.99 real the liter.
Yeah, I don't have that choice, Lorenzo. I live in California. It's a big old state.
No, I know. It's just that I really don't want to have a 1,000-kilometer trip to Argentina, so I can just fill up my tank and then come back to my town, basically with the fuel already empty.
Hey, at least
What's the point?
Yeah, you got a road trip there. A couple of incidents coming down on the sheet as well, so more things for race control to have a look at. Involves multi-class traffic, specifically between GT3s and the GT4 class throughout. BS competition, well, I did speculate if Nathan Lewis was going to be able to hold on to the back of that MSI Esports car. Answer is no. He's falling into the clutches of Patrick Heinrich, David.
Yeah, up and down like a yo-yo for the 46. Was your pole sitter, led quite significantly earlier. Then remember, they overshot their pit stall, lost a bunch of time there. Now looking down the inside for turn number 1. Oh, not close enough. Not close enough. Ambitious, but not quite all there on that one.
And do you remember again, the 89 has got that penalty, 10 seconds to be served at some
Here's
point.
An opportunity.
Yeah, here comes a chance, and again, they'll go 3 wide around the traffic. Jose Soria in the middle of the sandwich, but Nathan Lewis holds on again. 10-second penalty for BS competition now will drop them just in front of RHG. The more they fight, the more contact they have, the further back they'll slide, and that was maybe returning the favor. Little bit of door banging there as Bila Racing Team gets on through. I'd like to take another look at that one and just try and compare and contrast to what we saw before, because, well, if the precedent of a 10-second penalty was for for BS competition's pass on Bila, I don't know if that was worthy of another 10-second penalty, but I'd be mighty curious to think about it.
BS aren't flashing their lights near enough.
Oh,
That's
an
a
ugly
penalty,
little bit
in
of
my opinion.
contact. And
yeah, and it's not as deep a send, Lorenzo. Okay, no, having said that, it is as deep a send. There was no overlap initially, and does he lose it or what? Yep, no, he's sliding wide.
End.
Yeah, he's sliding wide. I mean, if the precedent was a 10-second penalty before, I mean, surely that's a 10-second penalty too.
Yeah, I agree. It's not. I'm wondering if they are in a battle. If you can do it, I can do better. It's just that it's mind-boggling. They done the same thing in the same curve, and it's basically the same car. The only thing that differs, I think, is the numbering of the car itself.
No.
Oh, it was the same car. It was the same car. Yeah. Okay. I was confused with the 45.
It was literally the Uno Reverso there. It was, I can do what you did. I can do it better. We'll see if Race Control sees it the same way.
Copied their homework, but changed it up just a little bit.
Yeah, no, exactly. No.
Very similar circumstances, very similar attempt, very similar result.
Are either of you guys Spider-Man fans?
Oh, yeah.
The new Spider-Man.
Oh, wait, which new Spider-Man? You're talking about the Tom Holland one? Or
I'm talking of Tom Holland in general.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Are you a fan? No, but that's a question.
I'm a fan.
All right, so would it shock you to learn that he has mastered this copying homework thing? So
I heard.
You know the story?
All right, go ahead.
So because he was a child actor, right? So he was always running around doing stuff. And so what he mastered was copying his friend's homework and then handing it in before the other person did.
Nice.
So he would get people would think the other guy copied his homework, and they'd say, look at Tom, he's working so hard, still able to get his homework done on time. Why can't you be like him?
That's a Sigma male move.
Yeah, no, that is a proper big brain strategy there.
I wish you could do that in college.
Yeah.
My life will be better if I never hear anyone say Sigma grind set ever again.
Should we kick Lorenzo out of the comms booth?
No, he's all right. I could tell at least part of his tongue was in his cheek.
Battle for the GT4 lead is coming up, by the way, on that beaten and battered up Fordzilla. I don't even know how they're still running, because they must be 2 seconds down. And here comes Pearson, trying to have a look and take advantage, but doesn't just back out of that one, then loses a bit of momentum on the entry in towards the corner.
You know those natural fiber body panels for the Porsche Cayman?
Really?
I think they've returned one of them to nature.
Ah, yes. I'm still amazed that the fact that they were basically mated with the wall at one point, and they're still out there and running after only 46 seconds in pit lane. So that's a regular pit stop to quantify that as well.
Well, how's the straight line speed down the 1,100 meter pit straight gonna do for them? I suspect they would yield regardless.
Yep, they yield to one.
Should.
They do. Oh wait, they wait till the last minute to yield to the other. Working through that sweeping right-hander battle for Marla, and T3 Motorsports I see is getting close as well. They're not just close, they're side by side heading into the final sector of the track, and Maniti will poke its head forward in that Lamborghini. Great move there to get it done. Dominic Stabe playing nice too.
Yeah, really, really good performance there for Luka Wunsch and T3 Motorsports Maniti, because they were around the outside of basically a hairpin and the big braking zone, and then managed to switch that back into the inside in the next sector and take the position away. And almost all the moves you see happen there is a big move down the inside, but they held firm, held their ground, and obviously had pretty good traction off the slow corner too. Oh, but this is going to hurt him a little bit.
They get checked up behind the GT4 Volante machine. Marla tries to sweep the momentum the long way around. Now, Maniti will slam the door shut as they pop themselves back to the outside. Great little fight going on here for what is 6th on track. 10 seconds back from the R8G number 88 car. Not really that close as we work our way quicker and quicker towards the halfway point of this race. Let's give you the rundown of how things stand in each of the classes and their top 5. Quickly, we'll start with TCR, where Core Sim Racing now enjoy an almost 9-second advantage to MSI Esports. Team Hoisingfeld have come onto pit road just this very lap to cycle their way onto their strategy, of course, after having a very short pit stop in the first hour of the race. Impulse sits in 3rd with Team Hoisingfeld, then 4th, Junkos in 5th, then Sims of the last running TCR machine there in 6th spot, just behind that Hoisingfeld car. Then in the GT4s, it's Team 75 Bernard by SimRC that leads the way from Pure Sims. It's close between the two of them. It's not close with anyone else. Undercut Racing Team and Entropic are 3rd and 4th respectively, about 25-30 seconds back from the leaders, while the Aztec SimSport Volante GT4 car a further 25 seconds back from 4th position. Then in the 992, Williams Esports continues to lead the way, but Carl Janssen for Core Sim Racing is only about 1.8 seconds behind them. Simone Maria Marcheno in the Logitech D-Altus car is on 2 tires and trying to hold on to that machine, but he's now 5 seconds adrift from 2nd spot and has 30 seconds of accumulated penalties to be serving at some point in the next 70-odd minutes. That will drop him into the clutches of Jose Soria for the Oris Racing 977. Pure Sims are in 5th, a couple of seconds further back from them, but don't count out Vince Peters in the Aztec SimSport Volante 996, because they seem to be getting past the top of the hour in every single one of the stints, and they may just be able to cut out a pit stop from the race. Then in the GT3s, there's been plenty of drama in this class, but Williams Esports leads the way. Sotomuto doing a sterling job to break away from the rest of the pack, now 7.5 seconds clear of Danny Elgabe for the MSI Esports Blue 74. Bila Racing Team in their 46 sit in 3rd, although there are questions about the validity of the pass that they made on the BS competition car, but that was really serve being returned. BS competition bundling their way past Bila to get a 10-second penalty. Might we see the 46 get that same penalty? RAG, after dropping out of the podium for the first time this season, last time at the Temple of Speed, find themselves in 5th, looking good for a potential top 5 finish, maybe a podium if things stay as they are. More teams get penalties to swing things back in their direction. But the championship looking very, very on edge in your GT3 class. Alongside Lorenzo Bonder and David Haynes, my name is Arjuna Kankipati. Tyler Maxson in the production chair, controlling all of the action. And, well, I'm most shocked at this point, David, by what we're seeing in the 992 class, where Williams and Core seem to be swinging back and forth with the pace. Sometimes it looks like Alessandro Bico's using that World Championship experience to run away at the front. Then Carl Janssen seems to strike back and find a little bit more pace. Then Bico finds it. Then Janssen finds it. They go back and forth and back and forth. But right now, you couldn't tell who's going to win that class. You could not tell.
No, and at times it's like the tyre wear is made up and the surface temps don't matter. I mean, you know, we had like, oh yeah, Carl Janssen's on the older tyre, so Alessandro Bico's going to motor up there and pass him. It took a while to get there, and then took a while to pass, and then once he was passed, all of a sudden it seemed like Core, you would have been forgiven for thinking that they had the newer tyre set on at that point. So it's bizarre how the pace, you know, goes one way, goes the other, goes back the other way. But now with that penalty looming for 943, it does look like a 2-horse race for the win. And I've been thinking, you know, about this fuel situation for Aztec Volante is, sure, Anders Dahl did a mega job, huge stints. Not just talent or speed-wise, but like huge as in 3 more laps, kilometres and kilometres more than anyone else. But now it's Vince Peters in. Is he able to match what Dahl was able to do? That's when you try to commit to that, we got to save fuel, and save fuel, big strategy. You need 2 drivers who can both make it happen.
Big news as well for the 27. Now, which car is that? That's the RSR by G Performance car, failing to serve a penalty, which results in another penalty. I think they've now actually had that one served. There may be some miscommunication there. We'll have to follow up on that one. Remember, interesting penalty rules, Lorenzo. It's not the regular penalty system for those that watch other iRacing events. Instead, there is a dedicated penalty box where you serve your time penalties when you come down to pit lane. You also get a 90-minute window to serve the penalty. So it's a little bit more flexible, and there's a lot more possibilities for how you approach serving a penalty.
Yeah, and you have to do that on a penalty box that, again, in this track is just beneath the podium. So it's a blast penalty zone of sorts, and or depending on the circumstances, of course. And you can do that prior to your pit stop, but you have that 90 minutes to serve that pit stop, which is good to see. You're not held back by the iRacing system where you get, I think, up to 4 laps before you get a black flag for a disqualification flag for failing to serve a penalty.
There's also warning to track limits to keep in mind. Now, only 2 cars have gotten warnings so far, and it is for both cars in the 992 class. One's the 977, that's the Auris Racing car that finds Jose Soria at the wheel. The second, though, more importantly, is Carl Jansen in that 959, who we're watching right now. Got to keep an eye on that. Don't want to drive through penalty because of your abuse of track limits. But it's much easier to do here, David, than I think people think. They see the outside of the tracks, they see the grass, they see the gravel. They don't realize how hard that you push at a place like this, how much you rely on the downforce as well.
There's one here. If you go that side of the camera, like maybe that's just okay with tires to the curbing, but very easy to get one if you understeer up there. There's a few times you're seeing drivers hop the wrong side of that yellow curb. So yeah, very possible, especially if you need to take a little avoiding action with your traffic management.
Being a note from some of the not TCR, excuse me, even the GT4 cars, where they're not happy with the GT3s about passing into that last chicane, because the reality is, Lorenzo, if the GT3 car waits, they'll lose maybe a second. If they don't wait, they lose both cars multiple seconds. It's that minimization, right, of what happens in traffic.
Yeah, in a track that you need to minimize the time loss, where you can get lots of time loss, especially at the final sector. You need to make those split-second calls, and if you make that split-second call of, I'm just gonna try to lose at least at worst a second instead of 2 seconds, you just have to make that overtake cleanly. And there are some corners right here, especially at the chicane, at the final 3 corners of this track, that it's not the best one for you to make that, but you can make it.
Seems like there's another incident for track limits, or warning for track limits, assuming that involves the RSR by Jeep Performance 27. Here's a look at, and that's the MSI TCR machine that was running in second. And, well, Talk Freak Racing, they've had some bad luck so far this race. That one minding their P's and Q's. Not much they could do as the MSI car gets onto the grass and loses control under the brakes. Marla might drop another spot back as well, as rubbing doors and banging wheels down to the inside comes that 78 PRT Ronin Simsport car that has just been given a 10-second penalty to add to the 30-second penalty that they've already got, but Dominic Stabe able to hold on for now.
I love the attitude of these cars too, through turn number 4, both of them kicking the tail out, desperately trying to scrabble out of the corner to try to get in front to keep the position or make the move. And the updates to these cars, the racing's going pretty well. I still need, more info on how they feel to drive and how the tires are behaving with them, but just visually, you could just see both drivers really, really pushing it and getting feedback and response from the car.
9.5 seconds, the gap for your GT3 lead here, as Sotomuto in the counterpart, the sister car for the Marla team, runs itself at the front. Marla, of course, a big name electronics brand. They're going to be manufacturing part of the hybrid system for the new NTT IndyCar Series engines, which we'll see them debut in 2024 after they got pushed back a year. But sometimes that car run under the Williams banner, sometimes run under the BS Competition banner. For example, in the DNLS, Phil Denez, one of the drivers for that Marla Racing Team car. always tricky. You've always got to figure out, is it a BS car, is it a Williams car? Ultimately, it's a Mala car, but we like to think about the stories behind the scenes. Here comes Matrevsky to the inside once more. Excuse me, no, it's not Matrevsky behind the wheel now. It's Gabriel Erdely, who's hunting down at number 55. Here's the battle for the GT4 lead as well. It's been close all race. These two, I mean, they've been separated at most, I think, Lorenzo, by like 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, which for Pure Sims is a little bit of a blessing in disguise. I was going to say maybe something has happened to Undercut, but they're pitting. But Pure Sims is doing what they should have done at Monza, you know. Just recapping, they opened up such a huge gap at Monza. They never were able to recover after the first pit stop because everybody was just following in a train and they were all by themselves. So they just couldn't save fuel enough at Monza like the other teams did, and they never were able to catch back. So I think on this round they're playing smart, you know, not going for unnecessary overtakes or unnecessary risks. So just playing with the fuel numbers and everything as they're going to come down into the pits, and C75 going to go for one more lap.
Interesting. The first time that they really differed on their strategy. On the same bit of tarmac, here comes Mala Race Team as well as that PRT Ronin Simsport car, who's not leaving much room for Mala until the very end when they jink to the outside line and will sweep their way through turn one. Dominic Stabe loses out for now, but car not looking maybe the fastest that it's been all race. That car very much was looking rapid in the first hours of the race. 78 car works its way forward, at least for the time being. Williams Esports, they've come down to pit lane this time by. Alessandro Bico still stays behind the wheel of that car. He's going for a monster stint, David.
I guess so. That's going to take them deep into the second half of the race too as well. And then, you know, my teammates know me about this kind of thing. I am dying to see Duasitec Volante make it to the top of the hour on their ridiculous lift and coast clutch in fuel save strategy.
Gonna be a hard task to keep it going the entire race, but that's the thing with the fuel saving strategy. You can't commit midway through a race. You've got to commit early and you can't deviate from there. Course Sim Racing down on pit lane this time by. Logitech Altus Esports will retake the race lead. At least for the time being, they'll likely have to serve their penalty this time around. So that will see them held for about 30 seconds. There's now going to be 4 wide. That's a almost 4 wide because Dominic Stabe actually decides to back out there. Probably the smart thing when all things are said and done, but he's got an inside look. If he wants to send it deep on the brakes, he could, but discretion is the better part of valor. As Team 75 by SimRC will come down to pit road this time by. Course Sim Racing have been in the box now for 38 seconds and counting. Will they do just 2 tires again, or will they go for the 4-tire strategy? Will they gamble on 2 tires? Looks like they're gambling. Carl Janssen is up and away again. There he drops off the jacks, rolls himself to the end of pit lane while he releases himself off the limiter. The gap between him and Williams is 10 seconds, just under 10 seconds now. We saw that this didn't really work last time, Lorenzo. The track's a little bit warmer than it was at the start of the race, but it's likely to cool off from here. What do you think about this call?
Oh, the thing is, we're not going to get anything warmer than maybe 33, 34 Celsius degrees. I think we're at peak temperature, in my opinion. Because if we're taking qualify as a standard, but as a benchmark, we're not going to see anything hotter than this. It's basically going to stay at 33 degrees, so it's not the riskiest of calls. I think it is a call. It's something that it might pay off at the end of the day. But we saw the drop off being way too big for any of the cars that are maybe taking 2 or 1 tire strategy. So not going to be surprised with this strategy from Core.
GT4 leaders have come out onto track separated by mere inches. They are really going hammer and tongs at it right now. There they are. In fact, there's some contact between them as the Biela Racing 46 makes its way past as well. 3 wide as the Oris Racing team slings it down the inside. Pure Sims on the outside. We saw cars make moves around the outside here in GT3, but less downforce. I don't think Pure Sims can get it done, and indeed they'll back out of that one. But they've got their tires warmed up into that right operating window now. Team 75 has got to get their tires into that same box as soon as possible. Pure Sims on the hunt.
And that was good. You saw just send it pretty deep in. Now they're under pressure again. Around the outside, they're going to need to put the power down. And just time and time again, doing that well enough around the outside or down the inside to hold on to this particular spot. I liked the racecraft a couple corners ago too, where the sort of half a car overlap around the outside and 75 just really threw it down the inside. Corner exit speed be damned to clear the overlap.
And Pure Sims is coming in again.
Oh no.
What is this about?
Did they get a penalty?
No, they haven't got a... Oh, no, they did. Their GT3 car got a penalty. Now, is there a tech?
What the?
You know what must have happened? Sped on pit lane, unsafe pit entry, unsafe pit exit. One of the 3. Pick and choose.
I'm going to take a look because I'm curious right now.
Amazing. Amazing. Cars that had been split by at most 1.2 seconds out on track now find themselves split by 18 odd seconds. I don't think even with 3 hours to go, there is any way that on pace, Pure Sims will be able to close that gap down. It's going to be a big task, although they are one of the strongest teams in GT4, David. It's unfortunate that that's an automated penalty. That's not race control manually stepping in and intervening. Unfortunately for them, that one mistake has led to them now dropping backwards in the pack.
And I'm taking a look because Altus Esports 943 are on the pit lane right now. Did they serve their penalty on the way in? No.
Well, Altus probably... Oh, Altus didn't serve their time penalty just yet. Interesting. There's damage to BS competition that we might have missed as well. The right front of that car. Yeah, the way that the wheel is now extended past the body line of the car, not looking great. Getting word from Pure Sims, by the way, that it was on pit exit where they got the penalty. Half a tire off outside of the line. Those are the margins. That's how narrow it can be. And we'll try and get a look at what happened there, but Matthew Turnbull takes over control of that car, and unfortunately, his first action after taking back over from Ian Gagnon Renault after a sterling opening 58 odd laps for him is getting that automated penalty. Lorenzo, I'm going to task you with trying to go back and figure out what happened to BS competition.
Yes, sir. Go on.
Because that's a big one. Here's a look. Here's the replay. So out of pit exit, the white line you cannot cross, and there. That's the infringement. That's the margin, David.
I mean, you know, it's a tiny little thing, but you know, it's literally a line in the sand. Like, it's literally a line you can't cross, and they did.
More damage on the left side of that BS car as well.
Do we have a gosh, English is my native language, but all of a sudden it's not. Assigned time from when the first penalty for Altus was.
Yes.
Because this might force this into being a shorter stint for them.
So they have got to serve it in 46 minutes time from now. If that helps you.
Yeah. So they had their stop, did not serve any of the penalties, came into the pit lane. Simone Machino stayed in the car, so maybe they're just gonna heap all of that on the replacement driver.
Poor lad. Who's gonna jump into that 943? Marciano. No one's actually, no one's registered for that car right now. Jordan Caruso is who we've seen share that car on occasion, right?
Yeah, 4 a.m. in Melbourne.
So maybe that explains it. He's just not awake yet. Here comes a move from RAG on BS Competition. That car has slid all the way back, and, well, good news for RAG and their championship hopes as they look forward. Lorenzo, you've taken a look. You can't...
Just connected to the session.
Oh, right on cue, Jordan Caruso.
I think his alarm was set for 4 a.m.
Wait, is it Jordan Caruso's that Bo Albert in Jordan Caruso's account, like
Good
doing
point.
the switcheroo?
Well, Jordan Caruso is actually at the Altus team house now. We can confirm that. But, well, the Uno Reverso has been played. We talked about how the 89 car got a 10-second time penalty for its contact with the 46. Almost a mirror incident. Guess what happens? 46 car gets a 10-second time penalty for contact with the 89 then, Lorenzo.
Yeah, not surprised at all to see that penalty coming through. I was looking at that while I was looking for anything happening with the 89 of PS Competition. So when I saw the incident sheet is saying, oh, the 46 got a 10-second penalty. Interesting. Dive bomb incident. Interesting. What could that be? And that was the relatively same incident they did at the relatively same turn.
Been an issue as well for... someone out on track, and I'm struggling to pick apart who
it was. A 992, I think.
It was not
DRE.
Yeah, it was DRE on their season debut in that 945. Not sure what happened there. I think I know exactly what happened to BS Competition, by the way. It was coming through the infield. I think they clipped one of the anti-cut curves, and I think that's where that right side damage really got accentuated. It was already there. It was already minor damage, but it's now very much more prominent feature on that BMW M4. They're definitely not going to be able to turn that in at the end of this race for a mint replacement. It would be a like-for-like replacement at this point. To the top of another hour, we're about to reach to the top of the pit stop cycle for the GT3s we'll get to as well. David Haynes.
992.
Yes, no, I was going to say, you've been watching that 996 car, and you are astounded at the amount of lift and coast that they're doing now.
Well, because I had a look, very early on in the stint, and I was like, oh yeah, that's like 100-meter lift and coast in towards the brakes at turn number 1, 100 meters on the back straight. Now he's given it like 200 meters both those places and like 50 everywhere else. So it's, for their fellow classmate, that is way, way overshot.
Now that is a small preview of what happened during the Porsche Super Cup, Esports Super Cup race. It's a little different, yes, and it didn't involve about 30 different cars, but slight preview. Missing your braking zone and getting things awfully wrong, but at least not too much damage in terms of the time penalty there for...
He turned on the wiper.
Did he? Oh, wow.
I've
It
not
panicked.
watched on a broadcast yet.
Well, and the amount of drama that people have brought up with the simple addition of a wiper being enabled astounds me, because we know rain is coming. Working windshield wipers have been part of iRacing for years now. When dirt got released on iRacing, windshield wipers were a thing. I don't know why, Lorenzo, people suddenly got so excited when the 992 car suddenly got working wipers.
Well, let them get excited for anything, man. Anything that comes in terms of rain is already a minor PogChamp. So they have to get excited for anything, because we don't know when it's coming out. It's soon, trademark. And whenever it comes out, man, it's going to be a blast. If it comes at the N24 at 2 a.m., it's going to be very exciting, just like Daytona 24.
Monsoon rain at Daytona would be fun. 992. Gap has come down to 1 point, under now, 1 second, in fact, because Course Sim Racing is in front of that's because I've got it all sorts of confused by the strategy. The gap is actually for the race lead down to 6 seconds. So Alessandro Bico has eaten 10 seconds down to 6 seconds as GT3 pit stops underway. Nathan Lewis, the first to box, but he's also going to serve his 10-second time penalty here, as he'll get into the penalty box, then get into his actual box. So hopefully they can get some of that damage repaired and get back out onto track. Williams Esports likely to come in maybe 2 laps time. MSI Esports at least 4 laps away from coming down onto pit road. Danny Ogbe has done a sterling job with the fuel management of that car. And given that he's on a 2-tire stop last time, you'd expect Christian Lamella to take over in that MSI 74th and to run to the end of the race with whatever tire strategy they think is viable. Course Sim Racing, though, they are now just behind the Asetek Simsport Volante car. Not going to be a long battle here, David, because of how much fuel saving they're doing.
Yeah, it's tough to defend your position when you're like rolling 250 meters off throttle into every braking zone. They're just approaching that top of the hour. Vince Peters thinks he's got at least 1 more lap. What's he got to do? This and 1 more. I think he's going to manage the same, as long as he doesn't splutter out of fuel before he gets to his box. I think he's going to manage the same as what Anders Dahl did. But I think Core, if they're wise to it, probably... yeah, they have to go down the inside. They can't wait.
Yeah, no, and even if they lose a half a tenth on the corner going deep, it's worth it. That gap is coming down dramatically, and they really cannot afford to lose more at this point in time. So with now half the race in the books, BS competition actually came in a bit earlier than planned. They'll be hoping to extend like they did earlier. Good point that Lorenzo has just brought up as well. We know that Volante can do this fuel saving. They've done it before in Ivra Club Sport competition, but this is a slightly different level of competition in terms of the drivers, in terms of the teams, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I know, but they still managed to pull at the end of the day. But the thing is, one thing is battling against T3, another thing is, of course, not taking T3 away from the fray. Not saying they're not worthy opponents. They're very worthy opponents. But fighting against Carl Jensen, Alessandro Bico, and trying to see if their fuel margins are better at the end of the day is a little bit more complicated than usual. I don't know if they're going to be battling for the win over here, but definitely after what happened to Altus, maybe top 3, maybe even top 2 is a little bit of a long shot. It is cards for them.
Will definitely get towards the podium. That is for sure. The fact that Altus have that 30-second time penalty will aid them. They've got past the top of the hour, and off to the right they peel down on towards pit road. Here they come. 9:59. That's Course Sim Racing. They've got a 10-second stop time penalty to be served. That's for contact with the 136 Junkos Esports TCR machine. That's a big drama there. Other penalties in class, 9:16. The Pure Sims 992 car gets a 5-second time penalty. The MSI Esports TCR car gets a 5-second penalty for the incident with Torque Freak Racing. So that 111 now will slide backwards. Maybe Hoisingfeld can use that to their advantage in the fuel strategy game that they're playing right now. It's a big, big drama in all of our classes at this point in time. When it comes to that penalty game, of course, Sim Racing, what can they do, David? I mean, now they're very much looking at just damage limitation, holding on to second, maybe.
Yeah, because we're kind of... The amount of time that they have to Williams Esports is kind of padded out a little bit at the moment by the fact that Williams took the tyres last stop and the strategy is inverted. And you can just see Williams about exactly 1 straight away. So yeah, by the end of the stint, then when you think about that penalty, it's going to start looking a little rough, and your chances of a race win are a little less optimistic.
Look how close that Janssen gets to the gravel on the outside. the limit that these drivers know. It's not just the white line, it's all the way to the end of this, to the edge of the track surface itself, which includes that AstroTurf on the outside of the final corner as well. Williams Esports are on pit lane, 4 minutes almost past the top of the hour, so that's good for them. MSI Esports become the race leader, at least for the time being. Well, Sotomuto take just 2 tires. BS Competition took full service, as you'd expect, but not much longer than a regular stop. The question will be how much of the damage were they able to get repaired in that regular cycle on pit lane. Just taking a quick look at them as they ran themselves down the main straightaway. Didn't look like they had much damage repaired. Still, the right front of that car crumpled in very slightly. Take a look at a replay of something that happened down into the chicane, and Race Spot's own Will Chadwick. I can only imagine the fury that's emanating from his mouth right now as Vendaval Sim Racing lunges it to the inside and ushers that GT4 car off the road. Second consecutive race, Lorenzo, where that Fordzilla car has really just been struggling for some luck.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that Fordzilla car just not getting the best of luck. So remember, they won at Red Bull Ring. This, well, it was a little bit of a letdown for Fordzilla because I think they would have been battling with Pure Sims, but Pure Sims got into an incident early on in the race, so it's a little bit of a letdown. But then again, the momentum they had at Monza was a promising one, but incidents again threw them back, and it's the whole championship has been like that. Promising, but incidents just marred them time after time.
If you're watching on VCO Esports Twitch, by the way, head on over to YouTube as soon as you can, because very shortly, VCO Twitch will switch over to the Formula Sim Racing Pro Race, which is going to get underway in about 15 minutes time. Race coverage will continue live and uninterrupted on RaceBot YouTube and VCO Esports YouTube. So come and join the conversation, come and join the party. Don't miss out on the next 2 hours and 54 minutes of this race as Danny Elgabay continues to work through the fuel strategy here. He's 33 laps into his run, and based on what we've seen from him in these first 2 cycles of the race, he could go another 2 laps longer. Tires do seem to be falling away from him, though. He's not going as fast as he was at the beginning of the stint, but you compare the lap times of him to even someone like I'm trying to look at for a good comparison right now. The Marla Racing team, he's actually doing well compared to them. That's because they had a pretty shocking last lap. 2 tires taken for Sotomuto in the Williams Esports number 5 car, David. I mean, clearly we're not able to do double stints in the same way that we were on the old tire model. 2 tires looking like the new no tire strategy.
Remember triple stinting? Remember that? Remember people were trying that? Man, that feels like a long time away, a long time ago, what we're seeing from the GT3 strategy so far.
Remember when quad stinting was a thing as well?
Remember when quintuple stinting at Daytona was a thing?
That's plenty. Still with the strategy games.
Scam to sell more tires.
Yeah, those Hankook tires. I mean, Hankook's really getting their money's worth here today, aren't they?
People.
Incident under investigation between the 78 and the 418. That might be another penalty for the 78. In terms, by the way, of the off-track warnings, been a flurry of them that have come in. The Marla race teams got one. The Talk Freak racing car got one. The Orange competition Porsche got one as well. Then the Fordzilla car, I mean, they need all the track they can get to build momentum in their GT4 car. So I don't blame them. They've got a warning. So has the Simsa Esports TCR machines. There's 10 cars with warning 1 for the off-track limits. Something to just keep your mind on as we've gotten past the halfway point of this race. Danny Elgabay on lap 34. Will he come in this lap? Will he come in next lap? We'll wait and see as we're watching that Biela car. Patrick Heinrich is how far behind Sotomuto, because both these cars took 2 tires. Now, hard to get a good gap, so we'll wait and see until we get to the timing line on the start-finish line. A Biela car, I do like the new livery. The old one, they did some great things from race to race. The stars and stripes, the kangaroos, the peaches for the iRacing special events across the world, but this one's lighter, looks a little bit nicer, and still looks equally aggressive. Maybe RAG gets the memo. Lighter is better here in iRacing. The gap between Williams and Biela, because Biela also had that penalty to be served, that 10-second penalty, is now up to 32 seconds. Williams running away with this one, David.
Wow. Oh, did we... You know, we had some really close, you know, 3-way battles and stuff, you know, at the front of 992 class and GT3 and GT4. Did we curse it?
Maybe. I'll blame Lorenzo.
Okay.
I blame myself.
Blame Arjuna. We've had blame Tyler. We've had get some. Oh God, I'm next.
Yeah, you're next. You're not running away from this one. Don't worry. You can try, but it's not going to be far. We'll get assets made up and everything. We'll get T-shirts printed, so that when you come to Sebring, we'll give them to you.
Okay.
Like the sound of that?
No.
So, Danny Elgabe is still out there on track on lap 35, by the way. Surely he's going to come in this lap. Surely, surely, surely. If he does a full service, it's going to be close between him and the Biela Racing Team car. Not going to be so close with the Williams Esports car. And Elgabe is in this lap, by the way, so likely going to be the last that we see of Danny Elgabe in this race. Been a great opening stint from him, getting past the halfway marker, 3 hours and 10 odd minutes behind the wheel. Should be Christian Lamella to take over here.
Nope.
Give it a sec. There we go. Lorenzo, little faith.
Man, let me dream.
What's the... I've forgotten what the drive time rules are in this series.
I'm gonna look.
Is it no one driver can do more than 70%?
Yeah, I was gonna say 70%.
It is 70%, yeah. So 70% of 6 hours is, well...
I think
about 4 hours?
I remember doing those numbers for Monza.
Yeah,
Pretty much the same conversation at pretty much the same point of the race.
So that would be 252 minutes, basically. So it's just over 4 hours would be 4 hours and 15, 20 minutes or something like that would be your...
4 hours, 12 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that would be the maximum drive time. It's done in laps, it's not done in time, but time just makes it easier to figure out. You know, time limited races always are fun. One more reminder, and I'll give you one final reminder in 5 minutes. If you're watching on VCO Twitch, make sure you head on over to the RaceBot TV YouTube, to the VCO Esports YouTube. The VCO Twitch will switch over to coverage of the Formula Sim Racing Pro and World Championship races as they head to Sepang for round 2 of their season. Fantastic circuit, Sepang. I'd love to have it on iRacing.
I thought about going to F1 there one of the years that it was on, and then I never ended up happening, which is a bit of a shame because it was really good value, but maybe the fact that the tickets were so cheap is why it's no longer on the was calendar.
Indicative of what was going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wish if they ever come back to Malaysia, they need a Sebastian Vettel rent somewhere in the track, because I'm never gonna forget Sebastian Vettel throwing one of the biggest tantrums I've ever seen in racing at Malaysia.
Yeah, some tantrums being thrown in the virtual paddock right now, that's for sure. We focus though on the GT4s, where Torque Freak Racing and the race gear cars both have had their issues. One technical, one having issues out on track. That's the DRE endurance car that's bobbling over the anti-cut curves as Ricardo Rico slithers down the inside. Now, there's an old adage in racing, whether it's real or virtual: white or black rims and nothing else is acceptable. But that race gear car is making orange rims look quite good. And I'll take insult to that credence as well, because Subaru is known for what? Gold rims.
And they always look good.
Looks great.
Yeah, the only thing I do not promote, and I'm never gonna promote, is green tires. I got a teammate that has green tires on his LMP car, and me and everybody in my team at iRacing PR, we call him like, man, he says his car is beautiful, and we call out, dude, you have green tires. Your taste in cars or anything in general is invalid.
David, what are your thoughts on colored rims?
You do gotta be careful with it. Like, it's not good more often than it is good, but that's not to say it can never be good.
And that's our counterpoint.
I liked AlphaTauri white rims. I really did.
Yeah, they're okay. But then again, I cannot speak much because my LMP livery combined with the tires that I use red tires in the LMP too. For some reason, it looks like a McDonald's livery, and my taste in cars goes invalid when I actually mention that.
You have the best paint ever, Lorenzo, which is your Arjuna tribute paint.
Yeah, I need to update that livery for season 2 of the Indy cars whenever we start broadcasting that on RaceBot in just a little bit.
This coming Monday, new iRacing season, plenty more official iRacing series to be covered. Make sure as well you get subscribed, because Friday night primetime is approaching. Which series will we cover? Well, you will have to wait to find that out. But plenty of intrigue. We are 3 hours and 16 minutes into this race. Let's give you a quick top 5 rundown, top to bottom. Williams Esports, MSI Esports Blue, RAG Bila, and T3 Motorsports run 1 through 5. Only MSI Esports has done a driver change in the most recent cycle of pit stops. They've also put 4 fresh tires onto their cars. As the temperature begins to drop, the cloud cover begins to increase here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And then in your 992, it's close between Core Sim Racing and Williams Esports, but with a 10-second penalty to be served. It's likely going to be oh, well, sorry, I'm going to jump into my mid-race update with a mid-race update. Dominic Staben, that Mahler Racing Team car, has had a big old issue. We'll get a replay shortly as to what happened there. But I think that car is retired. I think that car is done. Sammy Matti Trogan has already left the track itself. Back to the mid-race update. Core Sim Racing with a 10-second penalty will drop behind the Williams Esports team, but it's a 2-horse fight between them, because Altus in third has 30 seconds of accumulated penalties still yet to be served. The Urus Racing team might take advantage of that along with Pure Sims, but Aztec SimSports Volante, the only team doing some significant fuel saving. To David Haynes' wonder, they have gone past the hour every single time in this race so far. GT4, well, at one point it was close. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC and Pure Sims duking it out with one another, but an unsafe pit exit for the Pure Sims 416 dropped them 18 seconds back. They have eaten into that gap to 6 seconds. It's down to 12, but still plenty to go, plenty left to fight for. Undercut Race Team and Entropic third and fourth spots, while the German sim racing car driven by Marvin Lesmolen currently sits in fifth. Then in your TCRs. For the first hour, the 3 top cars could not be separated. They were split by tenths of a second, but Core Sim Racing has galloped away at the front. Team Hoisingveld on a slightly different strategy runs in second, while MSI Esports has a penalty to serve, but they run in third. They should hold on to that one. Just a reminder, we are going over to YouTube. RaceBot TV and VCO Esports has the rest of the coverage here. of the 6 Hours of Barcelona, the penultimate round in the 2021-2022 24-hour Series Esports Championship. For those watching on VCO Twitch, get ready for Formula Sim Racing Pro action live from Sepang. Zach Sweeney will be there to lead you through the coverage into the World Championships, when you'll have the trifecta of Ewan O'Leary, Lewis McLeod, as well as Cam Roger to take you through the action. We'll see you on YouTube. To those watching on Twitch, so long for now. For those watching on YouTube, you will stick with us uninterrupted from here to the end. Glad to have your company. We're alongside Lorenzo Bonder and David Haynes. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. We've got Tyler Maxon behind the scenes controlling all of the action. And, well, breaking into that mid-race update with the mid-race update, David. Big drama for the Marla Racing team.
Yeah, it's like Dominic Stabe got to the end of his stint, got to the pit lane, and then just parked it. Like it's come at the end of their run there. So I don't know, but I think it's something outside of, you know, a contact or an accident. It's either a technical problem or a driver availability issue or something like that.
Yeah, we'll see if we can grab a look at that, but I'm not sure. We need to see, we need to hear the engine as well. I mean, maybe there was something that went wrong with the fueling. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe we can get word from the Williams Esports camp too. That would be great. So here's a look. Let's listen in as well. In their 911 GT3R, running down the main straight. Just lifts off. Doesn't go up into 6th. Then, so he's still got control of the steering, still got control of the brakes, still got control of the gears. And out of turn 2, he's on the throttle and then backs it down, and it's going to come to a stop. What do you read into that, David?
He forgot to pit?
But they're not due for a pit stop.
Were they not?
No.
They were.
I don't think they were. They'd already pitted.
I think they were due to a pit stop. They were due to a pit stop. Their last pit stop was at lap 73.
When did they get so off kilter with the rest of the field then?
Well, they were doing 36 lap stints. Which meant they were going 10, maybe even, 10 minutes past the top of the hour. They've been parked now for 11 minutes. So that was a replay from 11 minutes ago, which would have only been 12 minutes past the top of the hour.
Yeah, it makes sense. They ran out of fuel. I think they crossed the line and realized. Yeah, they realized.
Spluttering is like, oh, shoot, I was meant to hit that lap and I forgot.
But surely you would have gone back out onto track.
It's because I think the time they would have probably towed the car, they probably would have been a lap down, so they decided, we cannot make it back, so part the car does said we're out of the race.
Okay, well, I've sent a message to Dominic to try and figure out what went on there, so hopefully we can get
declined at the pump.
Yeah, well, you say that, but maybe they just, in the real world, in the 24-hour series, they don't do fueling in the pit lane. They do fueling at a pit station where you sometimes have traffic jams to get into line with regular fuel pumps. The fuel flows at a much slower rate than it does in the real world. Maybe they thought they would
keep a bill and send you an invoice.
No, but my point is maybe they thought that regular pit, you know, the fuel line was too long and they didn't want to get into it and then forgot to come in before they ran out of fuel. Bad joke. It's not a good joke if you have to explain it at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's what I tell my dad all the time.
About your jokes or his jokes?
Usually his.
To be fair, dad jokes are something, aren't they? So there's your leader, net leader in your 992 by virtue of the 10-second penalty that Core Sim Racing will have to serve at some point. Likely you'd think they do it the next time around. Tyler Maxon, our producer, by the way, who did the 24 Hours of Dubai earlier this year in the 24-hour series in full metal action, is telling us he still has nightmares about those fuel stations, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I mean, Dubai is a track that is a little bit polarizing for some of the people because the pit stops might be a little bit of a eventful one. It's not like Nürburgring, sometimes where the fuel pumps, especially for the lower class cars, have to be taken into a specific area. I remember the 2020, I think Nürburgring 24, that they had to go into the paddock of sorts and then go into a specific line to try to use the fuel pumps and then come back into the pit lane and do the come back into the track. Was a little bit of an interesting line to do that. But the one thing that I only care about at Tyler at Dubai if is actually made the pitch to the Dubai Autodrome people that managed the track to get that into iRacing.
So, confirmation from Williams. They misread. Oh, confirmation from Mala, I should say. They misread the amount of fuel that they had.
Mamma mia.
That is pretty embarrassing.
Suboptimal, to quote Sir Lewis McLeod. Have you never done it before, David?
Once, and it totally ruined a Watkins Glen 6-hour split that we were on track to win.
I've done it before at Bathurst, the final pit stop of the race. We're leading by a full lap, and I realize as I'm rounding turn 1 that I don't have enough fuel to get up and down the mountain, so I park as quick as I can. I take the tow as quick as I can. Fortunately, we had built up such a buffer that we still went on to win our race, but it's not a good feeling. That is for sure.
Yeah, better than being crashed out. Having us basically a lap on everybody else in the field at Daytona feels bad.
So we've been chattering away for about 3.5 hours right now. We're going to step aside for a brief RaceBot TV fan immersion. We're going to leave you on board with one of these cars. And I tell you what, let's ride around with Alessandro Bico, who is on the charge in that Williams Esports 905. Let's listen to some glorious Porsche engine noise. Couple of laps here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, the penultimate race of the 24-hour series esports here at the 6 hours of Barcelona. We'll be right back here with the final couple of hours of the race. Well, 2 hours, 25 minutes to go here in the 6 hours of Barcelona, the penultimate race in the 24-hour Series Esports Championship. Alongside Lorenzo Bonder and David Haynes, my name is Arjuna Kankipati, with Tyler Maxon down in the production booth controlling all the actions. Welcome back to RaceSpot TV. Welcome back to VCO Esports. 4 classes, 1 track, but 4 different races all intermingling with one another. And David, I know the main thing that you've been loving is the fact that the 996 car is doing some miraculous fuel saving. But when you look up and down through the timing screen, what are the things that really stand out to you? Who's one of your big surprises in terms of how this race has gone so far?
I think for a surprise or a fresh talking point, it's just a subtly good race so far for German simracing.de by ACV number 24. So they had a pretty good opening lap. I remember they picked off like 1 or 2 or 3 positions in that opening lap, and then it just stayed there. So running 7th, where did they start? 15th or so in class. They're just, getting on with it, not doing too much that gets them in replays or protest sheets or anything like that. Sometimes that's a good race.
Yeah, especially given that their highest finish this season is 14th. They're last in the points with just 3 to their name. It's a good day for them. Might even leapfrog them.
Probably done it to them, dude. This is where we get the blame down.
I blame you. You're the one that brought them up first.
All right. I think they're quietly plodding along with a good one, and then you're like, yeah, this would be their best result.
I mean, it would be. I'm just speaking the fact. I'm spitting facts right now.
Righto.
Lorenzo, from your mind, I mean, outside of German sim racing, maybe not biggest surprise in terms of good performance. What about the other way? Who's the biggest shock?
The biggest shock, in my opinion, over here is how well. I want to say how big has been the fall of the Logitech G Altus Esports 943, but now they seem stable as they're pitting right now. But the Pure Sims come back after the penalty they had early on, and Matthew Turnbow is just turning up the heat. We could have a battle for the lead again in the GT4 class if T75 Bernhard by SimRC GT4 allows.
So my question then becomes, if it is going to close up, surely it would be Pure Sims that can get the move done and run away at this point, David. I mean, they've been able to close an 18-second gap, and it's down to now 7 and a bit. Surely that pace translates into getting the job done and running away.
Oh, which class?
The GT4. I know you're very focused on Altus and the fact that they've just had to serve their 30 seconds of penalties, though.
Yeah, they're having themselves an ouchy time there. Yeah, I mean, last lap not bad for Pure Sims there. Everyone in GT4 is approaching pit stop time though. And that's what the headlights are for. So I would put to you, this is probably an in-lap for 416. I think you've got 1 or 2 laps for Team 75 stop. But you'll see a lot more GT4s on pit lane across the next 5.
Yeah, there's not really been too many fuel games going on here. Pure Sims and Team 75 have basically been on that same number. Last lap was the first time they significantly differed, and that was by 1 lap, so it's not that much of a significant difference between them. Entropic has just come out of pit lane. Martin Siritek taking over from the wheel, or taking on the wheel of the 412 there. Will Chadwick in that Fordzilla car after the big old crunch into the wall that they had in the early stages of the race. They're still up there in 6th, trying to salvage some points. Maybe the championship has gone from their hopes, but potentially still battling for 2nd along with the undercut guys in the championship. Team 75, if they can win here, it would be 4 victories and 5 races. Remarkable streak for them. In TCR, it is looking as though, unless there's some strategy games being played and MSI Esports are going to try and cut a pit stop out or something, something like Core Sim Racing would also go 4 out of 5. MSI might have to settle for their 4th consecutive 2nd place finish. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, potentially, for that Spanish 111 outfit. As R8G works its way through the final corner. I was talking about the Bila livery earlier, and I'll go back to that point as Williams Esports in that 905 come down onto pit lane. Moreno Sarica will take over from Alessandro Bico finally after a 3-hour and 40-minute stint. But I'll go back to the point on liveries, Lorenzo, because I actually think the old R8G livery was better. The original R8G livery.
Let me think here.
I can't even remember what that looked like.
I've
I've got goldfish memory.
Clearly. They're Dory.
Now
Sherman, 42 Wallaby Way.
I tell you what, I will try and grab a picture for you, David. I'll scroll through the social media on R8G's Twitter and I'll find something for you. But I just think it's too dark. I'll be honest. I like the way that the spec map works, don't get me wrong, but I think it's too dark, and I think the brighter the car, the better it looks, especially in iRacing.
Alright, before David speaks.
I mean, itself had like a purple Indy car, now moved to like one of the brightest cars on the grid in like red and yellow.
True.
Safe.
I'm gonna agree.
To be honest, that purple car looked great, other than all of the, what do you want to call it, legal text around it, where it's like, you know, I don't know if you've ever seen those ads, David, if healthcare ads are the same in Australia.
15 seconds to like, do you want to live a like healthier lifestyle?
And then you have the...
may cause like bloating and your children disowning you and leaving you in a sad nursing home.
And they always say it really quickly, right? It's like, oh, do you want better lifestyle? Do you want to run around with your grandkids? This may cause... I can't even speak that fast, I'll be completely honest.
Alright, back to the RG livery. I'm going to agree.
Have you managed to find a picture for David?
Not quite. I just had to go into my mental memory and remember their liveries when they actually had back in the day at SEO and some other leagues, and then also the R Factor 2 ones. So, and seeing Yuri Kazor pictures when he did some of the GT Pro stuff for them, I do agree on that one.
Like the R8G Junior livery is basically the same thing, except it's a light blue instead of a dark blue, and I actually really quite like that. Okay, I've scrolled all the way back to 2021, and I'm still struggling to find it right now. So give me a little bit longer.
Now, do you prefer the old Bila or the new Bila?
The new Bila.
I think you guys said it already. The new Bila, yeah. Had any other team updated their liveries for 2021, 2022?
Coanda did. Coanda's got that new like camo kind of livery design pattern thingy-mabob.
Yeah, and I think I already said that in the broadcast. I didn't like that. I like their traditional one better.
I'm trying to...
That's heaps better.
Yeah, right. No, David's seen a picture of the old livery, and I think now the white, blue, I like that. Even the junior team with their blue and darker blue works quite nicely. If you're watching Roman, and I know you are because you're a big fan of RaceSpot TV, you get the memo. Change the livery. Let's go back. It's not too late. Maniti's livery, I mean, it's got new logos on it. It hasn't changed. Team 75, of course, I mean, it's not SimRC anymore. It's Team 75 by SimRC. I quite like the new livery, although it's cheating when you use a real livery like that, I guess.
That just my boys.
They have indeed just passed the... In fact, no, teams... Is Team 75 a lap down?
That's not for class position.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the GT3. See, I'm looking at the front of it.
However, Arjuna, you're not far behind it because they're nearly a lap down. They're like 7 seconds from getting a lap down.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Again, the Aztec car does owe us a pit stop relative to the rest of that class. Team 75 livery looks quite good. Maxime Brient has jumped into our YouTube chat to say Movano has a new livery. I agree with that, but again, I'm going to sound rather critical and say I don't like the new Movano livery.
I think we said that yesterday, didn't we?
No, we said we didn't like the fact that they're all the same across the cars.
Yeah, true.
We didn't say that we didn't like the livery.
I think we said that because we were talking about the red line livery.
Yeah.
Eagles always look cool on a race car, dude.
True.
German sim racing does look good. But Team Fordzilla has a new livery as well, but they don't really have it on all the cars. But the point that we were making yesterday, David, is like, for example, in SEO, where Movano have 3 prototypes, when Maniti have 3 GTs that are all the same, not having an easy way to differentiate them, especially since we're dumb commentators, is a pain for us. Whereas Redline makes it quite simple, right? It's the same pattern on the car, but the colors are drastically different.
Yeah, you can tell they're all, you know, from the same group, but drastically different colors, like the Teletubbies or the Wiggles.
Yeah. I think
analogy.
Yeah, I like that analogy, and you're making me relive my childhood right now. But wind mirrors, the wing mirrors are a way, but I don't think they're the easiest ways.
I think if you do the like wing mirrors in color plus a stripe above the cockpit plus the
it needs a prominent stripe. Yeah,
you know, you do it noticeably in a couple of places, so you're like, oh, you know, for example, you know, it's like, oh, that's Impulse with all the red accent or whatever.
And I mean, we're spoiled when we do sim racing commentary at the end of the day, right? Because like we have all this information. We've got heaps and heaps of information that you really, I mean, if you do real world commentary, you'd be lucky at sometimes if you get a production feed. Sometimes you're just stuck with a timing screen. Sometimes you get one, don't get the other. If you're very blessed, you'll get both, right? So those are little things that in the real world would make a big difference. Here, I mean, it is what it is. We'll survive, but it's nice. Team 75 is closing that gap to German sim racing, by the way. So that 24 car coming under fire. The 2 final cars on the lead lap by virtue, by the way, of the penalty that Core Sim Racing had to serve. Oscar Mangan taken over from Carl Janssen there. They're now 12 seconds back from Moreno Sarica. It's going to take some strategy, going to take some pace for the 992 class gap to close back up. In terms of your... what's going on in GT4?
Good question.
Everyone's pitted in the last handful of laps.
Did Matthew
Had a
Turnbull...
very short stop. They came in again. No, they haven't. They haven't.
Have they...
Have they been penalised for a pit exit again?
That's what I'm wondering.
If they...
No, I think they're okay on pit exit. I'm taking a look right now because I want to figure out why they've had, if they've had to come in again as well. That's the other thing. I'm not 100% sure if they have actually had to come.
I think they have.
I think they have an unsafe pit entry.
And I was right about Mahler as well earlier, by the way.
You were. So, I think it's an unsafe pit entry. Maybe we can get a look at that, but... Come on, Matthew Turnbull lit up the timing screens in stint number 1. His second trip into the car, maybe not as good. And I can confirm they did have to come back down onto pit lane.
Did it get weird? Because it is 15 seconds. Did they get the fuel bug?
I don't think so.
Because the pit entry doesn't look unsafe.
Watch this. I mean... look how much of that red they use. They're almost in the grass.
But here's the thing. He did the same. I think the same thing on his last pit stop. I'm confused.
Pit speed limit. There we go. On exit. So, okay, so you can do that on the entry, apparently. That's good for us to know, but come on. I mean, I'm going to sound like a complete idiot right now, but, like, those are rookie mistakes. Those are mistakes that I make. It's not mistakes, David, that you expect these guys to make.
I mean, for all of the other teams and drivers that we've maybe piled on a little bit today, being like, oh, that's a dive bomb, or that's silly contact out on track, like, oh, you know, they just don't seem to have the pace, that's a strategy mistake. It's like, okay, those are all, you know, mistakes that can happen in the heat of battle, and, you know, misjudgments that you might make, your fault, but, you know, you do it because you're racing. Those other things, like, you know, 3 millimeters too far across the pit exit blend line, speeding on the pit exit. I mean, it's... You aspire to not make mistakes like that so that you can make bigger mistakes with higher stakes.
Yes, that's exactly it. I mean, Matthew was doing a great job of making up the time that he had lost by virtue of that first mistake, right? Like, he was doing a smashing job, like really impressive work from him to reel in 18 seconds, get it down to just under 7, and I mean, now he's got all that work to do again. In fact, it's a bit more because he had to come down and spend a bit more time in the lane, so we'll see how he's able to bounce back from that one as DRE Endurance are into pit lane in that 992 class. So they got closer to the top of the hour than most of the rest of the class, but no one compares to David Haynes' fascination with the 996 car. 26 laps into their stint. Should be good to make it to the top of the hour again, I think, David.
Yeah, and then I'm guessing Vince Peters will probably give it back to Anders Dahl to close out, and Vince Peters has done a good job. I would think maybe for an equal fuel number, Anders Dahl might be a little quicker. They could still be looking at 3rd place here if it all plays out proper and they can manage some slightly more competitive pace, or maybe not have to fuel save quite as hard right at the end there with Anders Dahl in.
Take a look at something that's happened with the Arnage Competition 23. Well, front-wheel drive nature of that Junkos Esports TCR car enabled it to get out of that one. It's Carlos Diguez who's going to lose the most amount of time in that 23 car, going for a door that was never open again, but I guess justice was served.
If ever that there are more wheels than doors.
Ooh, are we going to have this debate?
This is the new, does pineapple belong on pizza?
No, it's not.
Hanging bait.
You know what it is? Is this dress blue?
If it's actually provable.
Blue or gold? Is that? Well, it should be definitively provable that there are more doors than wheels.
I think, see, here's the thing is, right,
think about the mansions, right? How many doors did those have? Think about how they add to the total.
For me, it's like what is or isn't a door is never like, oh, well, does this door count? But for wheels, it's like, okay, the 5 on my office chair, do they count?
Yeah, they should.
Okay. Do the 4 and the 4 on a Matchbox model counts?
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
now
how small of a wheel, like, does a ball bearing count if it's not if a bearing count if it's like round but not spherical, like it's
right.
Wheel shaped? As you go down to like the more fringe cases of what is or isn't a wheel, I think that's far more subjective than like, well, this is a door.
Yeah, because I mean, then you could start including like crates, like for dogs, right? That's got a door, surely. I think Alexander
I'm not
Bird.
like, does the ring pull on my can of drink count as a door?
Right. I think Alexander Bird has had a moment here, and is that with the Undercut Racing Team car? I think it might be. And that's on the GT4. The first time into the chicane that I blame the GT4 for any bit of contact. It was with the undercut car as well. That's running in second by virtue of that Pure Sims pit speed exit penalty. And that, I would put that on the GT4. I'd postulate they've got a penalty coming down on them.
I'd say so. It looked pretty done to me.
By the way, Arnaj
Wenzel and Antti-Salminen.
They're having a good fight. That battle between German Sim Racing and Team 75 had closed up for a moment. I think now it's opened up by virtue of the leader coming through. Arnaj Competition has 20 seconds of accumulated penalties, 15 seconds for that contact that we saw, and then 5 seconds for a further bit of contact that they had so far in this race. Watching battle for 8th. The T3 Motorsports by Maniti car that had a 60-second penalty to serve at the start of this race was a technical registration infringement, adding a driver after the actual cutoff for this race in particular. Now, if you extrapolate from there, 60 seconds, you'd think, well, they might be in the fight for the win. No, they'd be in the fight for 7th. It's not been an easy day for that 978 by any means, but at least they get to continue having some wheel-to-wheel action through the end of this race. They've gotten past that TFR machine, and they'll whirl themselves forward to try and gather what they can. 4 minutes to go to the top of the hour. Vince Peters in that Aztec SimSport 996 is on lap 29 of his stint. Has to extend 2 or 3 laps longer. Also getting to the point where the GT3s will look to come on in. Sotomuto is on lap 29. Expect him in maybe 2 or 3 laps. BS Competition are on lap 31. They may be in the next time around, if not the lap after that. So watch out for that too. Tight, twisty, technical track, but it's a fun one, Lorenzo, and one that's had some good racing so far today.
Yeah, really good racing. I'm quite impressed. Oh my goodness, I just saw something on my screen that nearly ended in disaster between Torque Freak and I think it was the RSR by G Performance going to turn number 1. And my heart just stopped for a minute. But other than that, really good racing. Just a few incidents here and there, but I think we haven't saw anything overly egregious or really reckless or aggressive like we saw at Pesk. Other than that, I approve the 6-hour race. Much better than the 12-hour race we had at the end of the season last year.
Are you trying to say that 12-hour races are chaotic and therefore Spa is going to be crazy?
Spa is going to be crazy regardless of what happens. Maybe not as chaotic as the 24 hours normally is, but anyway.
Here's something with Jesse Jones, and that's the moment Lorenzo was talking about. Jones tries to move over under braking to try and maximize entry into the corner, and the Torque Freak car really couldn't do too much there. Good job, they were both able to hold on to that one. So, the gap between the top two is about 18 seconds. Haven't really seen Christian Lamella be able to eat into that gap too much, even with 4 tires compared to the 2 tires that Sotomuto put onto his machine. But we'll see how the strategy cycles out here in terms of your track conditions. You can see it has gotten a little bit darker. It's still 33 degrees Celsius though. It now reached 2 p.m. Still plenty of wind gusts blowing around the track. Expect from here, David, temperature to just drop off very slightly.
I would think so. The only caveat to that... No, the simulated time is outside of daylight saving summertime, so it is a 2 p.m. solar time, not a 2 p.m. legal time where you've got to wait a little bit later for it to start to cool off. It is 2 p.m. solar time, so yeah, it should start cooling off.
We mirror the race date as well, which means relatively cooler conditions than sometimes you'd get here at Barcelona if you came here during the summer. Yesterday at Interlagos in the Ivor Endurance Series race, we saw temperatures reach up to about 50 degrees Celsius, so bit of a swing there. Lorenzo, you're speculating if the penalty that Core has had to serve is actually going to swing things in favor of the Aztec Sim Sports Volante car.
Yeah, I'm just trying to grab how long was the penalty they had to serve specifically, because they did go into the box, which was 10 seconds. And I think that was the, something has happened.
They did serve they did serve the penalty, the 9:59.
Yeah, Lisbeth, yeah.
And the fact that they're already on the back of the Aztec SimSport car, even before Aztec comes down to pit, I think is good signs for Core that they'll be able to leapfrog them. I think Core very much will be looking forward. It's a 13-second deficit. They need to get past the 996 sooner rather than later. Vince Peters could come in this lap and be good in terms of his portion of the fuel saving. Might see him try and go a lap longer though to set up Anders Dahl to really have less of a workload in terms of saving the fuel, and it's nice and easy to the inside from the Irishman. Oscar Mangan slots his way on past. Easy as pie. Up into second, and now eyes focused fully forward. Does the 996 come in this lap, David?
No.
Let's see. So through the chicane. Let's see, come right hand down. No, he extends it one more lap. Good stint from Vince Peters.
Yeah, I based that entirely off. He needed to do one more to match the 33 that they've been doing up until this point, and the fact that how easily Core got past, that they were still lifting and coasting. I don't think they'd lift and coast that hard if it was their in-lap and they were going a lap shorter than the previous runs. So I was like, no, I think they're still trying to hit the same number.
I should have just said you read their mind.
No, I'm actually calling strategy in that car from up here.
I wonder, I'm trying to remember when Core actually overtook Aztec on the last time they were behind them. How deep or how far were Aztec understand? I would estimate maybe in lap 27, 28. Because for me, I think this the 10-second penalty, even though props Oscar Mangan and his stint so far, I don't know, being that late in the stint for Aztec to be overtaken, I think that's, I would say, maybe a small win for Aztec at the end of things.
We'll wait and see. Time will tell. BS Competition onto pit road in their BS Turner liveried car. Phil Denez back behind the wheel there. Now, will they do the slightly shorter stop and just take 2 tires, or will it be a full service? Here's a look at a replay between the Undercut Racing Team GT4 car and the Junkos TCR. I don't really know what to say about that one. It's a close call. Undercut are getting involved in plenty of contact, running second in this race. They're now coming under fire from Pure Sims, as here comes Vince Peters in that 996. Should hand over to Anders Dahl. But yeah, battle for second in the GT4, now down to 0.7 of a second then, David.
Yeah, no guarantee on it being Anders Dahl taking over, by the way, but I just thought it was likely. There's a few others shaping up, like Matthew Turnbull trying to make good on just some clumsy pit work so far in this one.
It is Anders Dahl who's jumping into that car, by the way. Phil Denez did a full service, so he'll likely just take the 2 tires in the final stop of the race. They're slightly off strategy early, but seem to be back on page with everyone else. R8G and Bila in their Lamborghinis squabbling through the traffic as they round themselves through turn 9 up the hill, the blind crest of the corner. We're seeing Fazui knowing that getting back onto the podium is imperative versus their main championship rival. That 46 Bila Racing Team Euronics car came into this race 7 points back. A good result here for the R8G Lamborghini, sets it up nicely for that 12-hour showdown. The Williams Esports BMW with Sotomuto behind the wheel finds its way down onto pit lane. Don't expect a driver change to be happening this time by. Should be Sotomuto. In fact, no, it will be back to Daniel Lafuente because they did switch 2 hours into this race. So Lafuente will be hard charging to the checkered flag. Lamela for MSI retakes the race lead. Close between Bila and R8G, down to 0.3 of a second. Using that draft, using the hole in the air that's being punched by the car in front. This late in the stint, Lorenzo, I think maybe it's actually a good idea to save some fuel. Is actually, by the way, Pearson's get past that undercut car for second in GT4, but it's a good idea to do some fuel saving. You're not trying to extend the stint. What you're trying to do is minimize the time that you spend in pit lane. Bring a little bit more fuel into the box, therefore put a little bit less in during the stop.
Yeah, I was going to say that minimizing the fuel on your final pit stop might be essential for you to maybe get a second or 2 or 3 on your competition, especially with the racing this close. I'm not gonna say maybe for top at the top of these standings, but maybe, and I mean maybe, at the top 3, because we're seeing Patty Heinrich and Racing Fizui battling for position right now. And they are within the same laps, 33 laps for both of them, so still could have a wide open battle for the podium. I don't know if it's going to be a wide open battle for the lead of the race whenever MSI comes into the pit lane, and then have to measure how far into the stints and pace are both Williams and MSI.
Well, they're coming this lap. They're both 33 laps into their stint. Now, typical stint lengths has been around this point. R8G will look to dive on in. Bila's been able to go an extra lap, so they'll extend. Likely see Racine Fizui hand back over to Vlad Kimichev in the championship leading 88 machine. An hour and 54 minutes to go here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Saw Formula One testing a couple of weeks back. The Formula One car's got another showdown at the Bahrain International Circuit, and now we're getting ready for race week. Round 1 in a long 2022 season is about to get underway. Have you been following testing, David?
Yes, I have been, because it's not long until, after round 1 comes round 2, and then after round 2 comes round 3, and I've already got my tickets and my flights and my accommodation, so I've got to be hyped, and I am.
First time F1 will return to Australia for what now? 3 years? 2019, the last Grand Prix there.
But I was there for 2020.
You were there for the failed attempt at 2020.
No, they let us in on Thursday, and then I was lined up at the gate on Friday morning. And I was like, the gate should have opened 10 minutes ago. It's not open now. I've got the feeling like it's not going to at all.
Right.
And that's when I left, and it was like, let's go back to our hotel room. If they do end up opening the gate, it's like not long to get back there. So, I don't know. I feel like I was clever.
Oh, is this another moment into the chicane? And this time it's all on the, however you want to say it, the IUSP.S powered by Vendaval car, as they try and get to the inside of the DRE machine, which didn't really leave too much room. But if there's not room, you can't go for the move. It's as simple as that.
There's just not a big enough pace differential between GT3 and 992 in a slow corner like that, given that everywhere that the GT3 is faster is basically just braking zones and fast corners.
So the 46 is into pit lane this time. Luca Kita will jump back behind the wheel. Now the thing to track with them is going to be where they come out in comparison to Racine Fizui, who's actually stayed behind the wheel of the R8G machine. So likely going to take that one to the end. We're watching that Pearson's GT4 car as Luca Kita, I can see, is rolling off, or getting up onto the jacks, excuse me, so getting those tires onto his car.
That suggests a slightly short fill at this stage, if it was already up on the jacks after like 35-ish seconds instead of closer to 40.
Might have missed.
Maybe it feels slightly quicker than it used to. Smaller tank, is it the same rate with a smaller tank, or is it...
True.
Or is the rate also shrunk in ratio with the tank?
No, I don't know. It's a good question, but we'll find out, because as GT4 second place comes across the line, we're still waiting for Bila to drop and roll. They've dropped, they're rolling. Now, where's Racine Fazui? Because Bila's basically straight off the limiter because of where their pit box is. 3 seconds clear. So that was done purely on the outlap for Racine Fazui. Must have got into some traffic, might have struggled a little bit there, Lorenzo. And Bila will take that opportunity then. Well, 1.5 clear. They got to get the tires up to that window as soon as possible so they don't have to get embroiled in the fight.
Yeah, just gonna try to take a quick look over here, sneak peek in terms of fuel, but no, same thing for both of them. The only difference is 0.2. Yeah, I think Luca Racine just had a really bad exit on the on his outlap, but still not out of the count. The one thing I was watching is that Williams had a little bit of an issue, and Daniel Lafuente, I think, was on his outlap on the final turn, which was really weird in my opinion. I don't know if they got to slow it down or if Lafuente's car paddle had some weird disconnect reconnect issue. I don't know. It was weird.
We'll try and track that as well in terms of the lap time. It was coming across the line onto lap 140 where that issue started to manifest itself. Seems to be back up to speed for now, though, so that's a good sign in that BMW M4. The gap's still 21 seconds or so back to the Bila Racing Euronics car, so still in a good position. Driver change for the T3 Motorsport by Maniti number 7 as Big Tim Matska gets behind the wheel to bring that to the end. MSI Esports Blue still out there on track and by my calculations should emerge about 15 seconds behind the MSI, the Williams Esports number 5 at this point. Should be down onto pit lane the next time by. Maybe this time, but you'd think likely the next time. Pearson's, after getting a second pit-related penalty. First it was crossing the exit line. Second was speeding during the exit phase of the pit stop. They're now 41 seconds back from Team 75. That's basically done. With an hour and 50 minutes to go, there's no way that they are going to close that one down to anywhere where they can really fight. And I'll go back to what I said earlier, David. I mean, you've got the pace on track, but if you make mistakes in pit lane, you're not going to be in a position to show the pace and show where it will lead to. Matthew Turnbull was blinding to close the gap after the first mistake, but a second mistake at this level, it is something that is really difficult to recover from. No safety cars makes it very, very difficult.
I mean, the first time with the pit exit was like, wow, that's a totally unforced error. Like, and then the second time with the speed limit, both of them, there's just no excuse. It's embarrassing and sloppy. I mean, I'm sure they feel that. I'm sure, like, goodness knows they were probably, you know, annoyed the first time, seething the second time.
Yep, for sure. As Christian Lamella is diving into pit road in that MSI Esports blue car. So, should be now full service for him. Emerge in that 20-second gap between Williams Esports and the Bila Racing Team Euronics car. Trying to look through. After that early penalty for Tim Matska in that T3 Motorsports car, it was only a 5-second penalty, yes, but they made the most of it. They're still running up in 5th position at this point in time. Other teams that had early penalties include the other Maniti car. It was a 60-second penalty for the late addition of a driver. They're running 8th in class out of the 10 that started in this race. Plenty of drama so far. There is that Williams Esports number 5 who's going to round himself through the final couple of corners to retake the race lead, patiently waiting behind the German sim racing car, who is a lap down on the field. as Christian Lamela actually does the two-tire strategy, so it might actually be closer as Lamela gets off the button and rolls himself. There you can see just on the outside of your shot, he's rolling down into turn one. He'll hold on to the race lead for now, but is he going to take another two-tire strategy, a stint to go to the end, or is he going to need 4 tires? Will Williams be able to do 2 tires? Still many strategy games left here to play, Lorenzo.
I kind of saw it coming from from Christian Lamela and the guys at MSI. I think that's the only way you kind of contend for the lead. It was going for this route. Otherwise, it would have been complicated for them to come back, or the gap probably would have been close. But it's a little bit of a gutsy strategy as GSR opens up for Williams. But I don't know. I really don't know how this is going to pan out at the end of the day. Of course, Lafuente is going to have the upper hand whenever his grip actually picks up and is quite picked up. But good battle nevertheless between two Spaniards. Correction.
That's like calling the language that they speak in Brazil, Brazilian.
Yes.
Great job.
Finishes. Thank you. I got that from the Will Vincent book of pronunciation.
Yeah, the Will Vincent School of Commentary, huh?
Yeah.
So
I've been a good student.
1.2 between them. And we have seen that the 2 tires do tend to take off earlier in the stint a bit better. You're able to find some more speed. The 4 tires maybe find a little bit more purchase late in the run, but MSI really got checked up there behind the race gear 429 GT4 car coming on to the long main straightaway. They were at least able to get to the inside before they run into the turn 1 complex, before they came to the final complex, so that gap is held fairly steadily, but now they're stuck behind some more GT4 cars. There's Torque Freak Racing, German Sim Racing, who are not fighting for positions, but at least there's some roadblocks as that German Sim Racing car just runs itself a little bit up wide. Williams Esports ducking and diving to work its way through the traffic, now only 6/10 back. If you're Lafuente, David, how hard do you push now? How much do you want to get past Lamela on track?
I'd assume from Williams' perspective that they know they got a strategy upper hand here. So what you do is, you push on, you close the gap, you want to get ahead, but you can't take too much out of these tyres too early. You've got them for the stint after, when MSI are going to have to either have very old tyres or be a little bit behind you trying to catch back with their newer tyres. So once you're ahead, you don't need to do anything too silly to try to hold that advantage. And well, yes, MSI first on track, Williams are second on track. I think in the, calculated strategy, and Williams are in the better position here. So just keep chipping away at it. Don't overstretch yourself trying to exert the advantage.
So 1.5 seconds now, that gap. We'll see if what David Haynes says will play out like that. Gap in all 4 of the lead groupings now somewhat significant. GT3, the smallest of them. GT4 sees a 40-second differential. TCR sees the 20-second gap between Core Sim Racing and the Team Hoysinkveld cars, and then it's a 13-14 fluctuating buffer between the Williams Esports 905 and the Core Sim Racing 959. Did you guys know, by the way, that apparently Magni Core is coming to iRacing?
Yep.
When are we going to get that? I love that track.
Soon.
Hashtag soon, huh?
Well, unless the NDAs and everything has been signed on and people cannot say the secret stuff, and WikiLeaks are watching, please don't leak it, because otherwise it might never come out. I really like to see Magni Core being done in iRacing. I think I haven't taken a lap around the French track in maybe 10 years.
Seen some exhibition laps there. I don't know if I've seen a competitive race there in a while. That's for sure. Paul Ricard might be interesting. I mean, I'm not a fan of the aesthetic of the track, but the one thing that I've noticed watching how some of the sim races there play out is especially in a GT3 car, does tend to put on a pretty good show.
Honestly, once you get past the
Aesthetic,
visually unappealing, you know, feeling of racing in a hardware store car park where someone spilt all the blue paint, the first sector's pretty good. Like, you've got a reasonable pit straight into a quick chicane that can sometimes be overtaking, and then it sort of folds in on itself and tightens up towards a hairpin that then, you know, sort of has a switchback section onto the back straight. Then the back straight's a little bit like, oh man, okay, we got to have a chicane in this because we got to have a chicane in this, otherwise it's too long, and that feels a little, you know.
No, but that's the thing about Paul Ricard, right? You could have like a million different configurations. They only have the chicane for Formula 1 because apparently it's too fast if you blast your way down into Cygnus without that chicane, whereas in GT3...
everything else that races there
doesn't have the chicane.
Yeah, go direct link to the Mistral straight.
Oh, that's a close one between MSI and the Juncos TCR, as Lamella didn't really want to wait to get past there, as he sees the mirrors getting bigger with that Williams car's closed by a couple of tenths. Paul Ricard would be fun. We got the Hungaro ring, so that's a good one to have. What other Lorenzo, your opinions on tracks, though, is terrible.
Hey, here's the thing. I don't like Hungaroring.
Yeah, and you're wrong.
Hey, here's the thing. For open wheels, I dislike. For GTs, maybe I like it. It's a decent track. Paul Ricard, you have to restrict that for me for GT3.
See, the problem is you're judging Hungaroring based on F1 cars. You're not judging.
I'm also judging by the GT World Championship.
Go do some AI races with the IndyCar at the Hungaroring, then come back and tell me.
Okay, then I'll do that later.
But what other tracks in Europe are we really missing? Now, we talked about Dubai. There's plenty in the Middle East that you could have. Australia, we've got Winton, we've got Sandown coming, but there's even more there. Europe's pretty fleshed out overall, but yeah, what are we missing there?
I can name two. Dijon Prenois and Brno.
Avis.
What's Avis?
Oh, you never heard of Avis?
Avis sounds like a fictional Gran Turismo track.
No, oh, nice, Tyler. Portimao.
German circuit that they went to that's literally like 6 miles of the Autobahn, then a giant banked death hairpin, then 6 miles of the Autobahn back.
Yeah, now that I've gone and looked at it, I remember what that is. Portimao would be good. I like a bit of Portimao. What else is there? What else is there? Let us know.
Mugello.
Nah, we don't need Mugello.
I like Mugello for... It's because for this championship, it makes a lot of sense because they do the 12 hours and 24 hours of Mugello, so they have to do it. It's kind of like... Center, even though even more because iRacing has a really good relationship with Creventic, because Creventic is actually coming back with the Creventic Engine Series later this year. So it makes sense to have Mugello on iRacing. Ostersleben.
That'd be fun too.
So we can take into a dark room and beat the person who designed one.
I know what we need. We need Istanbul Park.
I agree.
Yeah. As long as we also get the 2020
version of it,
surface grip as a track layout.
Yeah. No. There we go. I think Istanbul. That's the one. I was trying to figure out. There's one that I knew I wanted rather. Not we. I'm not speaking for the collective community.
The royal we.
Yes, the royal we. Turkey would be good. American tracks. What are we missing there? I think some of the IndyCar street courses. Nah, Willow Springs isn't going to be a good race for anything bigger than a GT4. if we're being realistic. Some of the IndyCar tracks would be fun.
New
Portland.
Jersey.
We got New Jersey. Just
No, New Jersey Motorsports Park.
Don't we
They
have
don't
that?
have it. No,
Yeah.
we don't.
Isn't that in a 3D? Isn't that how?
It's a tech track.
Yeah, that's what
Tech
it's
track.
tech track. That's
Is
what
it
it's called.
Is it all of the layouts? Like this? I don't know. I haven't checked out the tech track.
Ooh, Jerez.
Park.
Someone points out Jerez in Europe as well. That would be good. Aragon. Yeah, I agree with that too. Valencia, the old street circuit there. I used to quite like that one.
approve.
Yeah. there's
Garden
plenty-
Toro is a good track for F3s.
There's maybe even enough left still to scan of Valencia.
Right. So we can pretend to be Mark Webber and go flying in the air, huh? IndyCar tracks. Toronto, St. Pete. Tyler Maxson doesn't like Portland, but Portland is at least going to see some NASCAR Xfinity stuff, so maybe it's actually somewhat realistic to say that it might come. That would be good too.
Can I just say, if we get Portland, I like the OG Portland when they used to rent carts over there, the cart, instead of the Indy cars and Xfinity they're going to run. The actual version of the track, I'm not a big fan, but I am a big fan of the OG one, like they used to run back in the 80s and 90s.
Well, the problem with everything that we're saying is they're basically all street tracks at the end of the day, to some extent. I don't want Nashville. Never give us Nashville. What a waste of a track that would be. Give us the new Indianapolis, please, already.
Please. Are you saying that is coming soon?
I have no idea. I am sick of the road course layout that we have for Indianapolis
Yeah, that's
right
true.
now.
I hate it. By the way, if Indianapolis comes, please come with a detachable Kirby at the back straight.
Tyler Maxson is talking about Atlanta Motorsports Park. It's another one. It's actually a really good track, but again, I don't think it'd be good for anything bigger than a GT4 if we're being really honest. And multi-class racing there might be just a little bit treacherous. Carolina Motorsports Park, if that's the one that I think it is, which I need to now go and take a look at. Tyler Maxson, you're listening. I've done a race there before. Now, is that track in the best condition? Probably not.
Give me Thunderhill.
Thunderhill would be good. Yeah, we can have our own 25-hour race. If we want to really be speculative, let's get Pikes Peak. Let's get let's get more of the time attack sort of things going.
Yeah. The racetrack was decent. I agree, as Tyler Maxson said it. Interesting. Didn't they have a oval back there also back in the day?
That's a good question. I honestly don't know the answer. Oh, I see an issue, and I see an issue for the 996. Oh, what's happened there for the Aztec SimSports Volante car? Of course, the car that's been doing the monster fuel saving. Let's take a look at the and that's the Arnage competition car that's been involved in all sorts of chaos today. Now, the actual contact, I think you could claim it's initiated by the Volante car, but I want a better look at what happens before the run up into that corner. Does the Arnage Porsche send it deep, or what happens here? This will give us a better look. Let's take a look. So riding, and this is what Lorenzo was saying before, there's not a huge speed difference between these two cars. And again, there's a slight gap there, and Ricardo Rico slides his way into a door that he really didn't have to go for. He is one lap down. He's 15 seconds or so back from the next car in line. I mean, I don't know. David, thoughts on that one?
You know, we've seen cars pass down the inside of the right-hander and then, you know, make it work through the tight chicane there. Other than GT3s basically dive-bombing TCR cars, there's very few times I've seen that work where the overlap has started in the braking zone for there. On the other hand, Aztec Volante could have just swallowed their pride and let that one go as well. So I don't think they did anything wrong, but could have not been involved in that.
I do think if they get reported, they're gonna get a penalty.
Who?
Aztec.
We'll see.
Because here's the thing, you got overtaken, even though there is a little bit of overlap for you to go side by side. Is a 90-degree right-hand turn. It's very hard for you to make it too wide right there. Well, you can, but it's a low chance maneuver if you're on the inside to be side by side, and you're eventually gonna get thrown to the outside because of the curbing. Therefore, if I'm Anders Dahl, I just lift off the gas a little bit more, or brake, let him go through. You're gonna lose about a second and a half tops, but it's better than anything else.
I'll take this time to remind everyone as well that VCO Esports, RaceSpot TV, and SimGrid have teamed up to put together a fundraiser for those affected by the devastation ongoing in Ukraine. Head on over to fundraiser, that's fundrazr.com/esports racers for Ukraine. No matter how much, how little you can contribute, every little bit matters. The money will go directly towards the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. And not the first time that VCO have been able to do something like this. They've done, for example, the race against the flood, which was to benefit those affected by the flooding in the Eifel region last year. No race this year to go with the fundraising efforts, but again, no matter how much, how little you can donate, every little bit does count. Slow down very slightly here in this race for now, with 90 minutes or so left to go. 1.2 seconds splits the top two, with 14 seconds splitting the top two in 992, 25 splitting them in GT4, partially because there's been a bit of a pit stop cycle ongoing, and SimRC have just brought it down on towards pit lane. And then 7 seconds splits them in TCR, but again, strategy playing itself out there. Getting closer and closer to, for the GT3s, what will be their final pit stop of the race. The 992s, David, should be due in a couple of laps' time. That will be their penultimate time. In fact, right on cue, Altus Esports and that 943 roll down onto pit lane.
Yeah, because they're definitely on the early side of that class. They had that shorter run earlier where they had to run a little shorter stint to serve the penalty within the window, and that after that is when Simone Maria Marcheno handed over to Jordan Caruso. He's just done 30 laps, so he's going to have this and one more stop to get to the end of the race. How about Enna Pagusa?
Excuse you?
I approve.
Yeah.
Sorry, cheap joke there.
I know, you were trying to say something in Italian that would make sense.
Yeah, there's lots of tracks. There's lots of tracks.
Riverside, I wish they could, like, recreate Riverside.
We've talked about Europe. We've talked about the Middle East briefly. We've talked about the US. In Asia, there's plenty of tracks as well. I mean, if we want to throw Australia into the mix, you guys already are getting 2 new tracks. You don't need another one.
Something in New Zealand, please.
What's in New Zealand? That's big enough for everything to race at. Not necessarily Formula One, but you know what I mean.
There's at least 2 tracks that come to mind. So, what, Taupo and
Rapuna?
Taupo, which is the one that had another name and is now Bruce McLaren.
Oh yeah, I know which one you mean.
So one of them hosted A1 Grand Prix and has been around a little while. And then there's a more
Taupo, however you say it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's the one that that's the one that hosted A1, which is a grade 2 track, so that would be nice.
The other circuit that hosted the New Zealand Grand Prix that Shane van Gisbergen won like 12 months ago-ish.
So, by the way, that incident between the 23 and the 996, Lorenzo, you thought it might be a penalty for the 996?
Yeah, if they get it.
Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's a 30-second penalty for the Arnage competition car.
Wow. Okay, I know it was a little bit of a dive, but
it's not the first.
Man.
Remember, it's not the first contact that they've had, and they're. I think that's the third penalty that they've now had for contact with the slower class car.
I wasn't going to say it the first time or the second time, but if it's their third penalty, then they might just have to slap a C on that and become Carnage competition.
I like it. Well, I'll try not to call them Carnage for the rest of this broadcast. How about that? It sets us up. It's just set up so perfectly. Puns on puns on puns. So New Zealand
rolling through into that 992 pit stop phase with Williams, Esports, and Sims, and no.
Asasek have to. I think they've got too much damage. Yeah, they've got a crushed in front end, and yeah, unfortunate for them. Their hopes of trying to nurse the field to the end, not going to work out that way.
New Zealand is crazy dense, like per capita, for like actually decent racetracks, though. Because,
right. Yes.
And there's also Pukekohe. And then there's
whoa, that sounds rude.
What's the one? Hey, that's bordering on racist. There's also what's the one near Cromwell, Highlands Motorsport Park?
Right.
And then there's even more that are, escaping me. They've basically got like an F3 quality racetrack for every 20 men and 100 sheep.
Yes, true.
Yeah.
So, okay, we talked a little bit then about New Zealand. Asia, you've got Fuji. I
can name a few.
There's more in Japan. You've got some of the street circuits as well. That would be nice. I mean, I'm biased to see Singapore join. Macau. I mean, Macau, the issue with Macau is anything faster than an F3 car probably isn't going to work. And how do you implement the yellow flag, the no passing zone that Macau has?
I just want to see drivers trying to survive with their safety rating around Macau. It would have been fun. Imagine a turn like a lap 1 crash like the 2015 DG championship they had over there. They caused basically a traffic jam. Was it 2015 or 2017? I don't know. It was back in the late 2010s, but they caused the massive pile up, and they had like a $20 million incident nearly with all cars.
So you can add that. Plenty of good racetracks. Basically what we're saying is iRacing has plenty of things still left on the horizon for them to work on and to continue to go. In the Middle East, for example, we could go to Qatar, I don't know how well Saudi Arabia would race, but I think it's a fascinating track from a challenging the driver perspective. Yes, Marina as well. I think the new changes there have made it a little bit more interesting and fun to race. And to go back to actually what's going on track, as we watch Oris and the Altus Esports team battle after Oris went with a slightly shorter stop. I don't think they took any tires there, so they're going to be struggling a little bit with the tires. But Team Fordzilla, we saw that they managed to get the boot lid back on their car. That's because Will Chadwick went and pleaded with the marshals to get it back, and so they've been able to at least recover a little bit more damage. Looks like maybe they will be looking at a 6th place finish for their troubles today. That Oris racing car has a beaten up front end, I tell you, David.
Yeah, I mean, they're not alone with a little bit there. This is bold of them.
Altus has had some good top speed the entirety of the day so far. They're going to use that as Javi Ross defends down to the inside line. Forces Caruso to try and sweep around the outside. The sole Altus representative in the Super Cup, the Esports Super Cup, has ushered and escorted Javi Ross off into the gravel. A little bit of light contact there. Racing incident at first glance.
Agreed.
Yeah, how could Altus have given more room there?
And you always, I mean, David, you know this. I mean, the reality is when you race in Australia or you're racing against someone from Australia, you've got to leave just that little bit of an extra room. You don't want to risk anything.
Yeah, you got to leave an extra koala's width.
I was going to say kangaroo's width, but koala works too.
No, that's too much.
Yeah, but I like to be safe, you see. I practice safe race car driving.
Okay.
Unless you're talking to any of the people I've ever driven against in SEO, in which case, they'll disagree with that comment. So...
Kangaroos and race cars just don't mix, though.
Do they not?
No, cause of many a Bathurst safety car.
That's true. That's very true. Fortunately,
cracked windscreens over the years, I think, as well.
No kangaroos in Spain, though, right? Last we checked.
No, but I think there was a race where there was a dog right in the middle of the Catalunya track. If I remember, there was once.
That
They're
happens.
going to have to scan some wild dogs if they're going to scan Istanbul Park.
True.
True.
I mean, if we get Singapore, we're going to have to get that random spectator who just wandered out onto track that one time.
And the big lizard.
That too, yeah. I mean, Laguna Seca doesn't have the... Is it squirrels? Or what is it? When IndyCar went and tested there, was it last year? I think it was last year. I forget who it was, but they said they killed about 5 different squirrels. It was Colton Herta, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it was Colton Herta.
We're gonna get struck by PETA right now.
I'm just saying the facts.
Tyler says he had a dog or a coyote running in front of him at Road America.
I'm guessing there's probably a dog at Road America. Yeah, Colton Herta said that when he did his Laguna Seca testing in 2021, he hit 4 on 1 lap. So he may have hit more.
Now, I was wondering, if we're talking about that, can we get a priest running around the Silverstone track once in a while? We're going to add trackside objects.
Sorry, I forgot that what actually happened during what was it? Was it during the race or was it during practice? I think it was
race. It was
race.
4.
No, I'm talking about something that happened at IndyCar last year, where Colton Herta hit. I think it was a rabbit or a squirrel, one of the two, and then they brought that footage up on TV and used like the telestrators to break down how he ran into the rabbit.
Jesus Christ!
Do you guys don't watch enough IndyCar?
No, it's just that we don't get those feeds from NBC Sports.
I mean, if you watch, I guess you probably don't, but I think. Oh no.
The Australian streaming service for this season that they've just changed across, ad break free. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, can I move to Australia?
You know how to use a VPN.
Groundhogs in Montreal, that's another good point in our YouTube chat. Many an animal has disrupted a race across the globe. iRacing, that's our next feature. Oh, what's the there's an open world game where it's the opposite of Gran Turismo, where you literally cannot hit a pedestrian. Like, they literally warp out of your way.
There are plenty, though. Is it a racing game, though?
Yeah, it's a racing game.
Whoa. The Crew?
Yes, The Crew. That's the one I was thinking about. Yeah. There we go.
Please don't get me started on The Crew, because otherwise I'm gonna go on a mega rant of them butchering Laguna Seca and Sebring.
All right, we'll kick Lorenzo Bonder out of our race spot chat so he can go and rant about that for a while. 75 minutes to go. Williams Esports MSI split now by 2 seconds as we work our way to that final cycle of pit stops. Are expecting 4 tires for MSI, 2 tires for Williams, so the status quo should switch back around. Now it's about a 15-second penalty to take an extra 2 tires. MSI would still be 10 seconds clear of the Bila Racing Team Euronics 46 car that's about 4 seconds down the road from the R8G88, the two championship rivals. Bila came into this race second in the championship, R8G first. They'll swap around out on track, but in terms of the points, if they finish third and fourth, R8G would still have the championship lead, but it would be down to 4 points heading to the final race of the season. It's basically, if you win the race, you win the championship. It's as simple as that. If Bila wins, there is nothing R8G can do to deprive Bila of the championship. And you think to the start of the season and the first three races, David, R8G second, third, and first, then eighth at Monza. I mean, that might be the result which makes their life that much more difficult heading into that final race. Bila's being consistent, fifth, fourth, and a first. Always inside of the top five, always getting the maximum points on the board. Consistency wins championships.
Yeah, certainly, and it puts them in that position for the big Spa finale. The way the points are structured, it so favors that in every category too. Like, everyone who finishes in 992 GT4 or TCR gets points. So if you retire, you know nothing, you win nothing, goodbye, good day. So to just finish consistently in those points, really important.
The 174, by the way, got a 10-second penalty as the SERIES Esports TCR for contact with the 481. Not sure if we mentioned that before. Was with Talk Freak Racing car. That's your race leader in GT4 being passed by your GT3 leader. Pearson's Esports Ian Gagnon Renault behind the wheel of 416, just under 40 seconds back in that class. Let's try and figure out the championship standings in all of these classes right now. So Core Sim Racing lead in TCR. Let's work back to front. They came into this race with an 8-point advantage to the MSI Esports team, a 10-point advantage to Team Hoisingveld. It does seem as though for now it's Team Hoisingveld that will grab second. MSI going to be trying to fight to hold on to third. So as such, that second place result for Hoisingveld will lift them to second in the championship. But it would be a 15-point advantage if things hold as they are for Core Sim Racing heading into the final round, as long as they finish in sixth, which basically means as long as they finish in the TCR class, Lorenzo. They've got one hand on the championship now. They've got to survive 12 hours at Spa.
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look over here. The gap would be 484, that would be 109 to maybe 99. It would be a really long shot. Basically, Core would have to get a DNF at Spa.
They don't just need a DNF, they need to finish behind. I mean, we had 7 show up today for the race, so they just got to finish in front of one of their competitors. Then in GT4, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, that new combination of the SimRC outfit, which has competed for many a year with the real world organization, Team Bernhard, Team 75 Bernhard. They came into this race with an 18-point advantage, and so by winning this race, they will become champions with 12 hours to spare. Undercut race team, they're in third, so the gap between those two in terms of points is 9. So as it stands right now, as we said, Team 75 Bernard heading to the championship. In your 992 class, that's where things do get rather interesting. Coming into this round, Altus Esports had a lead over the rest of the field, where Core Sim Racing and Acetec Volante were tied on 65 points. They also had an 18-point advantage by finishing then in 3rd position, with Core Sim Racing looking like they're heading into 2nd. It's only a 14-point advantage for Altus. Basically, if they finish in 5th or higher, they would win the championship. The question again would really be for Williams, who would be 23 points behind coming into this race. They gain 9 points to them, so that would be just a 14-point deficit as well. So Corin Williams likely to be tied heading out of this one. Except no, that's totally not right. My math is completely bonkers there. But the reality is here, David, for Williams, if that pace and luck had been there in those first 2 races of the season, this championship in the 992 would be completely different.
Yeah, I mean, 0 points. 0 points round 1 and round 2. Now into a winning streak that's arrived just a little too late. Literally all or nothing on their score sheet so far this season. It's either a win or it's a DNF. And unfortunately there's 2 DNFs and just not enough races in the season to make up for that. I mean, there's plenty of hours in the season, but there's not individual races, there's not so many.
Yep, no, it's well put as well, right? Even though you've got, what's it, 5 of the 6-hour races and then the 12-hour race, which, you know, tots up to
42 hours.
Yeah, 42 hours of racing.
I think we'll probably, barring weather and safety cars and red flags, have more hours of racing in this championship than the 2022 F1 season.
Oh.
If you say an average Grand Prix ends up going somewhere between 90 minutes and hour 45. Most of them are shorter than end up being shorter than 2 hours, right?
Yeah, I was going to say between 75 and 90 minutes is your typical Grand Prix. You might have, you know, the Spas, for example, which are the exceptions to the rules, you know?
Spa can be pretty quick. It's pretty high average.
No, it can't. I meant Spa last year.
Oh.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying now.
Washed out of my memory, just like the race got washed out.
Yeah, I think you're right, though.
I might have to keep a spreadsheet of that going forward.
It's a good idea. Random stats to break out. Something to note, by the way, we have to just wait and see as to whether the 977 and the 943, the contact between Oris and Altus, is going to lead to anything. Actually, no, that's already being reviewed. No further action there. But Altus coming under pressure from that Oris machine behind. Might not be secured into 3rd just yet. I mean, Chevy Ross likely does need to take a slightly shorter stop, but he's on much more worn rubber. And yeah, there's still some intrigue around the strategy games here. The main intrigue really, though, is now between MSI and Williams, with the gap up to 3 seconds heading into this final cycle of pit stops. Can you be bold, Lorenzo? Can MSI take 2 tires and try and survive to the end?
I think they have to do it.
But do they risk having more issues and potentially blowing a tire, you know, then losing even a 2nd place finish? Sometimes 2nd is at least a result you can be happy with.
Yeah, it's a result that you can be happy with, especially for a team that again demands results. After winning at Hockenheim, they need a really good result to get that morale up. But again, you have to risk something. Even if you want to double stint those tires and generate a bigger risk so you can open up a gap to Williams and try to manage that until the end of the race. You have to try something, otherwise Williams is just going to run away. And William Chavik says, my curse isn't coming. Could be, I don't know.
At least there's no safety car curse that could be thrown down in the closing stages of this one. Nicely done from Altus there. set the move up to get past the GT4 leader without too much strife. Heading down into that section of track which has been reef-profiled recently. The iRacing curse struck after we got this track, and no longer is it that sort of harsher hairpin at turn 10. Now it's a lot more flowing, a lot more wide open through that corner, David.
Not a lot more, a little bit more. It's specifically like smack bang in between this layout and the classic layout. Like like a remaster of an old game. It's like, it's kind of the same. It's kind of different. It's a little fresh. It's still a throwback.
And that's also changed how the Rallycross layout works. We got a Rallycross version of the track here, similar to how the real world track is laid out, but with the start-finish points very, very different, and it affects the type of racing that we have here on the sim as well. Start zone slightly different as well now, because you round the final corner a little bit differently. Instead of a hard left chicane, it's a sweeping left-hand run back onto the main part of the track where you'll reconnect with it. But yeah, 4.5 odd minutes to go before the top of the hour. GT3s would be safe to the end from there. How early do they want to come? Williams has lost out with the traffic very slightly, now up to 4.5 seconds. MSI Esports, this is the crunch time. Even if they do elect to take tires, that's a 15-second deficit that they might have. They take all 4 tires. At this point, it'd only be about 10 seconds back from Williams Esports. Maybe they could get the hammer down and push it all the way to the end and try and wring the neck of their BMW M4. The balance of the GT3 cars has been decent. 2 BMWs lead the way. The Lamborghinis have been in and around the mix in terms of lap time, and I don't think have always had the consistency of lap time over the stint to be able to push, but they run 3rd through 5th. First Porsche is down in 8th position, Lorenzo. You were talking about how this track being, relatively, it's basically at sea level, right? It's not going to benefit turbo-powered cars like the BMW in the same way, but maybe the rear-engine nature of this car makes it a little bit more difficult through some of the slower speed corners.
Yeah, but we also have to take into consideration the BOP rework that iRacing done, right? So because we didn't have any any of the sprint series or any of the entrance series for the GT3s or even IMSA that uses the GT3 cars more exclusively in the iRacing official cities, we don't have a real idea of benchmarks stuff with these cars. People say, oh, you can get something within 4 days. I don't think you can get something very definite within 4 days. I think you might need I would say a week or two, so a few rotations of tracks above, below, and at sea level, so you can really get an idea of which car is best performing in all kinds of tracks right now. So of course, Mala did try to contend early on in the race, but eventually dropped off and had to retire. And Team 75 by Bernhard, they had their few set of issues, but anyway, so far the Porsche looks like it is the worst cut out of the bunch.
Still early in the development as well for the setup. So, for example, BS Competition started the race off well, but even midway through, maybe their setup not working as well. Slid backwards, got some damage. By the same token, MSI put themselves on the back foot with the strategy, then started to pull their way forward. Williams sprung away from the field in the early hours of the race. I think we'll see a lot of evolution in the overall hierarchy of the teams when it comes to the pace in this GT3 class.
Whenever there's a big change like that, there's always something, to find. So, it's a pretty significant rework. If you read all the information about it, a pretty significant rework to how some of the aero forces are calculated, and every now and again there's just some combination that you might not have had first on your checklist to check, that you're like, whoa, we actually keep really good tire temperatures with, you know, this combination of aero and camber or something. Like, there's just so many little things to go through, and you might just stumble upon a combination that does something a little magic. But you can't stumble across that in, you know, just a couple days of also trying to, you know, practice the circuit, not just go setup hunting.
So MSI, I've just realized this as well, we'll have a shorter pit stop in terms of fuel at the end. There's about a 5-lap delta in terms of the laps between them, Lorenzo. So 5 laps in fuel. How much time is that going to be in the pits?
Good question. How much does it take to fill one lap? I think 3 seconds? 2 seconds? I don't know. So it might be up to 5 laps.
More like 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Lap of fuel.
Yeah, I'm right on that margin. I was going to estimate maybe 7-8 seconds in the pit lane.
Yep, I'd agree with that.
So, going to be some advantage there. But
it's a little closer than we're thinking.
But the gaps come down again. It's now down to 3 seconds. It's going back and forth through the traffic. It might ultimately be traffic again. We saw those first hours of the race, David, how BS Competition tried to use the traffic to try and get past. It might be a case where the traffic plays a factor at the end of the race too.
You mean it's going to giveth and also taketh away?
Oh my God, we're going to quote John Hindhaugh so much here. Speaking of John Hindhaugh, the VCO Grand Slams will return, starting not with Sebring in a couple of, well, it's not even a couple of weeks, it's 2 weeks time from now. But it's going to start with the Nürburgring 24 hours that will take place at the second week of April, a bit earlier than the real world race, yeah, but at least we get it. And then we'll continue on with the Watkins Glen 6 hours, where Redline will try and carry forward the momentum after winning all 3 of the classes last year. We'll head then to Petit Le Mans for the penultimate of the Grand Slams. We'll round things up with the Suzuka 10 hours, the second running of that race. The first running was attrition heavy, but still a great little addition to the special event calendar. And the Grand Slams, they make the special events just a little bit better, David. A little bit more special. There's not just bragging rights on the line, but there's hardware as well.
I am chronically short of shiny trophies.
So just get your iRating up. Simple, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I might just actually, you know, find a shop and just get my own trophy engraved with my own name on it and just some ludicrous.
Here comes MSI a bit earlier than expected, if I'm being completely honest, and Williams in fact will go on through. So maybe blows what we were talking about with the strategy
well,
out.
If they're thinking that they have to take 4 tires, there is some advantage to maybe doing it earlier. Yeah,
that's true. That is true, although cars are always best when they're low on fuel, right? So like you surely want to run the tank dry as good as much as possible. Now we'll see. Now we'll get the indication of how long they'll spend in pit lane. Maybe with track conditions still relatively warm, 31 degrees Celsius. I was about to say maybe we'll see drivers take no tires. Don't think you can risk it. I don't think you can really do that just yet. 36 and counting, so the fuel is done. Now it's about the tires. Up he goes. 50, 55. Between there is that magic number for 2 tires. Anything longer and it would be 4. So does Lamela drop? Does Lamela take 4? I think he's taking 4.
I think we've crossed that point where it's like this is a 4-tire change. Oh, what?
3 tires? Huh?
My exclamation is literally just because I'm confused. I'm with you. I mean, the fuel fill didn't seem super short enough for that to be 4 tires. But then, no, there's no way they were going to go 10 seconds shorter on fuel.
Yeah,
There's
no,
something afoot.
Yeah.
let me see. So Danny Elgabay says 4 tires. So it's fuel that's led to the 10 seconds. Remember, David, they did have
They
more
were still
fuel.
carrying some.
Yeah.
They were already carrying some, and now they only got to go 55 more minutes. Yeah, okay, yeah, I see it. I can see it. Okay.
So I think that's probably the best that they could do, right? Like ultimately, the penalty for taking 4 tires in the first service is that they've had to do this. It's not worked the way they've wanted, but they'll pay the price and they'll see what they can do. Williams Esports in the lane right now. Daniel Lafuente sits there for 30 seconds and counting. Fuel going into that car. You'd expect him to go up onto the jacks to take 2 tires to round himself to the end of this race. A little bit of damage on the front nose of that car. There he goes. That was 40 seconds of fuel. That was not a short fill by any means. So they have run that dry and they've had to top it up basically almost to the brim. 52 and counting, should drop. There he goes, and he rolls with a 54-second stop. Only 6 seconds between the pit stop time. It's going to be closer than we expected, and MSI has got their size set forward. The gap is going to be just under 3.5 seconds. 4 tires benefit Christian Lamela, but like I was saying in those first hours of the race, David, it looks as though 4 tires just don't fire off as well as 2 tires. We'll see if Lamela can change that here.
I think I want to be the MSI driver. I want to be in that car in this situation with 54 minutes to go. Assuming the fuel's all good, all gravy, then that's where I'd rather be.
Well, and you had to come in early. Again, we'll reiterate this. You had to come in early if you were MSI. You need the maximum benefit from the 4 tires. There is no use to running around on worn tires, losing time. Yes, they've got a slightly heavier car now. Yes, they may have lost a bit of time by virtue of that, but they'll gain it back with the fresh rubber to push to the end. The gap as it sits right now is 3.2 seconds. The hard work that Christian Lamela did to build the buffer to 3 seconds was also vital in this equation. And it stands, David, as a marker for what we can expect here in the final sector. These 2 drivers went head to head. Yes, Daniel Lafuente had fresh tires. Christian Lamela had slightly worn rubber. He went faster. Now, if he can do it the other way around, have fresh tires and go faster, it might be a fight to the end.
Fantastic. And I think there's definitely something in that you can look up the road and see them for MSI.
The fact that, yeah, you can visualize your target is so important. I think traffic is going to play such a major factor here. That gap already now down to about 3.1 seconds. How will you carve your way through the traffic? Will you catch it at the right point at the right time? The 74 on the hunt. It's a 2-horse fight. Bila and RAG out of the equation for race victory here today. As the sun begins to set here, not just at the Circuit de Catalunya, but on our 24-hour Series Esports Championship for 2021-2022. 12 hours of racing left. Once the checkered flag drops here, we'll head to the Ardennes Mountain, where Spa-Francorchamps will crown champions in all 4 of our classes. Cones going flying, but I don't blame Lamela just here. You can see that Daniel Lafuente has caught GT4 and 992 traffic. Lights are flashing, but he's still got to be smart. He's got to be respectful, Lorenzo.
Especially with the incidents that we have seen at the rack chicane. Let's see how he's gonna manage through that. Doesn't get through already. He's at the first place. That is really bad. That is gonna shorten the gap to 2.3 seconds, maybe to 2 seconds when everything is said and done. As now it's gonna be on Lamella's side because he's gonna catch the GT4 at the middle portion of the straight. Well, the question is, where does he get the GT3 Cup class?
1.8 seconds is the gap. Tim Clayson's in the Torque Freak Racing 981 car has had an issue of his own, but not a major drama here. Sweeping through turns 1, up the hill, through 2, 3, into turn 4. That 992 car will be presented to Christian Lamella coming in towards that downhill braking zone at turn 5. There's some GT4 traffic to navigate as well. Onboard look with the Spaniard looking from his visor cam. Will he send it to the inside of Oris? He will, and Oris gives him just enough room. Good job from Lamella to get to the apex as well. Now he'll catch that GT4 car heading up the hill in towards turn number 9. Daniel Lafuente, we know how aggressive he likes to be, but aggression cannot be the way that he'll win this race. It will be with calculated chaos, knowing when to force the issue, knowing when to back out of it. 2.2 seconds the buffer at this point in time as the Biela Racing Team Euronics onto pit road for the final time today. R8G have already pitted and rolled off without taking tires. That now will set the tempo for what Biela is going to do. Will they respond? Will they take 2 tires? Will they risk it? We're about to find out. R8G has emerged 9 seconds back from the MSI Esports machine. So they're not fighting for the victory, but they're trying to get the valuable championship points in their fight with the Biela Racing Team Euronics. Williams across the line, MSI following them through as Biela now has been in the box for 38 seconds. If they're going to roll, they've got to roll now. They're still there, they're taking 2 tires. The gamble for R8G then is that their tires will last them for the next 50 minutes here, David. It's a bold one, but that's where championships can be won.
Yeah, my goodness, is it a bold call. So that'll be an interesting car to watch later on, so long as it keeps pointing the right way. R8G fueled to the end. Fierce competition. Biela. Yeah, Biela again also just 5-ish seconds behind, so we're going to have some cars closing, some battle towards the end here.
Yeah, that was a big issue as well. R8G had lost some ground in that before that final stint, final pit stop of the race, so they really had to try something. I don't think it's going to work in their favor, but time will tell. The race will give us its answers. Core Sim Racing in the TCR lead down onto pit lane. Quarantine Gunez will hand on over to Kieran Harrison to bring that car to the checkered flag. Mark Perez will inherit the race lead, I think, for now, but they owe us a pit stop. In the GT4s, Jürgen Frank for Team 75, likely to come in probably 5, maybe 10 laps for a short fill to the end of the race. Gap between your net GT3 leaders is under 2 seconds, very briefly. R8G sees German Sim Racing and a couple more cars between him and the Biela car that he's worried about. Christian Lamella has got a 992 and a TCR car in between him and his prey at the front of his field. Lorenzo, I mean, in your mind, do you think that with what we've seen so far that the tires are going to be the crucial factor for the lead of this race?
I do, especially in the second half. We've seen a drop off of the tires for those two tires that some people have been trying to do. So I do believe it gets lower by maybe 0.3 of a second, 0.4 of a second average per lap. So it's, and not counting with traffic, is just doing laps within clean air. So in my favor, Lamella, not now, but maybe on the second half, whenever you want to have that grip, whenever you want to push the car, whenever it's at its lightest. and trying to make up the ground necessary. But I think traffic is still a factor depending on where you get it. If it is on sector 3, that's where you probably want to get the traffic before the final 4 turns, because then you minimize the damage.
The R8G carving through bits of traffic by itself. T3 Motorsport by Maniti in the 7 car down to pit lane for the final time in their race. The IUSP.S powered by Vendaval car also rolling itself onto pit lane. Now the entirety of the running GT3 cars have made their final pit stops of the race. The TCR final cycle well and truly underway as well. Gap has swung back in the direction of Williams Esports. 2.5 seconds clear now with some separation and some clean air in terms of the traffic that they've got in front of them. Daniel Lafuente will next come up on a GT4 car. Then he's got a TCR, a GT3 car. There's some separation though, and that is the most important factor at this point in time. There's the MSI car down through turn 5. The Pure Sims GT4 car, which has just been passed by Williams. Now, the next target in line, and Lamella's going to catch it in a good place. He's going to catch it on that short back straightaway.
And it's those left-handers, like at the end of this back straight and at turn 5, where, you know, the older tyres on the right-hand side, you'll start feeling for Williams, who are leading. And it's these kind of corners and in and around the traffic then, with the traction as well, and the turn in, that is the strength for MSI.
Oh! And they make contact with Simsa, trying to sling it down the inside. Will race control penalize that? MSI knew that they've got to get the hurry on. Williams caught that MSI car coming through turn 9 and flashed the lights in their frustration, but there was no contact made there. What do you think about that one, Lorenzo?
He had an overlap, in my opinion. And it's kind of on Simsa, even though Lamella was a little bit far behind, but that's still, it's a corner that MSI already had it, my opinion.
But you can see they do make it, and Simsa does try to pinch them all the way. And yeah, that's going to be race control's call. That is one that I could honestly see go either way. But I think Simsa will likely send an incident report in. Sorry, David, go ahead.
I mean, I agree with you. I think Simsa might, but I mean, that's as close and as much clear intent and as much overlap as you can do there. We've seen cars come from further back to cause that kind of contact.
Simsa was about 2 minutes back from that car in front of them. So, like, they're not fighting, they could have left a little bit more room. So, it can go either way. I think that's the reality of it. Lamella's still 2 back. Luke Kikita now 2.5 back from the R8G car. He caught about 6 tenths of a second last time on Racine Fazui. Kikita doing a good job using those 2 tires to his advantage, as the Urus Racing Javi Ross car has worked its way off of pit road for the final time today. So the 992 final cycle getting itself rolling too. Moreno Sarica still enjoys a 13.5 second advantage over Oscar Mangan in the Core Sim Racing car. Williams lead in 2 of the categories. Can they convert them to victory with 42 minutes remaining? If you're watching on RaceBot TV, if you're watching on VCO Esports, let us know what you thought about that moment between the MSI Esports number 74 as well as the Simsa Esports 174. Which way would you swing if you're in race control shoes? Gap still under 2 seconds. The other reality is, it's a common refrain, David. There's one thing to pass, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. And I know that Daniel Lafuente will fight any potential move for all that he's worth.
and I look forward to the final minutes and laps of this race, because it's either going to be some very good racing, or we might have some fireworks and some tempers. Either way, I'm going to be entertained. I'm hoping for good racing and a good battle.
I mean, those are not mutually exclusive, though. You can have good racing and fireworks. Would you disagree with that?
Maybe you're imagining some slightly more underwhelming fireworks than
Oh, okay, I see.
I had in mind.
I mean, you could have good racing up until those fireworks, and then it could go back.
That are in the sky and go boom, ooh, pretty. The kind that start a grass fire and and maybe take someone's finger off.
I haven't noticed any incident report come through just yet.
Just in, I think. Yeah,
No,
just in.
no, that's for a different thing, Lorenzo.
Oh, yeah. RSR.
That's contact with the RSR by G Performance 27 and the, David's favorite, the Acetec SimSports Volante 996 car. So race control does have a couple of things still to be reviewed heading into the closing stages of this race. Pure Sims Esports, they're down on pit lane in the GT4s for the final time. Team 75 have already cycled through the lane on their stroll to the victory. It's closing in the battle for P2 in TCR as well. Team Hoisingveld up on screen. MSI closing from behind. Mark Perez trying to extend the run of second place finishes that MSI have enjoyed. 3 in a row. They've been on the podium for every single race of the season. Looks like that trend will continue. Gap out front, though, is down to 1.3. Williams Esports have caught 2 992 Cup cars through the final sector, not where you want to be stuck behind. And Daniel Lafuente is being ultra patient, ultra conservative. A gap now below a second as they sweep their way onto the main straight.
Yeah, not able to get past in that final sector, not able to get past in the final corner, and now in a straight line, just right up behind Volante until they can't wait there no longer. That is not the fastest way through the final sector for a GT3, but it's just watching sometimes.
MSI with a send to the inside of Core, who do see them coming. Those two 992s not fighting for position, remember. They are different parts of their race. They are just there in the way of Lamella. Gap will swing up just a little bit more, but it's still close. It's 1.3 seconds.
We didn't really discuss this, but do we have a consensus on whether the GT3 two-tire changes are rears or left sides? Because I had just assumed left sides, but now I've realized it might be rears.
I think it's probably left sides. It's been a while since I've driven, competitively, but when I used to drive GT3s, if you did fronts versus rears, like you did either one of them, the balance of the car really just swung too much. I have a feeling they're likely doing left sides, right? Because most of the high-speed corners are right-hand corners. So I would think you're doing left side tires.
Okay, because we've seen, for example, LMP2 teams at Daytona doing rear tire only changes, but that's a circuit far more traction limited out of slow corners than here, where you've got a lot of really fast right-handers. Mainly turn 3 is like there are motorsport tires designed with, okay, what's the peak loading they're going to experience? Probably turn 3 at Barcelona.
I've asked one of the teams to give us some insight. I wanted to do it earlier, but I also didn't. Oh, that's a big amount of dust kicked up there as Lafuente's feeling the pressure. I didn't want to ask earlier because maybe they were trying to protect some secrets. Now there's no secrets to protect. The pit stops are done. There's 36 minutes to go. MSI on the charge, and now well and truly in drafting range. And you know, David was talking about how when you see someone, it becomes that much more of a mental push to go forward. Well, when you get this close, there's even more intensity. You start to feel it, you start to sweat. But this is where the draft plays its biggest effect. And also, conversely, Lorenzo, we don't know what the dirty air is like with this new aerodynamic update that was just pushed onto this car this past week. So dirty air might be a big factor as well.
It might be a big factor maybe on the fast section of corners, which are not many. I think maybe turn 9 and the turn 3 might be the biggest examples around the track of maybe dirty air or aero pushing the car. Other than that, I haven't seen anything egregiously showcasing dirty air as Williams goes into the inside of the MSI at TCR now.
So it'll help them a little bit, but you'd expect the MSI TCR car is not going to hold them up too much, and indeed he keeps himself tight, allows Lamela to swing out wide. Now there's that Hoisingveld TCR car that's in the way. There's a 992 car just up the road, which is the Torque Freak car, 0.8 of a second. 35 minutes to go. We are set for a blockbuster finish. David, it is left side tires when it's 2 tires, by the way.
It's good to know that our assumption was right, because we went this whole time without really saying it. So then it really should mean that these left-hand corners is where the grip advantage is for MSI, like, you know, here, diving it in and then getting good traction off the corner. That's about the kind of things, about the kind of places in the corners and the situations where Williams Esports is at a disadvantage. In theory, you know, the left side tyres car to car are of equal age between these two, so it shouldn't make so much of a difference through turn 3, through turn 1. But then, as they don't quite send that cone as hard as previous times, again, the traction in corners like this.
Oh, that was close. Is that the Oris 992?
Yep.
That's not the first time that Williams Esports has been bottled up behind that very car. And I think as much as Lafuente wants to try and get past into the chicane, he's got to be patient. He can't afford to risk it. And you can see he's just going to set up through the chicane to get the run onto that straightaway. Lamela closes. It's now half a second between those two cars. I don't even think it's so much tires, Lorenzo, that's proving the factor here. Williams, they just can't seem to find a break. Every time they catch traffic, they catch it at the worst possible time.
Yeah, Sim Racing Jesus is not on Williams' side when it comes to traffic, even if they do their best offerings.
Door slammed on MSI by the Oris Racing 992, but around the outside, you'd think that Lamela should be able to bring it back in. The 992 class leader will be next up the road. GT4 is in the mix as well. All about where you catch it. Also close between 3rd and 4th in the GT3. Look, bottom of your screen is RAG with those old tires. They did not take any tires in the last cycle of the race. First time we've ever seen that done over the course of this 6 hours. They're starting to really feel the pressure as the Bila Racing team tries to reel them on in. Remember, that's the 2 championship leaders. RAG currently enjoys a 7-point advantage. If they can hold on to 3rd, they will extend the gap up very slightly to 10, but as it stands right now, we're just waiting for Luca Kita to be able to get the job done, to get the pass in the books. Gap has opened up again between Lamela and Lafuente for Williams and MSI by virtue of some traffic through the final sector, but Williams again gets chalked up behind a 992 car. Lamela's able to get a much better run through the corner, but deja vu, this is what we saw just a lap ago. Lafuente will get past that 992 car, David. Lamela's gonna have to wait till turn 3.
Yeah, such it is. It holds him back a little bit in the lead in the final sector, but then clear by turn number 1. And it's MSI Esports' turn through the first sector to say, I'm going to have to go clean around the outside. Now, there was a chance where there was a door open in towards turn 3, and there is no grip out there for MSI. Filthy marbles all around the outside there. You can see them. And that was pretty costly.
Hey, Arjuna?
Yes.
Hey, talk about marbles. Marbles being effective in sim racing now.
They're not that
Remember
effective.
that talk we had yesterday?
Yeah, but they're not that effective. That's the reality.
Yeah, but they were effective. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's instance only.
I think that was more just getting offline and not understanding the weight transfer more than anything. We focus on this battle while the MSI 74 car has that work to do with 30 minutes again to close back up to the tail end. It's a cat and mouse game between those two cars. Not as difficult for Luca Kita to follow in the footsteps of Racine Fazui. Not catching that GT4 car at a good point in time, and there's two of them to play with. Might this be the opportunity for Luca Kita to spring a surprise? Racine Fazui getting really bottled up there, David, behind Pure Sims.
Yeah, almost nose to tail in an all-Lamborghini battle for the final podium spot, and just pretty hefty championship implications too in this one.
Nice run. Luca Kita out of the final corner, and Racine Fazui in that RAG car is going to get no drafting help. Williams Esports down to pit lane in the 992 class lead for the final time today. Right from the roof of this Lamborghini, who will swing to the inside and to the grass. Now, RAG, well, they covered off the move as best as they could, but Luca Kita was not taking no for an answer. He rips away third from the RAG 88 car, and the championship battle will come down to the final race with just 4 points separating those two cars. Focus back up front, focus on the Williams Esports car that is looking to go to victory lane for the first time this season. If they can hold off the charge of MSI, it would be 5 different winners in 5 different races. MSI wants to become the first repeat winner in this season, Lorenzo.
Yeah, trying to pull off the trick of winning multiple times in the GT3s, which has been the rare thing this season. Just remembering, they won round 1 at Hockenheim. Round 2 for Sebring was over BS competition. Red Bull Ring was won by RVG, and then the last round was the BLR Racing Team Aeronix, the 46 car. So it does open up the battling for the top spot on this spot, and I really don't know who would have the advantage going into Spa. I really don't.
Lights flash from the Williams Esports car. That's the RSR by G Performance, number 27. That sits in 10th, that they're trying to get out of the way. Less than 30 minutes to go, and last time out, we had a strategy battle to the end. This time, it's just an all-out war out on track. Just 2 cars rather than the 3 that we saw at the Temple of Speed. If you could predict a winner, you would be a time traveler. You would be Nostradamus. There is no way you can actually predict what is going to happen with this race. It will come down to the very last stages of this race. Core Sim Racing in the 992 class, they're down onto pit road as well for the final time. They'll drop from the lead. They'll cycle back to second. Williams Esports will make it 3 in a row in that 992 class if they can hold on to the very end of this race. Second in the T.
Full of no tyre stops in 992 for basically the first time in the day, as they all had not a full tank, not a full fill to get to the end, sort of in that 1.5 stint splash to get home territory.
Technically not true. Xavi Ross took no tyres earlier in the day. He did take tires this time, so I mean, it didn't work out great. I think even one of the other guys did take no tires. I forget who it was off the top of my head. TCR, that battle for P2 that we were watching slightly earlier on, it's still holding steady at about 1 second. Michael Schottler in the Team Hoistingfeld 148, really not feeling swayed by MSI's pressure from behind. Mark Perez is trying. I wonder if there's still a little bit of damage to that 111, Lorenzo, because they have been in the wars a little bit.
Trying to take a look on the car if there's any sort of damage, unless it is on the side of the car, which from what it looks clean in my opinion. But what I like about this battle is that this is not a battle for the top spot of the championship, but more specifically, who gets there ahead on second place will get second place in the championship headed to Spa. So if MSI gets the overtake, there gets second place, and I think it is instead of a 2-point gap, will be a 6-point gap going into Spa. If Team Hoistingfeld actually makes the overtake, I think it swings back to the 2-point advantage going to Team Hoistingfeld. So really interesting battle in terms of points and paces and commotion at the final laps of the race.
Opened up slightly with the number 8 powered by Vendaval car working its way through, but draft is so important here that maybe this will enable the MSI car to close on up. Gets it down to just over a second, heading down into turn 1. Look at how they are able to cut that anti-cut curve through turn 1. David, you've been talking about how the different cars, the different classes have different approaches there. That TCR gives no damn about what that anti-cut curve is going to do there.
Yeah, Audi Quattro Rally heritage, right? I mean, it's not Quattro, but spirit's there.
The shadows of Valterroir in Michele Alboreto. I was gonna say Michele Alboreto, but I'm probably butchering. And Mouton. Thank you, Michel Mouton, just lurking over the car.
Reminder, live timing and scoring does have the view of the entire race, so make sure if you want to follow a specific team and driver, they're not in a battle that we're watching right now, head over to racebot.tv/timing so you can keep up to date with that. Working themselves into the hairpin, gap under 1 second. Williams has been able to pull out a couple of tenths these last few laps as well. They've done a good job of being able to stabilize that battle for the lead. Now they've got some clean air to deal with, at least for a lap, maybe a lap or two. This is when it's going to be important to see the lap times and see what type of pace is born out of it. You can just see how those TCR cars launch themselves over the curbs, and our producer Tyler Matson has plenty of experience with that as a competitor in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge series. Not entirely shocked to be seeing that they, quote-unquote, eat curbs for breakfast. Lorenzo, you're watching the way that MSI Esports is driving in that 74 GT3 car. What are you seeing from Christian Lamela?
Before we go into that, I think William Chadwick had a little bit of an issue.
As he's back behind the wheel of the Team Fordzilla car.
Is his little issue that he's a consistent magnet for horrible luck in this championship?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at what happened on the VCO replay. So he's got Simsa in front of him. Now, is this going to be self-inflicted? It's going to go to the inside. Now, yeah, he washes that wide there. Maybe he hits the anti-cut curb on the inside. And oh, is that going to be a second hard impact into the wall? No, he gets slowed down just in time. Now, that's not a Fiesta. It's not meant to be off-road like the rallycross car that we have here on iRacing. But yeah. I'm inclined to say that's Will's fault, not just because he's a RaceBot commentator and therefore deserves all the abuse that he gets.
Shame.
Fiesta is something that the locals here are well accustomed to, though.
True.
True. But about the MSI driving, coming back real quick, I don't think Lamela is trying to overdrive the car, because it's very easy for you to overdrive here at Barcelona. And plus, if there's one thing we have to consider, I don't know how much the front end of the car is adding up to the damage that MSI Esports might have in terms of top speed at the end of the straights. The Williams car looks pristine though, even though there is some damage at the front end, so they're kind of Here's the thing. I don't think he's trying to overdrive, to the fact that if you overdrive the tires right here, the rear just clicks in and the car gets loose, as he nearly done it at the exit of the chicane.
1.5 seconds. Gap opens up back once more. 20 minutes to go, so probably looking at what, just over 10 laps, maybe 12 laps to go here, David, something like that. I know you have a timing screen that gives you that kind of information. 12 at the line. So yeah, that's 12 more opportunities to close that gap in to make the move happen. We'll focus back on the battle in TCRs. Team Hoisingfeld now well and truly under fire as that race gear 429 GT4 car will lunge down the inside, and MSI Esports closes bit by bit. Now, when we got this championship underway at the end of 2021, there was just one TCR car available. TCR has very much been falling by the wayside as race gear gets all sorts of tangled up on that anti-cut curve by themselves. But at TCR, a lot of the main competitors have left the championship. The likes of Steen Ledger, for example, who used to love running in this, has very much become a GT3 driver because the level of competition was dwindling. Now, though, we're not one, not two, but 3 different new TCR cars. There is excitement around this class, and even though it's a small class, for this season, David, I'm assuming if we add a couple more of the manufacturers to the fold, next year we're going to be looking at a much more populated class, but still the quality of racing and the consistency of these top 3 teams has been something to behold.
Bucking Bronco for MSI Esports right there. I don't think that was... Well, look, if that counts as eating the curbs, then there was also a bit of reflux and indigestion. I'm certainly hoping for more interest, more competition in TCR going forward. I think, you know, some of the new cars also accompanied a rework of how they sort of operate underneath the skin, a la, you know, GT3 this season as well, that I heard mostly good things about from iRacing competitors. So you hope that, you know, a little bit more options of manufacturing.
Williams, sorry to cut you off, but Williams had to go the long way around, and 4 wide, MSI, the 2 cars touch with one another. Fortunately, the GT3 does not hit the TCR, and you know that there won't be any protest put down there because they're not going to influence the race of the GT3s, but that's how frenetic it is getting at the front of this field. That's how hard they're pushing and how much they want to win. Sorry, David, that was so close.
I saw it happening, and absolutely fair. Really hard-in-mouth, high-pressure moment in the battle for the overall lead, and you knew something was going to happen when the overall leader had to go round the outside 3 wide in turn 3. And then the friendly fire from MSI. I mean,
can you imagine the debrief?
I can only imagine Australian swear words for what goes down.
Oh, God.
Not Spanish ones.
Those are definitely not broadcastable. The Spanish ones equally not broadcastable. Let's be completely fair.
Yeah.
So, sorry, go ahead, Lorenzo.
I was gonna say, I can affirm that if it is on the English, on the Spanish vocabulary, 10 out of 10 words, 9 of them would have been foul languages.
So,
Look
1 second.
His defense is.
He's just trying to break the draft. He doesn't want him to come any closer. I'm loving this. The tension that we feel right now.
Pit straight all to themselves is going to stretch out and use it.
They are going to come up on some more lap traffic, though, so it's not like they're too far away. There's a GT4 car that's not too far down the road. That's the 992 car that you saw just disappearing out of shot for a moment. That's a little bit further in front of them. Whoa. Let's go see if there's been anything else which has been reported. There has been something that was reported to race control, and can you guess what it was? It was between the 46 and the 88 for overtaking off the track between the Biela Racing Team Euronics and the RHE car. I can just see that's been indicated as no further action. You'll get any advantage. You'll look for any advantage that you can, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I like this is taking shapes of Formula 1. The only downside is that we don't have a certain race director. We have several race directors to
I
take
heard
care
he's
of
out of
this.
job, so maybe he's free for us
Yeah.
to hire him.
Maybe he'll be
mention
coming back
that.
to your neck of the woods for supercars there, David.
Yeah, isn't someone retiring from that in Supercars race control?
Maybe.
No, no.
Team Hoisingveld and TCR. Well, MSI's having a look. They've got more traffic coming up behind them. The GT3 cars will run themselves around the outside. Now, Hoisingveld's going to get pushed wide, and they'll be side by side. In fact, they're going to slam the door shut on German Sim Racing, who's now going to lunge to the inside, and Hoisingveld and Schottler have to just give that little bit more room than they would have wanted. They'll get the benefit of the draft, but the flash of the headlights, universal sign of frustration.
Yeah, that one means, come on, man, we're trying to have a race here. You've put me in a difficult position, and one that just not quite going to be able to give up.
Perez had a look, but he's a bit too far behind. He wants that second place, but he's got 15 minutes left to go. So, MSI fighting for first in GT3, fighting for second in TCR, and we'll take a look at both of them as the GT3 cars dispose of a little bit more of traffic. That's the Core Sim Racing TCR that leads the way. Now they've got a bit more clean air in front of them. That's what Daniel Lafuente wants to see, but for Lamella, he'll know that there's some draft on his side to work with. Running themselves up into turn 9, the TCR cars, where Perez had a look before. Will he have another look this time around? A front wheel drive through there, always that risk versus reward. How early do you get on the throttle? How much do you want to try and push yourself out wide? How early do you want to try and get the dive done? Perez had another look, but had to back himself out of that one. If you're going to make a pass here, Lorenzo, in the TCRs, where do you think you get it done? Surely turn 1. You use the draft and you go down the hill into the braking zone and get the move affected.
Yeah, but you have to be, I think, right about 0.2 of a second. You cannot get that kind of an advantage. If it is 3/4 of a second, you don't get the overtake on turn number 1. You need to be nearly glued to the car coming into the final turn, as they are about to do right now, and start of the finish as our notch goes through.
That was a slice and dice, but that worked out nicely. As long as you do it safely, there's no issue with doing that. Again, MSI has the toe, but they're a bit too far back. Meanwhile, their counterparts in GT3 are looming larger and larger in the rear view mirror and the rear view camera, in fact, of that Williams eSports car as they round themselves up into turn number 9. I mean, I think the passing opportunities for a GT3 car are a little bit different from in a TCR machine, David. I mean, turn 5 has been one place where the most passing has really taken place, mostly through traffic.
Yeah, so clearly the speed's pretty equal between their TCR competitors there. Both of them really skating it in towards the corners at this point. It doesn't take a whole lot of steering angle, and it starts nudging towards the apex, and then they need to crank in a little more as they start to pick up the throttle. I've been watching and I'm just not sure quite where they're going to be able to get through that big mistake from the car in front. In fact, that kind of rings true in both of the battles on your screen right now.
Moving to break the draft once more. It's under 0.3 of a second now as they lunge their way to turn 1. Lamella can push that little bit more. His tires have a little bit more life to give. Side by side, they come out of turn 9. MSI has the inside, which will transfer to the outside through the right-hand sweeper through the final sector of the lap. Perez, with that contact there surely between the two of them, he'll have to reset and re-attempt a pass. And he's flashing the lights now in his frustration at that attempted move not working out, but he's still got 12 minutes to go. The GT3 cars are working their way through some more lap traffic. This time, I think it's the GT4 car that they're disposing of right now. No drama for them as they work past Pure Sims. Looking rearwards from Daniel Lafuente. Look how close that grill of the BMW is as they come up towards turn number 9. Dirty air going to be in maximum effect here. Lamella's not going to get the run off the corner that he wants. He's going to have to bide his time. Maybe he can use that 992 car, Lorenzo, to his advantage.
Well, every car that you can use is a resource right now moving forward. I think the car ahead of him, I think, might be the Core Sim Racing, and then they have the Torque Freak GT4 heading into the rock chicane, so it's going to be an interesting one how they navigate through that. I do believe they're going to catch the GT4 by the end of this race, so the GT4 might be at a factor right here. Oh, nearly touching bumper to bumper.
Lamella might just have been checked up. I think Perez might have got past, and indeed they're 3 wide on the exit down out of turn 5. MSI have got the move done, David.
Yeah, Oris sent it down the inside at 5 there. Might have run it a little bit deep and pushed Huizenfeld out of the way as well. So again, at this battle, in isolation, no one's been able to make a move, but as the traffic catches them, as it interferes, it's I don't want to say breathe some life. It's made life quite difficult for Schuttler, and it's cost him a spot.
But still, 10 minutes to fight this one back. Now, can Lamella do what Perez has just done? Make the pass in the closing stages? He's fallen back very slightly, 6/10 the gap at the last timing line. They've disposed of that 992 car that they were working their way past, and closing once more as they work their way up through the hill. Don't think that turn 10 is actually going to be where a move gets done. The way that you crest the hill at turn 9 just means that you're a little bit too far behind. Turn 1's a great passing opportunity. Turn 4's a great passing opportunity. Turn 5's a great passing opportunity in that GT3 class. But I don't know if Lamella has shown the pace here, Lorenzo, to be able to get close enough to even have a look consistently. He's going to need the traffic to help, unless he's been saving something in reserve, unless Lafuente's tires start to give away from him.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know, like I said, you really don't want to overdrive the car so you don't heat up the rears and it becomes a little bit of more sketchy car for you to control and navigate and fight against Lafuente. So if he is driving more conservatively, it might be to the fact that he wants to save the tires maybe to the final 5 minutes of this race, which would be the final 3-4 laps of this race moving forward.
That's a bit closer, but a different line for Lamella up the hill through turn 3 in towards Repsol. There's that bit of damage.
Lewis Hamilton Memorial Corner.
Oh, I like that. I think that's what we should rename that corner. There's a bit of damage again to the front of both of their cars. Seems to be fairly consistent as well. Maybe they've got it over some of the anti-cut curbs, pushing the limits a bit too much. This is the closest that Lamella's been heading into turn 7 without traffic playing a factor. So something to note, getting a good run through the first sector. They may be running slightly different downforce configurations. Through turn 9, they'll sweep once more. Look at how Lamella's this time pushing a little bit more just outside of the gravel, all the way up to the very limit of the track there. Hard onto the anchors. Different lines being run here. He's running out of time. 8 minutes left to go in this race, David.
Yeah, and those downforce configurations should be less granular than in past. Sure, you can still adjust the wing angle through the various notches, but your ride heights and your rakes should also have an effect on how the diffuser works, how much drag there is, also a little bit of the angle attack of the wing. Both these guys are not going to have any tire left by the end of this race because they should still be reasonably young, inverted commas, here on MSI Esports and Christian Lamella, but he is working it, he's wrestling it, and he's muscling it around.
So here comes some more lap traffic. Race control is going to have to take a look at something between these two cars, in fact. The 5 and the 74, not sure where exactly the incident happened that's warranting an investigation for overtaking off track, but we'll try and figure that out. Contact as well between Oris and Huizenfeld is under investigation. So that move that the Oris team did that opened the door for MSI to slide their way up to second in TCR, well, Race Control will have to have a gander down memory lane to take a look at that. In fact, interestingly, it's Oris that's the one that's asked for the review there.
I only caught the end of it and it didn't look great for Oris, but I don't know precisely what set it up. You know that both of those TCR teams and drivers would have been not really wanting to give much away to any traffic at all. They got their own battle that they are focused on.
That TCR gap as well is opened up to the point where it's going to take, I think, a miracle for MSI to not hold on to that one. Now, it was MSI that's the one that's complained about Williams for passing off the track. So keep that in mind. Lights flashing in a 992 car going to play the helping hand there. That's the Williams 992 car. So the message was passed to the sister car. Get out of the way. This is close. And with 6 minutes left to go, that is good teamwork and good communication across of the strategy box. TCR car going to feed some drafts to Daniel Lafuente all the way down the straight. You can see there's a 992, there's a GT4, there's a TCR still to come, and it's all happening on this lap, Lorenzo.
Yeah, just trying to take a look over here, see who's the traffic going on right now. First car is Felix Ludi in the Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, the GT3. Then Forzilla right next, and then Junkos at the end.
So here comes Hoisingfeld down the hill in towards turn 5. It's close there, and it's close here with the traffic as well for MSI to be able to find a way through. They'll go off onto the grass, but they knew they had to. Gap for the leaders opened up to 9/10 of a second. Christian Lamella could do nothing except find that route onto the grass to find a way past. Lafuente has some breathing room, but he's now caught a GT4 car heading up in towards turn 9, has compromised him very slightly. Lamella will be able to follow just a little bit closer than he was before. The TCR cars will see the GT3s coming in their rear view mirrors as well. The two battles that we're focusing on, David, about to converge on track.
Yeah, it feels like only a couple laps ago that happened as well. That's the speed difference between GT3 and TCR, your fastest cars and your slowest cars, but they're not slow cars by most measurements. And Hoisingfeld are really right back into this. I thought they were dropping back, maybe losing a chance at striking back for second. They're right there.
Gap now for the lead, up to 1 full second. Ducking and diving straight away. MSI looks to try and break the toe on the TCR battle. Williams trying to pick that up as they run themselves down the hill into turn 1. Lights flash, and MSI, I don't think, can afford in that TCR car to try and hold up Williams because of the fight that they're in as well. Lamella's now got, what, 3 laps maybe, David, to go here? 3 at a maximum, I would think.
Yep, it's exactly 3 to go, so that's looking a much more difficult task in GT3 and TCR this battle. I think you would not be smart to put your money down on either.
Williams, though, now is 1.5 clear. It might be the battle for second in TCR. That's the closer battle to the line. But what a dramatic way to close things out here. We said it would be traffic. And traffic has ultimately brought these two apart from one another after it brought them together initially, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and Lafuente, props to him to actually clearing the traffic fast enough and safely enough, and then open up the gap again, using the traffic to his advantage. What a masterclass from the Williams driver. Of course, still not out for the count, though, because we still have 2 to go.
Lights flash from the Team 75 GT4 leader. But he's going to help out MSI very slightly, keep it tight on the exit. Out of turn 12 into the chicane. Much more precise from these GT3 cars around the anti-cut curbs compared to what we've seen from the TCRs, even from the GT4s. 2 laps to go. The gap has brought itself down once more to just over 1 full second. They've got the most clean air that they've seen in a while. There will be more lap traffic to play a factor, but it's likely going to be on the last lap of the race. Through turn 1 for the penultimate time they go. MSI has the fresh tires, but Williams has the clean air. Which one will come out on top? We're about to find out. My word, what a way to set up a championship showdown. And the best part is, David, it doesn't even involve these 2 cars.
Yeah, exactly. That current running order between 3rd and 4th in GT3 is just going to close up the championship title there between Biela and R8G, which sets us up oh so well, as you say, for the finale next month in the 12 Hours of Spa.
Oh, it's done. It is done. No, it's not. This is confusing me to all hell. Both Williams and MSI have 5-second time penalties to be served.
Well, they're both 5 seconds clear of Biela, so that gets added post-race. It'll only be 5 seconds. So Biela in 3rd would need to get within 5 seconds of MSI for it to have any real effect on the overall standings.
So they equal out with one another. For a moment there, I thought it was just 5 seconds to Williams, and that's where I got confused. So here we go, through the chicane for the penultimate time. Across the line, it will be white flag out. Time will be expired by the time we next come down, and so the checkered flag will be out to greet these cars next time across the line. MSI and TCR looks to hold off Team Hoisingveld, gap up to 0.8 of a second, so full focus on these 2 out front. Lorenzo, do you think there's any possibility this could still happen?
No. Actually, I lie. Unless that GT3 Cup car actually does play an effect right here, which is the S-Attack.
It might do through turn 5. Under the bridge they go, through Repsol at 4. This has been the place where so much drama has already been brought to the race. Not going to be able to get the move done. MSI might close just a little bit more. The run out of turn 9 will now be crucial. Will the 996 help out MSI? That might be vital as well. No, he won't. 1 will get through, 2 will get through. MSI will have the run here out of turn 9. One final opportunity to have a lunge to the inside of the corner. 6 hours, it comes down to this final half a lap of the race. A GT4 car's in the mix as well. Daniel Lafuente, 6/10 clear, and onto the brakes through turn 9, still clear of the field. What a race this has been. We saw a strategy game to the end of Monza. This time it's been a wheel-to-wheel fight. MSI threw everything that they could at Williams after missing the strategy in the first hour of the race, but Daniel Lafuente has absorbed all of that pressure and rebounded to the front. Williams Esports become the 5th different winner in 5 races in the 2021-2022 24-hour Series Esports Championship by winning the 6 hours of Barcelona. What a blockbuster end to this race we had. Could you imagine anything more? Williams Esports will win in 2 different categories in a triumphant day for the blue and white brand. Moreno Sorica will cross the line in that 992 class, across in first, while in the GT4s, 50 seconds clear of the field. Team 75 by SimRC leaped on the mistakes from Pure Sims Esports with 2 pit road penalties to run away to claim their 4th victory of the season. It'll be a bit of a wait for Core Sim Racing to come through. They've still got more than half the lap to go, but they were able to gap the field. After the first hour saw 3 cars split by 0.1 of a second. Core Sim Racing did not look back. Kieran Harrison and Corentin Gunes will win and be victorious, just like for Team 75 for the 4th time this season. What a race, David. We've just got 1 more to go, the 12 hours of Spa, and if it's anything like this, a couple of weeks from now, can't wait to see what the Ardennes holds in store for us.
Well, there's one thing for sure it holds in store, is a must-win situation in GT3 between Bueller Racing, Team Euronics 46 and RHG Esports. They crossed the line in third and fourth there, and it takes what was a couple points margin and really, really narrows it down.
Core Sim Racing will finally come across the line to celebrate victory. They are not yet your champions. MSI, with their 4th consecutive second place finish, are keeping them honest, but it's close. But Core Sim Racing have one hand on the championship, heading to the final race of the season. Incredible stuff here. Just off the Spanish coast, 6 hours later, 4 different winners and dramatic finishes and dramatic events across all of the standings. Here's a look at your unofficial race results after 204 laps. Daniel Lafuente converts a 3rd place start to a 1st place finish. Our 5th different winner in 5 different races. Incredible stuff in this class, and it comes down though to the battle between the Bueller Racing Team Euronics and the RHG 46 and the 88 for the championship on the line. For MSI Esports, almost grabbing their 2nd victory of the season, they'll be ruining the bad luck that they had in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th races of the season that could have put them in the fight for the championship. T3 Motorsports by Maniti had a 5-second penalty on the first lap of the race, but they didn't look back from that. They worked their way up from 10th on the grid to finish in 5th, while Phil Dinez was at one point looking like the strongest car on the grid. Unfortunately, they are only good enough to finish down in 6th after some contact and after plenty of drama between them and the 46 car. German Sim Racing.de by ACV is the first car 1 lap down, while Team 75 Bernard by SimRC finishes down in 8th. Biggest mover in the class goes to the Vendaval Sim Racing car that finishes in 9th. They gain 7 positions from where they qualified. 2 laps down, we find the RSR by G Performance car completing the top 10, while down in 11th, it's Ricardo Rico for Arnage Competition that brings that car to the line. Then you get the cars that did not make it to the finish. They include the Ronin Simsport cars, the rest of the field, the Mahler Racing Team, the Bueller Racing Team Euronics 45, Vendaval Sim Racing, Altus Esports, and Pure Sims. The 18 starters whittled down to 11 finishers at the end of the race. Then in the 992 class, we find Williams Esports victorious. Last time at Monza, it was a 4-horse race in this class at times. This time, it was simpler. 3 cars were in contention. Altus took themselves out of contention by virtue of 30 seconds of accumulated penalties, but Core Sim Racing able to hold on to 2nd. Altus do hold on to 3rd. The Oris Racing Team finishes in 4th, the last car on the lead lap, with Pure Sims Team 75 by SimRC and the T3 Motorsports cars all 1 lap down. Not much movement in this class either. Basically everyone finishing where they qualified. While in the GT4s, it's the 4th victory of the season for Jürgen Frank and Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Unofficially, they are your GT4 champions as well, with a 27-point gap back to the undercut race team. Pure Sims, 2 pit road penalties will leave them questioning what their pace could have brought them. Ultimately, it's just 2nd on track for them. Undercut race team round out the podium with Entropic down in 4th, German Sim Racing in 5th, while Will Chadwick in that Team Fordzilla car recovering after a big contact into the inside wall. They finish in 6th. Talk Freak Racing car that had a difficult day finishes 7th, with the Race Gear car in 8th. Aztec Simsports Volante and Carbon Simsport round out the 10. The last 2 cars not making it to the checkered flag. Then our small 7-car TCR fight saw 6 of them make it to the end. Kieran Harrison wins for Core Sim Racing, 4 out of 5 for them. Mark Perez, Michael Schottler for MSI and Team Hoisingfeld round out the podium. For Kieran Harrison, finishing higher than 6th should secure them the championship in the 12-hour race. Although having said that, we're getting word that it's a double points race, so really anything is up for grabs. Impulse, Junkos, Simsa, the final finishes here with the Odux Motorsports car, the only retirement in this race. Throw everything we set out about championships during the race in this post-race as well. Double points in 12 hours of racing will set things alight. Well, let's head down to Victory Lane. Let's head to our post-race interviews where Daniel Lafuente and Moreno Sorica already celebrating. Daniel, we'll start with you. 4 hours of that race under your belt. But really, it was that final hour where everyone was biting their fingernails. Old tires for you, fresh tires for MSI. Were you ever concerned that the traffic was going to really play a factor and leave you at the clutches of Christian Lamela?
I'm speechless, like I'm sweating a lot, and when I jump in the car, I got a problem and the game got minimized, and I had to lost 5 seconds trying to find the keyboard, but then MSI overtook us in the pit lane. I tried to follow them, but it was really close, our pace. And then I got a bit unlucky with the traffic. I lost 2 more seconds with them, and then I ended up exit the pit lane for the last pit stop 2 seconds ahead of them. And in this series, the ticket's a key important feature. Like, it's so important, and sometimes I got unlucky. Sometimes MSI got unlucky as well, but I have to take my hat off MSI because they put a really good pressure on us. Until the last lap or till the last corner, I was been 100% trying to defend myself from any attack of Tian, but at the end, I'm speechless because it was a really hard race to win.
And talk to us about the changes to the GT3 car. I mean, not much time for you to get to grips with it, but clearly you found a good setup. You understood the tire strategy. How much work have you done this past week to understand the car?
Well, we basically did a lot of work on understanding the new tires. The setup, we made the setup, we did a really good job doing the setup alongside our engineers. And they've done the engineers have done a really good work with the strategy, because otherwise we couldn't have won this race, because we won the race in the first pit stop when we only took 2 tires, the left tires, and that was the key of the race, because then we got advantages on track position, and we just had to take it to the finish, but the last hour didn't seems like take it to the finish, because I was pushing like hell. So yeah.
Great day for Williams, and from Daniel Lafuente, we'll go over to Moreno Sorica, victorious in the 992 class. I mean, Moreno, you didn't really have too much fighting to do. A lot of that was borne by your teammate. Were you watching on and a little bit concerned, seeing how hard Alessandro was having to fight, not just with Altas, but with the course sim racing guys as well? There was plenty of contact in those first few hours.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning, I literally said, like, those kids have just no idea, like, they don't know what mellow means. And yeah, I mean, Ale did an amazing job. He basically brought the car where we need, where I need it, basically. In my last 2.5 stints was kind of an easy job for me after the penalty that Altus and Corsim Racing guy received. It would have been kind of a similar finish we had in GT3 if Core didn't have the penalty, and that would have been, I think, an amazing finish for this race. But still, I'm really happy to win the race, and let's see for the championship now, because we are slowly chipping away and getting closer to the to Altus, to the leaders.
Yeah, and double points might make things quite interesting. But I mean, in terms of for you guys, were you ever concerned about some of the traffic? There was plenty of talk about traffic management today. It's a tight track, twisty, and there's like the final sector, for example. There's only so much that you can do to make passes happen. How do you guys manage working your way through the traffic and not getting too aggressive?
Yeah, exactly. That was the point, not getting over aggressive, because at the beginning, you know, you have to settle into your rhythm with the traffic, and it's easy to overcommit a braking zone or just trying something that just doesn't work. We both had some, let's say, bad moments, and from that point onward, we decided to just take it easy, lose a few tenths from the other competitors, but just keep our nose clean. And at the end of the day, that worked perfectly for us, and that basically what gave us the win tonight.
Congratulations, guys. Great day for the team. Great day for both of you. And, well, 1 month to go before that championship showdown, that 12-hour double points race. Can't wait to see what Williams has in store for us. That was the Williams duo of Daniel Lafuente and Moreno Sirica. Great to have a chat from them. David Haynes, though, is standing by with the SimRC 475 that made it 4 wins out of 5. Jürgen Frank is waiting in victory lane.
Jürgen, congratulations. Unstoppable, it seems, in this GT4 category. Everyone in the Porsche Cayman means no one else should have any excuses. You guys are showing him how it's done.
Yeah, thank you very much. We had a great race. Yeah, as you said, everyone in the Porsche, and I think that makes the things less complicated since there is no BOP.
Yeah, exactly. Tell us about the fuel around Circuit Barcelona Catalunya today. I was kind of surprised. It seems like everyone managed to run a little longer stints than some of the other tracks.
Yeah, in Barcelona you need less fuel, quite a lot less. And in the beginning everyone saved the extra lap, which was 29 laps in the stint, but you didn't have to save quite a lot. But I was surprised that almost everyone did it.
Yeah, so pretty moderate temperatures, but again, that lower fuel consumption is because of the long corners. The long corners then put the stress on the tyres, so more attention to the tyre wear than the fuel gauge?
Actually, it was a lot on the fuel, because with those long stints you could do, there's finally something in the strategy. So well, like 28 minutes you had to build your strategy. So I think I saw many different strategies, and I think we were on the right one. So because we won.
That is an evident fact. I mean, one of the other teams that really could have challenged you today was Pure Sims, and you didn't copy their strategy of speeding in pit lane and cutting the pit exit line.
Yeah, they were extremely fast today. We had a big battle with them for the first 3 hours. But yeah, unfortunately they made a mistake. Yeah, which cost them like maybe 45 seconds or something.
That's endurance racing. It's all about executing those little bits as well as the strategy and the pace. And with 12 hours in the finale at Spa, there's going to be more fatigue, exhaustion, and chances for those little mistakes. So how do you focus and prepare for the championship decider as the championship leaders?
Yeah, I think we will do pretty much the same as we are doing every race. The preparation is, yeah, it's always the same. It's just maybe it's more on the strategy because it's 12 hours, but we will have to see on the fuel. And yeah, I hope we are lucky and can maybe win again and also get the pole position.
It's a team effort. You drove 108 laps. Hayden Burns drove 80. Is it just going to be you two again for that 12-hour finale, or is there a chance of maybe needing to bring in a third driver? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we will bring a third driver, which is Marvin Strehl. He did the first 4 rounds. Today he didn't drive, but he did a great job as a spotter and race engineer for the strategy.
Congratulations, well done. Looking forward to seeing you guys in about a month's time at Spa.
Yeah, thanks to you guys too, and have a nice evening.
4 victories out of 5 for Jürgen Frank and SimRC. 4 victories out of 5 for the core sim racing camp, who are on the top of their game when it comes to TCR competition. We're joined by Kieran Harrison and Corentin Gunes. I'll start with you, Kieran. I mean, the first stints of that race seemed quite exciting. The three of you guys up front, all drafting. But from there, you guys kind of slowly drifted apart. And really, your pace never dropped. It never wavered. What was it like for you guys, the slowest class with the traffic coming past? It looks quite crazy for some of our competitors today.
Yeah, it certainly was at times for us with the traffic. Generally, it was okay. I think we got away quite nicely on the whole for the race, but certainly the last sector was pretty hectic because the GT3s in particular didn't want to wait behind us in the final chicane, understandably. So they were sending it there. We had to be careful of that, but. Yeah, it was a bit of a draft train for the three cars at the front in the first stint, but then a bit of fuel strategy and short fueling came into play after that, and it ended up working out for us.
And Corentin, from your perspective, I mean, this championship only has, 8 entries in the TCR category. We've only seen 7 in the last couple of races, but there's a lot of excitement about TCR with the new manufacturers being added, and Hyundai, for example, having 2 cars now being added. You guys are TCR specialists. I'm sure you're looking forward to maybe next year having more cars in this class, because when there's more cars, there's more draft, there's more chaos, and that's what TCR is all about.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I'm missing a bit last season, to be honest, because we were like very good teams like Pure Sim in TCR or Fulsen. It was really good because we didn't really knew before the race who has the best chances to win. So yeah, I'm really looking forward for next season with the new Veloster, the Civic. It will be great, I think. Many people will want to go again in TCR.
And Kieran, I'll ask you about the Hyundai EN Festival Global League, or whatever it's called. I always forget the ordering of the different characters there, but Core Sim Racing showed up strong there. You, as part of the Team UK, did really well as well. Race weekend number 2 is coming up. You said when we talked in race weekend number 1 that it's a really big team effort. How much has the team behind the scenes been helping you for this one as well? Or is it just the two of you, thinking about the fact that the next race is a 12-hour race, you might need a couple more hands to get you through to the checkered flag?
Yeah, I think for the next round for this series, I think we may get a third driver in. We don't know about that yet. It's possible with 2, but it would be quite a long day. But yeah, for that Hyundai NE Festival, whatever it is, as you say, there's the 4 of us really, 4 core cars. We're all working together in that. At least until we can really get clear of the competition before we start fighting too hard.
So give it a couple more rounds. That's what I'm hearing there. Congratulations, guys. You're set up nicely for that double point showdown. Best of luck at Spa, and can't wait to see what that holds for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Concludes our post-race interviews. All our winners sound pretty delighted, but one more race, and it's a double points race, Lorenzo. I mean, we were thinking throughout the entirety of that race that single points were on the line, and that changes the championship very significantly heading to the Ardennes Mountain.
Yeah, when we go into Spa, I think is a win situation for everybody, and then work out the results and see if the magic numbers are gonna work in your favor. But because it is Spa and it's a race that I think it is just as difficult as Barcelona for you to make the overlap, especially if you are within the fastest traffic and try to cut the time or make up time on your rival. I think some attrition can be made right there and could shift the dynamic of the championship very easily.
And David, 2 fantastic races just in 2022 so far. 12 hours changes the dynamics, like Lorenzo said, but ultimately I think the thing that, especially in the GT3 class, that the teams are going to have to get dialed in is the changes to this car. Tire strategies, tire management seems to have changed. The way that you set the car up seems to have changed as well. Williams managed to get a hold of the setup and the car as best as they could in the short amount of time. There's a lot more time to get prepped for the next one.
Yeah, it really does create a new, holy grail in searching for tyre longevity and performance with these changes, changing the way that the car sits on them, uses them, wears them, and the compounds in the feel. So a lot of pit stops, a lot of running, a lot of duration. if someone lands on a strategy that's really good at preserving those tyres to have good performance in the second stint, you can see them making a lot of gains at Spa. And of course, a longer race, you can guarantee some daytime running and some nighttime running, real variable conditions for a big race at Spa.
Well, for now, we say goodbye from the Spanish coast. The 6 hours of Barcelona has been fascinating. Time flew by. If you're watching on VCO YouTube, head on over to the VCO Twitch where you can follow the 2022 Formula Sim Racing World Championship as they race around the Sepang International Circuit. But for now, we'll see you April 17th for the 12-hour double point showdown. On behalf of everyone at RaceBot TV, for Tyler Maxson behind the scenes controlling the action, for my co-commentators David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonder, my name is Arjuna Kankipati, waving goodbye for now. What a race it was. Can't wait to see what's left for us this season.